Yo, everybody, welcome on in. Let me just do one more.
And if you can't believe it, it's a Friday once again.
Wow. Hey, everybody, welcome on in. It's Friday with your host, your buddy, your pal, your friend, your comrade, Mike from PA. We are live and alive once again. It is April 18th, 2025. The days fly by. Can you believe it? Spring has truly sprung. I already did that, Toasty. Did you not see a thumbs up? You're welcome, Rango Bango. Welcome in, chat. Oh, announcement today, chat. Turning 40 tomorrow. Happy birthday, Ryan. Announcement, chat. For the time being, I've decided that I want to go back to possibly doing 7 days a week streams. I just feel like, if I'm being honest with myself, I wake up early anyway. I do the same preparation and research, and then I just spend on my time on Twitter all day. I might do 6 streams in one TikTok day. I'm also expanding my TikTok and my YouTube for real. We are actually going to try. In the past, I've let other people kind of dick around with it and do my stuff, and I never really was super involved. But I've decided we're going in. We're doing the tickety talks, and we're not going to just do stream highlights. I'm also going to do some native content on TikTok. I want to spend less time on Twitter, more time on TikTok. I'm going to probably do at least 6, if not 7 streams a week. Because let's just be honest. I wake up early. I look at politics in the morning anyway. I don't have to do 5 hours. Maybe I could do 3 hours. Maybe I'll do, 3.5. Who cares? But we just need to do more streams. All the things I promised are going to happen. I'm actually working on them. And I just think we should have more streams. Multi-streaming on TikTok Live, I may do that as well. But all I'm saying is 7 days a week stream. I mean, like, why am I leaving the weekend open anyway? You know what I mean? It's like a weird thing that I did. I guess it was for my mental health, but then I realized, like, nah, we'll do 7 days a week or 6 days a week. We'll figure it out. But all I'm saying is more streams. And if it turns out that I don't want to stream, I could take days off on the weekend. Those tend to be a little bit drier. I found you on TikTok, even from a low view video. That algorithm goes hard. Yeah. We're going to push. We're gonna create the TikTok growth that we want.
Stat.
Oh yeah, the history and the making of the International. This is a good week. Also, we could watch longer videos on the weekend, right? Because I hate watching long videos during the week. The weekend streams could be, maybe we'll watch more interviews. Maybe we'll do some more stuff. Ira, a TikTok video maker. I'm on it, dude. I'm on it. We're gonna do that. I also realized something, chat. It's I hate Elon Musk. Twitter's fucking useless. Who gives a shit that I have 40-some thousand followers on Twitter? Nobody fucking cares. Why am I not spending that on an app that people do care about and has a good algorithm in TikTok? I'm just shooting myself in the dick by not doing that. So we're gonna take this stream to the next level of professionalism, and I want to improve the things. I want to improve. People have criticized me over the years for a few things. Some of those things I need to just do better on. You can also directly address people on TikTok, man. On Spotify, there's extra footage of when Ethan buttoned AB.
Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza when I say how great multicultural it is?
We
did
never
you think
defended
that?
how Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th, not even once. We never co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
What?
That you're talking about how nice Israel is, but
Israel proper is different from Gaza.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Millions
right now, say
Muslims in Israel.
I guess that's where the
By the way, chat, I made a post and I think you all need to take a look at it because it's very important. Because okay, we're live and alive. It is Friday. So what are we going to talk about? The first thing is the content cop is absolutely blowing up. The content cop is absolutely blowing the fuck up, and in a good way. It is like the content nuke of Hassan Abi is just nothing compared to this. The content cop is just an absolute banger. 4.4 million views in a little over 24 hours. 300,000 likes. I want to declare this. Currently, it has 300,000 likes, 326,000 dislikes. Hey guys, thank you for posting this. Guadalupe's, thank you very much for posting this. I want to thank you for posting this. That's entirely fake. That's entirely fake. That is 100% fake. That is not real. Those extensions do not have a real count of the dislikes. The dislikes are not posted. This is actually a really important point because this is the main talking point of the right wingers, which is this. Here's an example. The cope is real. I think the ratio is making things pretty clear how well it's received. And then somebody posted content cop, 282,000 likes, down votes, 301,000. That's not true. That is absolutely not true. Why? I posted I posted a reply. I've seen this argument from people about the content cop video having tons of dislikes, but the YouTube dislike extension is simply not real. The numbers are fake. The iDubbbz editors have posted the real dislike ratio. It's 85.7% upvoted. Y'all are wild about the like versus dislike ratio. Those numbers you get from extensions are not always accurate. Also, it doesn't matter anyway. Enjoy the video. 85.7% upvotes. And the reason is because the way that upvote or that downvote extension works is it doesn't actually get the dislike information from YouTube. That information is not provided by YouTube. The extensions create their own dislike counter from people with the extension. Now, I want to ask you a question, chat. What is the type of person that goes, I want to have a dislike extension? This is coming from the creator page. This is from iDubbbz editors. This is from the inside information from the YouTube API for the creators' eyes. Only creators can see dislikes. It is just an absolute and total lie. What type of freak are you to download an extension for disliking videos? So right off the bat, you're just a population of people that are like, I want dislike video. I want a dislike extension. It's not real. And so, and then the other thing is, it's not a counter. The dislikes are not a counter. They just create an algorithm. So they look at the number of likes. They look at they assume the extension havers are typical of regular viewers. And then they apply a ratio. They like apply a multiplier off of what they have. So they go like, oh, 50% of the people with the extension are disliking this video. Therefore, and there's 300,000 likes. We assume that the extension users are exactly like the average person. So we will create the number of dislikes equal to, so the ratio is the same with the number of likes. It is absolutely not real. It's fake in every way. Content cop is overwhelmingly positively received, including with likes. The views are blowing up. The likes are blowing up. In fact, at this point, it's becoming such a cultural phenomenon. I now wish I was in it. Yesterday, I was like, who cares? I didn't really know iDubbbz. Now I'm like, God damn it, iDubbbz. Should have put me in there. Because it's an absolute and total victory. It's an iconic YouTube video, and it's only going to get more and more and more important. 4.5 million views in a day is an absolute explosion. This is the video to be in. I'm not gonna lie, use the extension. By the way, guys, if you use the extension, I don't mind. I'm just telling you that the extension is not a real number. It's an extrapolated number. It's a fake number. I noticed when Sean DeBlack was watching it, the dislike numbers were different from what mine was saying. Yes, it's not real. It's not real. Mack Trucks is laying off 250 to 350 of my union brothers and sisters of Local 677 due to the economic impact of tariffs over the next 90 days. Oh, no. They've botted the app so hard the numbers are generally just stupid now. You can get the raw upvotes and downvotes according to the app. Raw dislikes, 97,765. Raw likes, 38,535. Now go find the most normie, massively viewed, massively interacted video you could find. The Mr. Beast's latest 100 million viewed video he has with 2.3 million likes. Plug that into the app. According to the app, the Content Cop video has 2.5 times as many dislikes than this 100 million viewed Mr. Beast video has total interactions. Use your own normie video to test. It's literally not believable. Yeah, it's just app users. It literally isn't real. It's literally not real. And the thing that makes me laugh so hard is now that you know it's not real and you know how the app works, you could just take my post and you could dunk on every single person who's trying to claim some shit that's not real. And the cope is insane. The other thing that's really fun is that Ethan and Destiny and all those guys, they know it's not real. So they're intentionally lying to their audience. They know it's not a real number. They're just lying to their audience because they think their audience is stupid. Which, if you're a fan of those people, you probably are dumb. Would you be interested in having a comrade on the stream to signal boost the city council campaign? Maybe. It's a high likelihood. Let me think about it. Just send me more information. Can you give me more context on the AB Olivia button thing? Was hard to follow. Oh yeah, sorry. Just they wanted to talk about Israel and Palestine, and they immediately buttoned them and made them leave. Buttoned just means they muted the stream so no one could see it. So the Content Cop video is without a doubt one of the most successful videos of all fucking time. What can you even say? And like, I am so happy for iDubbbz. I'm so happy for Hassan that he was able to get this counterattack. And this is exactly the type of shit that Hassan has needed. And I want to declare this the day the vibes began to shift. The day the vibes have shifted. The day the vibes have shifted. And it's not just online. It's everywhere. Because I saw a post on the New York Times. Let me just put a new title in here. This video is absolutely batshit crazy insane. 4.5 million views in a day is absolutely batshit. On a dumb drama video, although it's not really drama, but it is a dumb drama video, fundamentally insane. iDubbbz staff is trying to claim the Content Cop has 85 like to dislike ratio. This is probably true. Hepa la. Even Nick, even little Nick, even Destiny's Dingleberry, little Nick, has to admit the Content Cop is absolutely smoking. Oh, yeah. Isn't that great? Okay, anyway, what was I saying? I saw this post in the New York Times, and it made me audibly laugh out loud. Sorry for spamming. Message me on Discord with the information. And also send it to mods in the server. That's the best way to ensure that somebody reviews your information, because, you know, I have to like go through multiple layers of like, I'm nesting to get to messages, and I have to feel like it. And it's, you know, one of those things. What's happening is not normal. America needs an uprising that is not normal. The New York Times has one of their main center right columnists has begun to call for an uprising. Zoran Mandami's answers on Israel-Hamas war. By the way, Politico literally forces all the reporters to swear allegiance to Israel. If you want to work for Politico, you have to swear allegiance to Israel. This is real. I'm not even kidding. You literally have to. It's from Haaretz, so you can't call me an anti-Semite conspiracy theorist. New Politico owner says it will enforce pro-Israel policy. Alex Spicker, CEO, makes it clear that tenets such as support for Israel's right to exist apply to every employee of our company, even if they won't have to pledge this in writing. Anyway, going back now you understand what Politico is. Let's keep going. Do you support BDS as a tactic? Okay, here we go. Wow, this is just about Israel. This is just about Israel. He's running for New York fucking city mayor, and it's just about Israel? Holy shit. The Israel-Hamas war is on the ballot in the New York City mayoral race, Politico reported this morning, and the two leading candidates are diametrically opposed. What broadly would you like to see between Israel and Palestine? Do you believe in a two-state solution or one state? What I would hope to see there, as I would hope to see anywhere in the world, is an adherence to international law and equal rights for all involved. I think it's important to lead with those principles and that adherence, rather than being overly prescriptive about a political solution. No matter whether you are speaking of one state or two state, it has to be something that has equality as the bedrock of it. What we've seen floating is the flouting of that as a principle over many years. One that has left many living as second-class citizens or living under occupation or administrative law. And it is simply unacceptable, especially as someone whose tax dollars have been used to subsidize this to the tune of billions on an annual basis. I think this is the only answer that makes sense. For me, I agree with this completely, but I would say, based on my reading as a white man outside of the area, one state solution is the only thing that looks practical to me. Everything else seems impractical. And I don't think that South African apartheid would have been ended if they created a black state and a white state. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's just, I mean, I 100% agree with it. It's just, I don't see how two-state could ever be practical. That said, I'm not Palestinian, and the Palestinian people need to decide what they want to do. You know, like, that's my take. So I think this is fundamentally agree with Zoran here. Should the U.S. cut off all funding for Israel's defense or all funding overall? I think what is incumbent to do is stop subsidizing a genocide, and that's what we've seen over more than a year. And that is what we've seen intensify right now with Donald Trump. And it's hard for me to explain to my constituents who live in the largest public housing development in North America in Queensbridge why they have to live in substandard conditions because the government refuses to fund public housing, all while we continue to fund billions of dollars to drop bombs that kill tens of thousands of Palestinians over more than a year now. And the sheer number of children that have been killed does not even capture the level of trauma for those that have survived. And that is a responsibility for us to speak up against as the people who are financing it. Do you support BDS? I've long been a supporter of nonviolent movements that call for the adherence of international law, and I've supported BDS in the past. And it is an extension of that same principle that we have to use every tool that is at people's disposal to ensure that equality is not simply a hope, but a reality. Okay, they asked him if he would divest from Israel, and he said, I want to focus on what's good for New Yorkers. Do you recognize Israel as a state? Yes, I recognize Israel, and it also has responsibilities under international law. And what I have called for time and time again is the equal application of those responsibilities and an end to politics of exceptionalism that we've seen take hold in our city and in our country when it comes to so-called universal rights we are willing to apply when it comes to Palestinians. By the way, chat, I just want to say this. You're not going to get a politician in America that calls for the destruction of Israel, because that is literally calling for war, and you've officially become a pro-war person if you're like, yes, we should bomb Israel. You're never going to get better than this. I just want you to know that. Like, the politicians are not going to be like, no, we should tear down the Zionist entity. We should organize an international interventionist force. Like, as much as that's legally justified, you're not going to see politicians say that. Is the bombing of Palestinians and the mass death a motivating issue for your voters? Is the Muslim community and South Asian and Arab communities particularly energized at this moment? I think it's just one example of how New Yorkers have felt betrayed by our politics across this country and across this city. I think this is very smart. Like, what the strategy that the liberals are trying to do, just so you understand how fucking racist and scumbaggery they are, what the strategy they're trying to do is they're gonna go to the black community. This is what they're gonna do. They're gonna hire the most disgusting hucksters you can imagine to go around the black community and say, he's a Muslim, he only cares about Muslims, he's not going to help black people. That's what they're going to do. And so they're trying to pigeonhole him into saying, like, my community is the quote Muslim community. They're trying to do a communalist wedge. This is also how our politics has become totally rotten, is they liberals go to black people and they say, when Bernie Sanders says Medicare for all, he's not talking about Medicare for you. He just means white people. That's what they're going to say. Like, this is the 100% strategy of the centrist Democrats, is to go into communities of color and say that these, you know, socialists or leftists don't want to help you. They don't mean you. And these communities are traumatized. So when you say you have a universalist message, they don't think it includes them. because a lot of times in American history, it didn't. They want people that come to them and make specific promises to their community that they have trust in. That's how liberals win over the black community, is because the black community is very cynical towards white politicians, as they ought to be. But but liberals are fucking shameless scum. And so they will just go and lie to these people's faces. So the strategy is clearly to be like, he only cares about Muslims. That's literally what they're going to do. And they are going to be omega racist to the extreme and create as much racial tension as they can. This is the CIA strat. A glaring contradiction in the values we claim to hold and the actions we continue to subsidize. And what we have said time and time again over the course of this campaign is that it is a politics of consistency. It's a politics that's direct. And it's a politics that refuses to equivocate, no matter whom it applies to, that every single person deserves a dignified life. We have to remember that there are many New Yorkers for whom this is their family, and we are speaking about that has been bombed. Whether it be not simply in Israel, but also in Palestine, and in Lebanon, and in Syria, and that these New Yorkers are asking for an equal application of that humanity, no matter who it is that is under attack. And that is something for this mayor, Eric Adams, has been a bridge too far, and that is the same for our former governor, Cuomo. Why did you go on Hassan Piker's stream when he's gotten such criticism for comments people call anti-Semitic? I am willing to speak at each and every person about this campaign, and I've said that from the beginning, for as long as we've seen, especially in our party, an inability to speak on platforms that we know so many are listening to and engaging with simply because we have disagreements with those that host those platforms. It's high time for us Democrats to take every opportunity to make our case and ensure that we're not enclosing ourselves into smaller and smaller bubbles, and as we see right-wing fascist movement take over the country and threaten the very lives of our neighbors that we're trying to defend. God damn, this is, again, in Politico, you have to pledge loyalty to Israel to work there. Pathetic. Pathetic.
What's happening is not normal. America needs an uprising that is not normal. This article is by David Brooks and read by an automated voice.
Fuck. Why can't we get a non-automated voice? I don't want to read this fucking shit. In the beginning, there was agony. Under the empires of old, the strong did what they willed, and the weak suffered what they must. But over the centuries, people built the sinews of civilization, constitutions to restrain power, international alliances to promote peace, legal systems to peacefully settle disputes, scientific institutions to cure disease, news outlets to advance public understanding, charitable organizations to ease suffering, businesses to build wealth and spread prosperity, and universities to preserve, transmit, and advance the glories of our way of life. These institutions make our lives sweet, loving, and creative, rather than nasty, brutish, and short. We got some Hobbesian shit going on here. Trumpism is threatening all of that. It is primarily about the acquisition of power, power for its own sake. It is a multi-front assault to make the earth a playground for ruthless men. So, of course, any institution that might restrain power must be weakened or destroyed. Trumpism is about ego, appetite, and acquisitiveness that is driven by a primal aversion to higher elements of the human spirit, learning, compassion, scientific wonder, and the pursuit of justice. So far, we have treated the various assaults of President Trump and the acolytes in his administration as a series of different attacks. In one lane, they are going after law firms. In another, they savaged USAID. In another, they're attacking our universities. On yet another front, they're undermining NATO. And on another, they're upending global trade. But that's the wrong way to think about. These are not separate battles. This is a single effort to undo the parts of the civilizational order that might restrain Trump's acquisition of power. And it will take a concerted response to beat it back. I want to say something, chat, that I never thought I was ever going to say. I agree with David Brooks. Now, personally, as a radical leftist, some of this stuff being destroyed is good for the world. Because the United States of America is the world's villain. Now, it doesn't have to be. America doesn't have to be the villain that it is. We could be benevolent. We could be humble. We could be a place of refuge and peace. There is a destruction, but Donald Trump is not trying to destroy USAID because he doesn't want America interfering with socialist movements around the world. He undermines USAID because he thinks it's people spreading the gay. No, not Sanders, not ever. Maybe Bernie Sanders is right. I should have seen this coming. What's happening is not normal. America needs an uprising. That is not normal. David Brooks headlines 2020 to 2025. Yeah, you don't say. You don't fucking say. All right, let's keep reading. I don't think I've ever seen as much anti-Semitism in my life as I've seen today. Multiple people posting, telling them to remember who killed Jesus on Good Friday. Israel did this shit. SMDH. Well, I mean, here's the reality, okay? Here's the reality. Israel is doing a genocide. It's obvious to everybody in the world. They're killing Christians. They're killing Muslims. They're killing Americans. They're killing Turks. They're killing British people. They're killing anybody who opposes it, right? And when you see your own government kissing the feet of leaders that are killing your citizens and killing children wantonly, and they use your tax dollars for it, and they're not even grateful. You know, the fascist right on Israel, they are supremacists. They think of us as their servants, as lesser than them. They are actual supremacists. When you see good people, scholars, journalists, artists, documentarians being targeted, civilian doctors, civilians being anally raped and tortured until they die. But Israel is a demonic nation. What they've done in Gaza is beyond compare. The only thing that compares is the Dergweiler Brigade of the SS. Every international organization, Doctors Without Borders, Amnesty International, Human Rights, the United Nations, everybody, the International Red Cross and Red Crescent, the Global Food Kitchen, the Global Kitchen that liberals supposedly claim to love, everybody is condemning Israel's crimes. Former leaders of Shin Bet, former Israeli prime ministers, all sorts of leaders have come out and condemned what Israel is doing in Gaza. And yet, our government continues to aid and assist this genocide. And then all the people who come forward, good-hearted and compassionate on our universities, they're smashed by Democrats and Republicans, by police, lose their jobs, lose their visas, get kicked out of school, get degrees taken away, lives ruined, disappeared, lawful permanent residents losing their First Amendment rights. And even if you're a lawful permanent resident and you never talked about this issue, you have lost your freedom of speech because the president of the United States and the Republican Party have joined in unison to say, if you have a green card, you have no free speech. How can we be the shining city on the hill? How can artists and creatives and scientists and researchers come to this country now? What, they get a green card and then they get fucking deported because of something they said? Free speech, science has been killed in this country. And we just don't even know it yet. Academic freedom has been attacked. It is hanging on by a thread. They're trying to destroy Harvard University. Say what you will about the Ivy League. Say what you will about Harvard University. But Harvard University, up until this administration, was considered the most prestigious university in the world. And they're trying to strip it of its ability to admit international scholars and students. They're trying to destroy the strength of American soft power in every way. Do you understand where we're at? Do you understand that this is a fascist movement? The Rubicon has been crossed. You now know what you would have done in Nazi Germany. You are doing it now. And I don't know about you. I've spoken up. I've fought. I've marched. I've protested. I've given money, but I haven't done enough. So far, each sector Trump has assaulted and responded independently. The law firms seek to protect themselves. The universities separately try to do the same. Yes, a group of firms banded together in the support of the firm Perkins Coie, but in the other cases, its individual law firms try to secure their separate peace with Trump. Harvard eventually drew a line in the sand, but Columbia cut a deal. This is a disastrous strategy that ensures that Trump will trample on one victim after another. He divides and conquers. Slowly, many of us are realizing that we need to band together, but even those efforts are insular and fragmented. Several members of the Big Ten Conference are working on forming an alliance to defend academic freedom. Good. But that would be 18 schools out of the roughly 4,000 degree-granting American colleges and universities. So far, the only real hint of something larger, a mass counter-movement, has been the rallies led by Bernie Sanders and AOC. But this, too, is an ineffective way to respond to Trump. These partisan rallies make this fight seem like a normal contest between Democrats and Republicans. It is, you idiot. The Republican Party is the Nazi party. This is what you fucking dumb liberals will refuse to accept because your ideology is wrong. Your ideology has failed. You are wrong, David Brooks. Your ideology of neoliberalism and moderation in the face of capitalist fascism has failed. You must change. You must capitulate to us. And this is the reality. This is the reality that I think so many fucking liberals just don't want to accept. Okay, guess what? Yes, I wish Hillary had won. Yes, Kamala Harris would have been better. Are you happy? But it's over now. And you people do not have the ability to win. You need to step down. You need to bow down. You need to bend the knee. The fever will not break. The Republican Party has to be dismantled the way the Nazi Party was. This isn't just, well, you know, we need to hold an open hand for Republicans. They will come or they will fail. It is not on us to do that. It's on us to rally the 65% of Americans, the 70% of Americans who don't consider themselves a fascist Republican. And we don't rally them by being timid about what we think we need to do. We have to motivate people with a actual policy of real change, and we dispense with the meaningless babble of unity. It's time for a comprehensive national civic uprising. It's time for Americans in university, law, business, nonprofits, and the scientific community, and civil servants and beyond to form one coordinated mass movement. Trump is about power. The only way he's going to be stopped if he's confronted by some movement that possesses rival power. People throughout history have done exactly this when confronted by an authoritarian assault. In their book, Why Civil Resistance Works, Erica Conweth and Maria J. Stefan looked at hundreds of nonviolent uprisings. These movements used many different tools at their disposal: lawsuits, mass rallies, strikes, work slowdowns, boycotts. Oh my God, this guy is actually batshit crazy. Boycotts and other forms of non-cooperation and resistance. These movements began small and built up. They developed clear messages that appealed to a variety of groups. They shifted the narrative so that authoritarians were no longer on permanent offense. Sometimes they used nonviolent means to provoke the regime into taking violent action, which shocks the nation, undercuts the regime's authority, and further strengthens the movement. Think civil rights movement at Selma. Right now, Trumpism is dividing civil society. If done right, the civic uprising can begin to divide the forces of Trumpism. Basically, this article is about how we need a resistance, we need an uprising, but he wants to make sure that the left doesn't win. That's basically what this article is about. But that being said, I agree that we do need an uprising. But the reality is liberals have to go in the back. And that's what AOC and Bernie Sanders need to do. They need to form an organization or push people towards an organization. That's why I called for a workers' party, because it's the Democratic Party cannot be fixed. It is a collaborator party through and through.
David Hogg was vice chair of the DNC. He was a survivor of the Marjorie Douglas Stoneham catastrophe, apocalypse, whatever you call it, mass murder. And he is a young, but very progressive, in a hurry young man, fine. And he is trying to raise money to primary other Democrats. All right, now wait a minute. Let's get this straight. He has the vice.
Because some of these Democrats are working with Republicans, you stupid fucking piece of shit. They're collaborating with Trump. They need to go, you fucking loser. Also, can you, oh God, I hope, oh man. Chat, for no reason at all, I just pictured a liver absolutely shot through with cirrhosis. A liver that was on its last legs, barely ticking along. I don't know why. I just thought about that. I thought of a liver that's just like, you know, just barely filtering the blood. I don't know why. It just popped into my head.
He's chairman of the Democratic National Committee, and he is talking about raising $20 million to primary other Democrats. Well, when I look at the DNC, ideally it should be an organization that's trying to beat Republicans, not other Democrats. And if you want to have a kind of squad thing where you go, they never run against Republicans. Understand that. The squad never, ever runs against a Republican.
With the exception of AOC.
Who did she run against?
Well, they've run against Republicans before. They just are in deep blue districts. Well, guess what? Every deep blue district should be a member of the squad. Deal? Every district that goes Democrat by, 20 points or more should be a member of the fucking squad. And here's the thing about this. There's been many, many, many progressive Congress people in swing districts. He's just lying. He's just lying. You know what happens, though? The Democratic Party doesn't fund them. The Democratic Party shits on them. The Democratic Party tries to get them defeated by the Republican. I've seen it time and time again. And when they fail, they don't give a shit. They'll go right back at it. They'll gerrymander to put that progressive Democrat in a shittier district. These fuckers are liars and they're cheats and they're scum. Nobody gives a fuck about whether you are. Here's the reality. And this is the true cold reality. People just don't even know what the individual members think. They just vote according to what they think of the biggest Democrat. Okay. When it's a presidential election, people tend to vote down ballot in alignment with who they're voting for at the top of the ballot. Swing voting is minimal at this point. If they like the Democrat who's running for president, they vote for Democrat. Then in midterm years, people come and vote based on what they think of the president. What these lower tier fucking people are doing is barely relevant. It takes hundreds of millions of dollars to make people even recognize the difference between these people. Let's be fucking honest, okay?
Part of what I have been doing with my team is just trying to listen as carefully as I can to what is happening and how it is happening and the impacts that it is having on the ground. And we're honest up front in saying we don't have all the answers, but we're trying to unlock
moderate Republican scum
at different opportunities and in different ways as much as we can. And it is as hard as anything that I have been engaged in the 20 plus years I've been in the Senate.
What are you going to have to say to people who are afraid or who represent people who are afraid? We are all afraid.
The one thing I will say about Murkowski and some of these, lib Republicans is they know how to play liberals like a fiddle. They know how to play MSNBC libs like a fiddle. They know how to do this body and spaces and I feel your pain bullshit really well. But fundamentally, when the rubber meets the road, they're with Republicans 100% of the time.
That's what I'm saying. But we are, we're in a time and a place where I don't know. I certainly have not. I have not been here before. And I'll tell you, I'm oftentimes very anxious myself about using my voice. Because retaliation is real. And that's not right. But that's what you've asked me to do. And so I'm going to use my voice to the best of my ability. And sometimes it will be viewed in a way that, well, that's pretty confrontational. And other times it's going to be using my mother's charm that I learned as a young girl and in direct communication with those that I have made relationships with and am able to affect some change that way. But I've got to figure out how I can do my best to help the many who are so anxious and are so afraid. Part of what I have been doing with my team is just trying to listen as carefully as I can to what is happening and how it is happening and the impacts that it is having on the ground. And we're honest up front in saying we don't have all the answers, but we're trying to unlock at different opportunities and in different ways as much as we can. And it is as hard as anything that I have been engaged in the 20 plus years I've been in the Senate.
What are you going to have to say to people who are afraid or who represent people who are afraid?
We are all afraid. Okay? That's what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, I went into a liminal space. I couldn't tell when that was the beginning and when was the end because it was all the same. But liberal Republicans are fucking useless. The only thing that's different between a liberal Republican and a full-blown MAGA Republican is the face they show the media. As far as politically, the donors, how they vote, it's identical. It's just how they present to the media that's different. And this is a problem that a lot of liberals have with understanding politics, is that they don't understand these fucking right-wing Democrats are the same as a fucking Republican, and they vote the same. If I was asked that question, how would I answer it? How would I answer it if I were Lisa Murkowski? If I were Lisa Murkowski, let me tell you about wild. I can't speak or else I get in trouble. I can't speak or else I get in trouble. Hey man, I know how to tie this to the Bukowski. My landscaper is here. I have not picked up the dog poop in my yard for like 5 days, and I'm cringing hearing him now the law and mow the lawn, knowing his shoes are going to be full of doo doo. How can I blame MAGA for this? Are you an Ethan fan? Are you a fallen Ethan Klein fan? Be honest. Are you a fallen Ethan Klein fan? Or are you Ethan Klein? In the Vape Nation days, not after he got into the H3, I knew it because you went with the poop joke. You went with the poopy butt joke, the poopy shoe joke. Fallen Ethan Klein fans, you may have been improved. You may be better now, but you still have some of the stench of Ethan clinging to the bottom of your shoe, like if you stepped in dog shit. I wanted to show you guys this because it's good news. I love you, Mike, but the YouTube intro destroys my speakers. Please update it. What? Which YouTube intro?
The first images of the man mistakenly deported to that notorious prison in El Salvador. Senator Chris Van Hollen posting this photo of his conversation with Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who's
my YouTube channel. Oh, this. That's a little bit loud.
Listening to Mike from PA unites the world in song.
What do you support? It's pretty good. Anyway, chat, just so you know, the Mike from PA channel is now blowing up. We got some nice Ethan Decline videos popping off in the algorithm. Yes, you are right. It is a bit loud. What was I? Okay, I keep wanting to watch the content cop again.
Citizens of the world.
Did I close?
Garcia, whose case has become a flashpoint of the president's immigration crackdown. That meeting coming hours after the senator said he had been blocked, turned away from the mega prison where Abrego Garcia has been held. All of this happening as an appeals court sided with the federal judge trying to facilitate his return, blasting the deportations, and the White House writing, "This should be shocking not only to judges, but to the intuitive sense of liberty that Americans far removed from courthouses still hold dear." Joining us now, NBC News White House correspondent Von Hilliard, Capitol Hill correspondent Melanie Zanona, Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian, and criminal defense attorney and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Melanie, Senator Van Hollen had said earlier that he had been denied access to that prison where Kilmar Abrego Garcia was being held. So what changed, and what do we know about his meeting?
Yeah, Anna, there are still a lot of unanswered questions here. We do not know how this meeting came about. We don't know what the two talked about. We don't know Abrego Garcia's condition. And interestingly, we first learned of this meeting from President Bukele of El Salvador, who first posted pictures of this meeting on social media along with the caption, "Kilmar Abrego Garcia, miraculous."
Okay, I just think they need to take him to the airport and fucking fly him out of there. Put him on a fucking pleasure boat. Do whatever it takes. Get this guy out of the fucking El Salvador.
Miraculously risen from the, quote, death camps and, quote, torture, now sipping margaritas with Senator Van Hollen in the tropical paradise of El Salvador. And
I thought he was a terrorist. I thought this guy was a terrorist. I thought this guy was a terrorist. Like, I thought he was a big criminal, but yet he can meet with the U.S. senator and have like margaritas. I thought he was a big threatening guy. He was super dangerous. What happened? Holy shit. El Salvador president Nayib Bukele is trolling Democrats so badly. I absolutely love. Okay, can I just say this? MAGA is treason. I've said this for a while, but these are treasonous scum. Period. some banana republic dictator scumbag insulting the American government so he could help Trump torture innocent people, to like that is treasonous fucking behavior. MAGA is scum. MAGA doesn't even like him. Like, this is the thing that's incredible about a MAGA. They don't even like America, like, at all. Like, the thing about me is, I love America. I hate the American government. These people hate America. They love Donald Trump. How fucking pathetic. How fucking pathetic.
Things of the problem with direct democracy. This is exactly what our founders were expressly against when they formed this nation. We're a constitutional republic with individual representation confined by constitutional restraints of what government can and can't do. And for us to think that the founders had in their mind's eye that we would be putting in front of every single voter and every single time with every single policy measure for them to decide whether or not this was good or policy or not, especially when the people casting the ballots for measures such as this, they have no skin in the game whatsoever when it comes to these sorts of measures. No realization of the detriment or the harm that it may cause to their very own bottom dollar, because they may not even understand what these provisions, what these measures would do to their employer. I mean, because at the end of the day, the people, most people casting these votes on these measures, they don't own businesses. They don't understand what's required to meet the bottom line, to keep people employed. We are not a direct democracy.
I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry, chat. I've been trying. I was gonna debate this guy's points, but all I kept hearing was this.
Between you and me, my hair is thinning a bit.
Oh, Your Highness, I'm sure it's not that noticeable. Bald! Bald!
Bald! All right.
Like, that's literally all I can see. Okay, don't you dare talk about Northern Lion. Okay, don't compare this man to Northern Lion. Northern Lion, by the way, what a name. Northern Lion. I'm sorry. Northern Lion. I don't know why. I don't know why. It just never hit my head that this bald white Canadian is calling himself Northern Lion, like the apex predator of the African steppe. It never hit me that a bald Canadian calls himself Northern Lion. My God. Is it? I love it so much. Can you imagine your dad? Just get your dad, call up your dad, and he's naming himself the Northern Lion online. How would you ever recover? How would you recover? The next time you were playing pond hockey, and it's like, I saw your dad online. He calls himself Northern Lion. Oh my God. Okay, I'm back. I love Northern Lion, by the way. I wish he was my friend. Like most of you, I wish Northern Lion was my friend. When I watch Northern Lion clips, I'm like, yeah, that's like how I am when I'm talking to people. I'm like Northern Lion. I'm super witty like that. So, fuck. No, you mean Northern Hairline? Okay. At that point, calling Northern Lion Northern Hairline is like saying which direction is north when you're standing on the North Pole. Okay. The answer is there is no north when you're standing on the North Pole. Every direction is south from the North Pole. Anyway, let's keep going.
You're literally LARPing as like revolutionary communists in my chat. And you're like, well, I'll make an exception for Apple TV. You don't have it in you, man. You don't have it in you.
I will say this. You don't currently have it in you. Even I don't. But I know what I need to do. I'm just procrastinating. Thank God I'm ADHD. That's all I gotta say is, thank God I have got executive dysfunction, okay? Thank God I'm procrastinating, okay? Let's just say that. I know what I need to do, all right? Thank God I'm procrastinating, okay? Okay, let's go back to poor Kilmar. Get on stimulants and watch your whole world change. Oh, I already am. I've upped my caffeine intake, chat. Oh, this is what his oh my god, Northern Lion. Northern Lion's, oh my god. He's a China simp too. He's a China boo. That's where it comes from. See, we're the same. See? Central Committee is the highest organ of a communist party between two Congresses. Per the principles of democratic centralism, a Central Committee is empowered to deal with any issue that falls under the party's purview. Now you understand the stream. Also, it shows how bad I am at SEO. You are not the same. No one is as China boo as me. Nah, I mean, there are people that are more China boo than me, but they're more regime pilled. I'm not regime pilled.
Cheap stuff. This is what the West wants you to believe. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. The companies you buy from are buying the cheap stuff. When they design a product, they can choose what it's made from. They can choose the best, or they can choose the worst. And guess what? They usually pick the worst. Here's why. Cheap materials mean bigger profits. A battery that dies in a year versus one that lasts a decade. Fabric that peels after 2 washes versus clothing that ages gracefully. They outsource production to China, slap on a 500% markup, and then blame China when the product breaks. You get what you pay for, they say. But they are the ones who set the prices, and they are the ones who choose to cut corners. I support tons of made in China brands. For example, the clothing that I'm wearing now. This brand I bought from 6 years ago, and those clothes are still going strong. My husband and I renovated our apartment, and if we were in the States, it would have been 5 times more expensive. I use tons of technology here, and it is so innovative and easy to use. The apps also that are China made are updated all the time. Instagram, Facebook, and other Western apps, I'm looking at you. Next time you hear made in China means low quality, ask yourself, who's really cutting corners and who's pocketing the difference? Why do we blame an entire country for the greed of a few corporations? China doesn't decide your product's quality. Capitalism does.
小红书
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The soft power is rising. Uh-oh. IDUB staff is trying to claim the content cop. What do you mean trying to claim? By the way, these motherfuckers are stealing my posts? Go ahead, IDUB. Show the numbers to put everyone down. Do it. LOL. These numbers are fake, man. The extension is fake. I love the fact that all these right-wing lying content creators who know this, by the way, they all know that these extensions are not accurate. They're setting themselves up to look dumb as fuck. Like, that's actually incredible how stupid they are and how little they respect their audience. I mean, how could you? Their right-wing audience. Like, what can you do?
And then a little bit later, he followed it up with another post saying, now that he's been confirmed healthy, he gets the honor of staying in El Salvador's custody. Again, this is the only narrative we are really hearing. We have not heard Senator Van Hollen's side of the story, but it would seem that President Bukele is trying to present a counter narrative to the concerns from Democrats that he is being treated unwell or that this is a dangerous prison, and that he's trying to justify keeping him in his custody. Chris Van Hollen himself said that he is looking forward to providing an update upon his return, but he did say that he achieved at least one of his missions, which was getting some proof of life and being able to talk to Abrego Garcia, confirming that he is indeed alive. So we're waiting anxiously to hear what else Chris Van Hollen has to say here, Anna.
Yeah, I know you are working to get answers. So many questions, obviously, about these images that we're seeing. Where were the images taken? What kind of condition is he in? Where did he get the clothes that he's wearing? I mean, there are just a myriad of questions. Vaughn, the administration had previously admitted that this deportation was a mistake, but now they appear to be changing their tune. Is the White House concerned that this case could be hurting them politically on the immigration issue?
Absolutely here. Well, you have the Democratic senator from Maryland, as well as other Democrats fighting for what they say are answers in the Abrego Garcia case, in what is frankly scant in details in the public record that has gone before the court as to his affiliation with MS-13 and the legal.
In America, you can change political parties, but you can't change the policies. In China, you cannot change the party, but you can change policies.
So in that time, China ceased to be communist.
I mean, that's very true.
What you're saying?
China is a market economy, and it's a vibrant market economy, but it is not a capitalist country. Here's why. There's no way a group of billionaires could control the Politburo. Billionaires control American policymaking. So in China, you have a vibrant market economy, but capital does not rise above political authority. Capital does not have enshrined rights. In America, capital, the interest of capital, and capital itself has risen above the American nation. The political authority cannot check the power of capital. And that's why America is a capitalist country, but China is not. So in the 65 or 66 years, China is being run by one single party, yet the political changes that have taken place in China in this past 66 years have been wider and broader and greater than probably any other major country in modern memory.
I mean, I largely agree with that. I would say this, that the Communist Party of China has dangerous liberal capitalist forces within it, and they are not currently in control of the party, but that is the number one risk to China's ascendancy, is that some sort of like liberal party member is able to take power from Xi and push the country to the right. And that could collapse the whole thing. Like that's the main risk that China faces. You know, the thing about centralism is there's a certain type of fragility, because if the party is ever even temporarily overtaken by liberals, then it's Jover, as you saw with the Soviet Union. All right, let's watch this Chris Van Hollen clip. It's not even long. Chris Van Hollen clip.
Status that he holds in the state of Maryland. This, for the administration, has been a PR campaign, effectively, to make the case that this is a promised effort by this administration to deport undocumented individuals, including those who have been alleged to be gang members. And in this case, the administration has not stepped away from the argument that an immigration judge at one point found with good reason in their filings that he was a member of MS-13. But of course, he was let onto the streets. There was the order for deportation that was withdrawn. And that is where you hear the likes of Stephen Miller. You hear Tom Homan continually making the case that individuals like him effectively are not owed the same due process as other individuals if they are not in the country legally. I want to let you take a listen to both of those men.
I don't think we did anything wrong. According to his written order, I think we did everything by the numbers. Everybody wants to be concerned about the vetting of people that even be deported. I mean, it seems like a one-side show, but I stand by the fact that I think things were done right with this case.
You have the entire machinery of the Democrat Party using all of its power to bring this illegal alien with all those horrific crimes and allegations and history against him back to the United States, where he can do what? He can commit additional acts that threaten the safety of the American people.
And overnight, the White House's social media account on X posting two images, one of Van Hollen with Abrego Garcia, and then another photo of the President of the United States 2 days ago with the mother of Rachel Morin, who was murdered in 2023 by an immigrant, trying to draw that contrast as to who the administration is fighting for. Of course, so much.
So wait, they're saying an innocent victim. Like, first of all, like this is Nazi shit. Straight up Nazi shit. It is straight up Nazi shit. This is right out of the Nazi playbook. That is absolute Nazi shit. Like, there's no, like, I'm not exaggerating. This is not like, oh, hyperbole. No, this is what the Nazis would do. This guy has absolutely nothing to do with the murder that happened to that poor woman. Like, this is just batshit crazy lunacy. It would be like, would Donald Trump post a picture of like a white kid, the Democrats replying and, posting a picture of Dylan Klebold. You know what I mean? Like, it's batshit crazy. It's bullshit. Or like the victims of a school shooting. It is unhinged. It makes no sense. It only makes sense if you're profoundly racist. Because it's like, all immigrants are not responsible for all other immigrants. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
This is about the due process in which individuals who are in the United States are owed a judicial review process before being deported here. But the administration, looking at the broader argument that this White House is fighting for individuals as opposed to those who have entered the country at one point or other illegally.
I do want to remind our viewers, as we had listened to Jason Miller talk about him coming in and doing dangerous things. I mean, he hasn't been charged with a crime. He has no criminal record. He's never been convicted of a crime here in the U.S. And there was that order to withhold deportation that an immigration judge had issued many years ago in 2019. He's been living in the U.S. now, we know, for over a decade. Melanie Zanona and Von Hilliard, thank you both. Ken, the administration keeps trying to fight back in the courts, or at least delay taking action. Tell us more about this new appeals court ruling.
Yeah. Anna, good morning. This Fourth Circuit opinion was a total repudiation of the Trump administration's approach to this case and to its approach to the judicial system in general. And the author, Judge Harvey Wilkinson, is not a leftist. He was appointed to the bench by President Ronald Reagan, and he was considered for a Supreme Court.
Leftist judges. I think there are like 5. There's like none. Like, give me a fucking break. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Positioned by George W. Bush. And here's some of what he had to say. I want folks to hear it in full. He said, it's difficult in some cases to get to the very heart of the matter. But in this case, it's not hard at all. The government is asserting a right to stash away residents of this country in foreign prisons without the semblance of due process that is the foundation of our constitutional order. And the judge went on to say, further, it claims in essence that because it has rid itself of custody, there's nothing that can be done. This should be shocking, he wrote, not only to judges, but to the intuitive sense of liberty that Americans far removed from courthouses still hold dear. And he went on to sort of use this case.
Basically, this is fascism. Yeah, you got it. Kidnapping somebody from Maryland and then, taking them to a foreign jurisdiction and dumping them there and then paying that jurisdiction to hold them and then going, there's nothing we can do, is fascism. There's no two bones about it. OTK article, how OTK lost its way. Oh, man. For one, streamers incentivized by Twitch to focus on the here and now every day lost interest in more collaborative long-term projects and just sort of stopped showing up. Oh, that's incredible. We might have to read that article.
As an argument against the Trump administration's approach to judges in general and to calls for impeachment of judges whose rulings they don't like, and to raise the specter that this is really undermining the rule of law. Anna.
Danny, what does that decision, again, penned by a Reagan-appointed judge, tell you? Was it meant to be a warning?
Ken is exactly right. And here's what's happening procedurally. The Supreme Court has sent this down to the district court, and the Trump administration is saying to the Circuit Court of Appeals, hey, help us out. We don't like this district court directive to provide this information. And I got to tell you, in reading this 7-page opinion, it's as if the appeals court is saying, you're coming to us for help? We don't like anything you're doing. You came to the wrong place. And I think this may end up hurting the Trump administration because, as Ken can tell you, within that decision, they also added some other interpretation of words like facilitate. Remember, the government has to facilitate Garcia's return. And almost gratuitously, the Fourth Circuit said, hey, here's what we think facilitate means. Not for nothing, as they say in New Jersey. This is what we think that word means and what we think you should be doing. I don't think they really needed to do that. They could have just said, hey, a request for emergency help from us, denied. Go back down there to the district court and let this play out. But instead, they went on for about 7 pages describing all the reasons why they think the administration, they meaning the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, why the court believes that the Trump administration is not doing this right. And I think this emergency appeal may come back to haunt them because it further fleshes out these words like facilitate return that I can see the district court using in its own final decision.
I mean, Danny,
what I would say is this. Listen, if a government agent is acting with beyond their legal purview, right? They are no longer a government agent. They're a criminal. And how would you react if a criminal tried to kidnap you and throw you on a plane to send you to El Salvador? Legally and morally, you have the same right to resist. Now, the problem is that we have a fascist, lawless government. And when you resist, they're going to use that as a justification for the force that they unlawfully applied. And this is the situation we're in. It's only a matter of time before people resist unlawful arrest. As it becomes more and more clear that the Republican Party under Trump is just violating our country's laws, they're going to lose legitimacy. Like right now, if a police officer comes up to you and orders you arrested, up until this administration, the right call was to say what there's an old lawyer saying, which is you can beat the rap, but you can't beat the ride. What does that mean? It means if the cops want to arrest you, they're gonna arrest you. All right, you're not gonna be able to convince cops not. If the cop decides I want to arrest you, you're arrested. All right. If you resist, the cops are just gonna escalate violence until they kill you or disable you. So if they're unlawfully arresting you, they're unlawfully arresting you, and you need to focus on making your legal defense as airtight as possible. Right? If the cops are unlawfully arresting you, they take you down to the station. At worst, you're going to spend a day or two in jail, which is torture and hell. But in the grand scheme of your life, not that big of a deal, right? As long as you go down and you shut the fuck up and then you assert your rights, you'll probably get out. And then your lawyer, because you did the right thing, is going to be able to defend you in court and then win and get those charges thrown out. And if they're especially egregious, they might even be able to get you paid. That was the old way. Now, you're not even getting the chance to beat the rap. The ride is the rap. The ride is you're going to prison in a death camp for life. I'm sorry, that changes the calculation. That changes how you should react. That changes the stakes. And the moment an American is sent to El Salvador, they're going to start with somebody who's a real piece of shit, a murderer, a pedophile, a rapist. But the moment they start denying Americans due process of law, the moment they start sending people from our country to that fucking death camp, your rights have already been thoroughly violated. Because a violation to anybody's rights is a violation to your rights. If you're a conservative and you think, oh, this only applies to the libs, libs triggered, you've never broken a rule. You've never pissed off anybody who could be considered conservative. That's what you dumb fucks don't know, don't understand. You Asmongold-ian rotting fucking morons. Once you get rid of due process, it becomes a situation of pure arbitrariness. You go to the bar and a DHS agent is there and he starts hitting on your girlfriend and you tell him to knock it off and then he arrests your fucking ass. That's the world you're living in, you dumb fuck. Okay, that was a bad example for Asmongold watchers because I said if you had a girlfriend and somebody you go to GameStop and you're waiting in line for the Switch 2 and the DHS agent just comes in and cuts your ass in line and you say, "Hey man, go to the back of the line." Basically, you are opening yourself, and then what does he can do? He can arrest your fucking ass. There's no limit. You could offend someone. You could look at them the wrong way. This is what it's like in a fascist regime, in an autocracy where you have no rights. It doesn't matter what you think about X, Y, and Z political issue. You become a victim to the whims of those in the state. No one is safe. I mean, Nazi party members were denounced and killed. You weren't safe if you were a Nazi party member in Nazi Germany, if you pissed off the wrong person. That's the world you're trying to live in. That's the world you're trying to create, you fucking dumbass. And that's the other thing. You think these fascist right-wingers are going to tolerate being a NEET? Do you think they're going to tolerate a able-bodied man who sits in his basement playing anime video games all day? They might execute you. Like, that's what these fucking idiots don't seem to understand. You are the lumpen proletariat. You are the undesirable. You think that the far-right conservative fascists want young men sitting in their rooms masturbating to pornography all day? You fucking dumb gooner. You're just as much in their crosshairs as a trans woman. They're already trying to force people to put their ID in to look at porn in Texas and Florida. Ted Cruz and Republicans have been trying to ban sex toys for years. They already took away the right to an abortion. They're going to ban your fucking pocket pussy. They're going to ban your pornography. And they're certainly already trying to ban anime as well. I don't know if you heard about this, but Texas is trying to ban a bunch of anime.
Is there any evidence that this administration is acting in good faith?
You know, it's...
Thank you, Mr. Glitchmaster.
Here's the thing. That's a really difficult question. But one of the something I thought was very telling by one of the courts this week was the statement that, look, we all disagree with court orders. In fact, I believe it's in this decision as well. Litigants, they disagree with court orders. But there's a huge difference.
Young men are playing video games all day instead of getting jobs because they can mooch off free health care, claims Congressman. To justify Medicaid cuts, House Speaker Mike Johnson says healthcare program leads able-bodied young men playing video games instead of working. They're coming for your video games. It's not Sweet Baby Inc. that's ruining your video games. Don't you worry.
Between defying a court order and criticizing it or appealing it or saying it's not a good decision or even complaining about the judges, as Trump is wont to do.
Young Roll says, I recommended the Socialist Manifesto and Jakarta Method to a cute literature major barista I've been small talking with for a few weeks. I want to ask her out, but I'm scared to make it awkward. What do I do? You're going to make it awkward. You're trying to ask out somebody in a public-facing job. This is inherently what you do. You say, hey, I'm doing X, Y, and Z thing. Do you want to go? And when she says no, you respect that and you go on with your life. That's the best you can do. You can say, hey, I don't want to overstep, but I kind of, and she'll say no, and then you leave her the fuck alone. And that's that. If she says yes, great. I'm not saying be scared to ask anybody ever, but when somebody works as a hostess or a bartender or a waitress or a barista or like a cashier or any kind of like public facing shit as a young woman, they get propositioned constantly. So you wouldn't see, I know this because I have a lot of women in my life, and I've been dating since I was 14. Okay. So, I've always had a lot of female friends. So this is what it's like for them. So the odds of this working, pretty low, but I don't know the vibe. If the vibe is good, you could try to throw out something relatively neutral and respectful and, give it one shot. And if she says no, take it on the chin, be normal, and then leave her alone. If she says yes, great. If the vibe was good, the chatter would be asking for advice in Twitch chat. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I tend to agree with you, but also sometimes people are a little bit cowardly because rejection sucks. Everybody hates to be rejected. It doesn't feel good.
But defying court orders, you have to follow a court order, even one that is ultimately struck down or deemed unconstitutional. You have to follow that order until a court says it is no longer an order.
Ken, we're also learning that there are concerns about more deportation flights and potentially soon the ACLU is getting involved. What more can you tell us about this?
Yeah, that's right. Our reporting is that the ACLU has filed under seal requests for a temporary restraining order overnight because they're concerned that there are a number of Venezuelan migrants who have been taken to a facility in Bluebonnet, Texas, a DHS facility, and they believe that the Trump administration intends to deport those people under the Alien Enemies Act. And remember, the Supreme Court is allowing the Trump administration to do that as long as they give the detainees some modicum of due process. And so the ACLU is going to court to try to stop this, or at least get a judge to intervene to make sure all the rules are followed on.
Oh yeah, guys, did you see this? Trump is like mad at Russia. They won't do the peace deal.
This war has no military solution to it. It really doesn't. It's not going to be decided with neither side has some strategic capability to end this war quickly. And so what we're talking about here is avoiding thousands and thousands of people from dying over the next year. We're trying to avoid that. We saw what happened last weekend with a missile strike in Sumy where people died on Palm Sunday. We're just going to see more like that on both sides. We're going to see more of that. We're trying to prevent it. But we're not going to continue to fly all over the world and do meeting after meeting after meeting if no progress is being made. So if they're serious about peace, either side or both, we want to help. If it's not going to happen, then we're just going to move on.
So, and what does that mean? Exactly. We're just going to move on. I mean, we're
like, that's the reality of the fact that Donald Trump's, I'll get the war over before I'm even sworn in. What I really want to do is just abandon the Ukrainians. I mean, the reality is the Russians are going to win. Like, that's the reality. That being said, is the cost going to be worth it? Like, I can't imagine this actually makes sense.
New this morning, Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the United States may move on from efforts to reach a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine if there's no clear progress.
China's not really helping Putin very much. This is pretty much a myth. The Chinese have really not given them weapons. They haven't given them any aid. The only thing that China has done is buy oil and gas from Russia. Like, they're not really helping them all that much. Like, it's very much cope. It's cope that people are making, that like, oh, China's helping Russia. And it's more like China's neutral in this fight. Like, they're not helping Russia. They're not like pouring weapons in. They're not sending millions of volunteers. They're not giving them, their cutting edge technology. They're not assisting them on the battlefield. They're not providing them with intelligence. Like, it's just not true. And as far as I know with North Korea, the only thing we truly know that North Korea did is sell them shells. Like, it is what it is. People think China's going to save every third world country. Or they're the enemy of every third world country. No in between. The reality is China has a mutually beneficial non-interventionist program. This is what China believes. China says, we will come, we will do mutually beneficial deals with you. We will help you develop your infrastructure and your foreign trade, and we just don't want you to say anything about Taiwan. That's fundamentally what the Chinese do. They're like, be neutral on us, we'll leave you alone, and we'll help you develop X, Y, and Z. And then the thing about China is they actually build the thing they say they were going to build. In America, what happens is America will say, we're going to help you develop. We loan them billions of dollars at a very high interest rate. And then when they can't pay it back, we come in and say, okay, you got to get rid of all your welfare programs. You have to, get rid of all your labor laws. You have to, get rid of the minimum wage. You have to, sell your resources to American or European firms. Like, that's what we do. China doesn't do that. So the United States is mad at China because China is offering a better deal to these countries where it's, borrow $1 billion to build a bridge and then we'll help you build the bridge. And then, okay, the bridge got built. Congratulations. Versus the U.S. model of we're going to change your politics so that we can maximally exploit it. That's why the U.S. is so anti-Belt and Road Initiative. They don't want competition in the international development space. And so, like, is China a good guy? Well, I mean, I consider that to be at least slightly good, right? Like, not interfering with other countries, giving them low interest rate loans to build their infrastructure. That seems modestly good. Is it like, are they doing it out of the goodness of their heart because they love the world? Not really. They're getting business for their infrastructure companies and they're making a little bit of money. But it's not like they're not Satan incarnate. And a lot of these countries need help because they're underdeveloped and they lack the technology, they lack the skills, they lack the engineering, they lack, a lot of the ability to build the infrastructure that they need. So they're getting outside help. That is pretty normal. I think the main problem in the US is everybody tries to manipulate everybody else all the fucking time. This is the most annoying part of American politics. Everybody thinks they're smarter than everyone else. Everyone's always lying to everyone. Everyone's always trying to like create biased information ecosystems. Everyone's always treating each other like you're too stupid to know the truth. It's constant propaganda, constant bullshit, constant gaslighting, constant exaggerations, constant bad faith. It's so fucking tiring. Don't you guys ever get tired of hearing the lies all the time? It's so annoying, man.
Take a listen to what he said to reporters in Paris this morning as to the state of those negotiations and what America's European allies can do to help move things forward.
We'd like them to remain engaged. I think they can help us. I think the UK and France and Germany can help us move the ball on this and get this closer to a resolution. I thought they were very helpful and constructive with their ideas. So we welcome their input. We welcome their involvement. We think it's important. There are probably elements of this as well. I always remind everybody that part of the sanctions against Russia, many of them, are European sanctions that we can't lift if that's ever to be part of a deal. So they're going to have to be involved no matter what. This war has no military solution to it. It really doesn't. It's not going to be decided with, neither side has some strategic capability to end this war quickly. And so what we're talking about here is avoiding thousands and thousands of people from dying over the next year. We're trying to avoid that. We saw what happened last weekend with a missile strike in Sumy, where people died on Palm Sunday. We're just going to see more like that on both sides. We're going to see more of that. We're trying to prevent it. But we're not going to continue to fly all over the world and do meeting after meeting after meeting if no progress is being made. So if they're serious about peace, either side or both, we want to help. If it's not going to happen, then we're just going to move on.
So, David Ignatius, the Biden administration never said they're going to move on, but I can't underline the fact enough that the Biden administration, I know that you know this, they were saying this going back to late 2023, 2024. This is a stalemate. These are like World War I lines. It's a war of attrition. Man, at some point, they need to get exhausted and need to make peace. Obviously, that's not happening right now, but Marco Rubio did say that he had confidence in Great Britain, France, and Germany in moving this process along. Tell us where we are right now and what you expect to see in the coming weeks.
So, Joe, sad to say, the effort that President Trump began to bring this war to an acceptable, and I mean that means a lasting and just solution, seems to be running out of gas. When I hear the Secretary of State say, well, we may be ready to move on, that tells me that the president is getting bored, that he hasn't made the progress that he wanted. He promised he'd get this done in a day, and then it was a few weeks, and here we are, more than 2 months into his administration. And what he's finding is that his friend, Vladimir Putin, doesn't want to make any concessions, is not, in fact, prepared for the peace process that Donald Trump has teed up. Rather than pressure Putin to move him towards a deal that would bring a satisfactory end to this war that would stick through the rest of the administration, Trump, Rubio, their team seem to be getting ready to walk away from it, leaving it in the hands of the Europeans. And I'm sorry to say that despite enormous efforts by the Europeans, the British, French, to get ready to take up as much of the American burden of supplying weapons, supplying intelligence, they simply don't have the resources. They're not able to make up that gap.
Well, here's the thing. It's like there are 500 million Europeans. Their economy is almost the same size as the U.S. Why the fuck are they not capable of supporting their own European situation? Like, that shows a certain type of, like, I don't know, flaccidness of the Europeans.
Which means that Ukraine is going to be heading into this summer, absent some changes.
Mike, I've been living in China, and damn, it's so crazy to just be able to ignore world politics and just feel safe. It's insane living in rural China, comparing it to when I lived in West Virginia. While the smoking level is around the same, the quality of life in the community is 100 million% better here. Yeah. In
a situation where its losses will be ever greater. The bravery of Ukraine to have fought to this point is extraordinary, the losses they've experienced. But when you hear Rubio...
But it's illegal to say what the losses are. You're not allowed to say what the losses are.
We're about to move on. You have to think about what that means. That means people naked, vulnerable, without intelligence or interceptor missiles, Patriot missiles, that can take down the huge ballistic missiles coming into them from Russia, the deaths that are going to result. And again, I come back to what Trump correctly said. It's time for this war to end, but it's going to require him to put more effort into it than he's been prepared to so far. You don't just stand there if you're Marco Rubio and say, well, we haven't made any progress. I think that's it. What you do is go back to the parties, in particular, they've already pressured Ukraine, God knows. You go back to Russia and say, this is not acceptable. And if you don't begin to move and make concessions, we're going to pressure you further. That's what an administration that's serious about negotiating peace would do.
You know, Ed Luce, of course, you just you're about to release your biography on Dr. Brzezinski, who warned repeatedly throughout his career about the long history of Russia.
Oh my God! It just reminds me of when Brzezinski ripped him a new asshole talking about Gaza and Palestine.
imperialism. I saw a clip of Richard Nixon from 1974 issuing a dire warning saying we better get it right in Russia. This was, again, in 1994, because there's a long history of Russian imperialism, and we will not have to fight communism in the next century, but we would have to fight a Russia trying to reconstitute basically the old Russian Empire. Remember Mark Brzezinski, Vika's brother, and then the ambassador of Poland, I correctly pointed out that Putin doesn't want to reconstitute the Soviet Union. He wants to reconstitute the old Russian Empire, and that means, with the capitals of Odessa and Kyiv brought back in under Russia's control. It appears that after all the fighting, all this war, all the talking, we are back where we started in this war. Putin won't be happy until he has Kyiv and Odessa.
No, he won't. And when, Rubio says that they're prepared to walk away from this, what he really means is, as David has just very eloquently set out, is he's preparing to pull the plug on Ukraine because there have been no sustained efforts.
Yeah, that must be what it is. Like, when Rubio is saying this, he's really just saying the Russians have a position, the Ukrainians have a position, right? If he's saying we're going to stop helping the negotiations and they're also going to pull back in resources for Ukraine, he's basically just he's just stranding the Ukrainians out there to just suffer and die.
To get Putin to agree to a real ceasefire. He has breached the one that's about to end, which was just confined to energy infrastructure. As Rubio did mention on Palm Sunday, with some really obscene breaches, obscene attacks on civilians during that period as well. So the idea that, by implication, this is Europe and Ukraine, it's in the borders in their court, is completely wrong. The ball should be in Russia's court. It should be Steve Witkoff going to Moscow and reading the riot act to Putin. Instead, he's going and sort of putting his hand on heart as if he's pledging pledging allegiance to Putin. It is an extraordinary, asymmetric, one-sided, 87-day attempt at peace that really doesn't amount to any serious attempt at peace. And I think that Dr. Brzezinski would not be alone in seeing this as a bad faith effort to end the war. And David's right, the war needs to be ended, but this has been a bad faith effort to end the war. Putin is under no pressure from the Trump administration to come to the table. There have been no credible threats. There have been no credible sticks offered to Putin, just carrots. And until that changes, there's not going to be any kind of credible peace process.
Putin was right. All he had to do was wait out the West, wait out the United States.
All right, chat. I want to touch on some of the things I saw with Ethan Klein and his reaction to the content cop. That I don't know if I talked about this on stream before or not, but I need to talk about it because it pissed me off so fucking much and it was so disgusting. I have to talk about it, and it's this clip.
A joke in the video or not?
You know what's funny? I think
Ethan Decline defends neo-Nazi. Like, look at this pathetic shit. Like, this is actually pathetic. I don't know what to say. Like, this clip is pathetic. There's no two bones about it. This shows you everything you need to know about Ethan Klein, whether or not he can be redeemed or whatever. And this is why I have been, I have been harsher on H3 as a show, because I understand that H3 as a show only exists because of the staff. Ethan Klein just shows up. All right. But without the staff, there is no H3 show. And I know a lot of people have been like, oh, leave the staff alone, the poor innocent staff, they're just workers, or whatever, this kind of vulgar Marxism, which it's not really how it works. Like, if somebody is helping construct this organization of hate, they're part of it, even if they're being paid a lot of money. And like, this clip right here tells me exactly, this is exactly why I feel the way I do, which is, listen to this shit. Listen to this.
A joke in the video or not?
You know what's funny? I genuinely think that Sam Hyde broke Ian. And when he told me, he was like, he came and he
That was
like,
such a bizarre chapter.
He says, I'm doing a documentary on Sam Hyde. I told him, and Anissa was here. I said, that's a huge mistake. Do not do it. You guys, I don't know who, I said, do not do it. Like, trust me. Because Sam's the type of guy who's going to get the best of you, really, no matter what. And it turns out he did. And he's even crazier than Ian anticipated.
Right.
He absolutely, I think it just broke him. And I mean, Sam Hyde's like super ultra right. So maybe he's just, I don't know. I'm like Sam Hyde now, apparently.
I was talking about it in the...
I don't think Sam thinks very highly of Jewish people either. So I don't know.
I was talking about it in the office the other day, but I didn't know who Sam Hyde was until iDubbbz brought him back in the spotlight.
That's it.
I think a lot of people didn't know who he was, and he kind of brought him back into the limelight, and kind of now he's like popular again.
Yeah, he's popping. And that's all thanks to Ian. Now, I'll say Sam is an extraordinarily funny guy that inspired me a lot when I was coming up.
Now, chat, you have to remind yourselves that Ethan Klein has a N-word compilation that is like 50 minutes long. Okay, so if you want to understand where he got his inspiration from, also very funny, incredible.
But he's
Glazing
also
Sam
like
Hyde.
he's just a little crazy. That's
little crazy. He's just a little crazy.
And also like extremely right wing. And potentially a Nazi as well. Potentially a Nazi. I mean, he had when he did the World Peace show, there was a sketch where it was just a bunch of kids going, Jews, we love Jewish people. And I was like, this makes me very uncomfortable. But that's that. Sam Hyde, congratulations. You did break Ian's brain.
Wow, praising Sam Hyde. Another thing Ethan Klein learned from Destiny. And this is, this is kind of like this is really the ultimate sign of Ethan's decline, right? Like, the reason why Ethan is bringing up Sam Hyde is because Sam Hyde is a fascist Nazi who has made death threats against Hassan, who has led a hate mob and a stalking mob against iDubbbz and his partner Anissa. And Ethan Klein, it's the same reason why he's constantly bringing up and promoting Destiny and advocating for Destiny to be unbanned on Twitch. Because to Ethan, there is nothing he's not willing to do to hurt people that he doesn't like. All right? He learned that from his the state that he loves to support. To Ethan Klein, if you don't like him, then him allying with Nazis, him allying with stalkers, him allying with the scum of the world is justified because you hurt his little feelings. You think his supporting of Israel is bad. And this is in a nutshell why he's losing. Because unless you're parasocially attached to Ethan or parasocially attached to Hassan, negatively parasocially attached. Like, this is one thing that people don't understand about parasocial relationships, is that they go both ways. Most of the time when you think of parasocial relationships, you think of people that are super fans of someone that they saw on the internet or on movies or on television, or musicians or politicians or whatever. People become super parasocially attached. They have these one-way relationships with a public figure in mass media. But it doesn't have to be positive. It could also be negative. It could also be hating someone, creating an enemy in your mind of someone who you don't have a real relationship with. And Ethan Klein and the content nuke and Ethan Klein's positions against Hassan literally have completely and utterly failed. And they will continue to fail. But he thinks they're succeeding. But why does he think they're succeeding? Because everybody who's parasocial with Ethan or parasocially against Hassan is piling on and telling him he's the most special king and he's so right and it's working so well. And so he's created this bubble. And the thing is, there are a lot of large creators and there are forces that are opposed to Hassan because Hassan is a left-wing content creator. Hassan is a large content creator for the left. And so everybody who's politically opposed to him has a stake in his downfall. Ethan Klein, what do you stand for? No one gives a shit about Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein is not part of any political movement. He doesn't represent any kind of political thought. He's not an organizer. He's not a real political commentator. He's a cringy, has-been YouTuber. He stands for nothing but his own pocket. And so when he fights with Hassan, he's going to have a lot of natural allies. Allies are, namely, the people that are opposed to left-wing thought. And so he ends up in bed with a lot of fascists, a lot of Nazis. And here he is, absolutely opportunistically allying himself with a Nazi and a dangerous stalker freak who was engaged in an abusive relationship with an underage girl, so a neo-Nazi pedophile. But because he can hurt iDubbbz, because he can hurt Anissa, he's willing to do it. I want you to understand that there's no bottom for Ethan. There's absolutely nothing he won't do because he believes in nothing, and he's just fundamentally at his core. And this is where I disagree with a lot of the people in this fight. He's a bad person, guys. You're not a good person because of how you act in good times. You're not a good person in the way you act towards your friends and your family and the people that you rely on or you have a stake in. You're a good person based on how you treat people you have absolutely no connection to. It's how you treat people that you have power over. It's how you treat people that are even opposed to you. And like, you know, listen, I get it. When you have a relationship with someone, you inherently are biased in their direction. And it's going to take iDubbbz, and it has taken Hassan a very long time to get over the fact that Ethan isn't who you thought he was, man. Ethan Klein ain't it, man. Now with me, I never was friendly with Ethan. I was never friendly with Ethan. I was only friendly with Destiny for one day, right? Like, that is literally true. So I've never been confused about who these people are. And I have spoken the truth about these people since day fucking one. And the reason why I'm not friendly with them is because I see people for who they are. It's not to say I'm infallible. Sometimes I get tricked, but people reveal themselves to me. And when they reveal themselves to be scumbags, they will reveal themselves to be dipshits. I have absolutely no problem saying it and telling it like it is. Character is how you treat someone who could do nothing for you. Exactly. And Ethan Klein doesn't have any character.
So,
what a pathetic fucking loser. What a pathetic fucking loser. There's really nothing more to say. Oh, thank you, Algorithm. Thank you, Algorithm, for promoting Sam Hyde, Algorithm. Thank you, man. Wow, look at that. Neo-Nazi pedophile right to the top of the algorithm. Now, listen, like, people, you know, I don't want you to bully Ethan. It's not about bullying Ethan for his tics or whatever, but the reality of who he is best expressed by this clip.
We are not defending what Israel did in Gaza since October 7th. Like, the way they handled that has just been awful. Yeah. I don't even have words, you know? We've never once defended what happened there.
I mean, I've even been like, yeah, I mean, I think I've even called it a genocide, and I can definitely understand. I definitely think it might be, you know? It depends on... I don't need to keep continually...
Okay, I don't know what message he got. But the reality is that if you think a state is doing a genocide, then you go and say, I'm going to do a PR tour of Israel to show you how good it is. I want you to try to line this up in your mind for me, chat. Help me out here. Let me know how this goes. Let's link this. Let's think this together for a second. Israel's doing a genocide, but you want to show the world how nice Israel is? Isn't that the exact same thing as if somebody was like, listen, sure, Germany's doing a genocide against the Jews, but let me show you how great Berlin is. Let me show you the beer halls of Munich. And if you're a white Aryan German, Germany is a paradise. Like, what the fuck are you talking? Like, can you imagine an American? Because there's a lot of Americans of German heritage or German descent. Can you imagine, like me, for example, I have German lineage. Imagine if in World War II, you know, I went back to Nazi Germany saying how great it is. Wouldn't you rightly call me a Nazi propagandist? Wouldn't you say that I'm giving space and aid and comfort to a genocidal state? Wouldn't you say that I'm a bad guy? It's insane. It's like a white Southerner going, I'm going to show you how great Jackson, Mississippi is if you're a white man. People say that it's some sort of racial apartheid. Let me show you how great the South is if you're white. If it's going to South Africa in the middle of the apartheid and say, hey, it's pretty good if you're white. It's pretty good. It's pretty good country if you're white. Lots of freedom if you're white.
Healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza when I say
You literally told Hassan to go to Gaza. You called Hassan a coward for not going to Gaza. You told all of us who support the Palestinian people to go to Gaza. And when Americans do go to Gaza and tell you what goes on there, you ignore it.
how great multicultural it is?
We
did
never
you think
defended
that?
how Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th, not even once. We never co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making though?
What?
That you're talking about how nice Israel is, but
Israel proper is different from Gaza.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Millions
right now, say
Muslims in Israel.
I guess that's where the
Yes, and they live as second-class citizens. Like, they live as second-class citizens. Like, here it goes. Israel's apartheid against Palestinians, a cruel system of domination and a crime against humanity. This was from 2022, before October 7th. From Amnesty International. Palestinians treated as a demographic threat. Palestinian citizens of Israel who comprise 19% of the population face many forms of institutionalized discrimination. In 2018, discrimination against Palestinians was crystallized in a constitutional law which, for the first time, enshrined Israel exclusively as the nation state of the Jewish people. The law also promotes the building of Jewish settlements and downgrades Arabic status as an official language. The report documents how Palestinians are effectively blocked from leasing 80% of Israel's state land as a result of racist land seizures and a web of discriminatory laws on land allocation, planning, and zoning. The situation in the Negev region of southern Israel is a prime example of how Israel's planning and building policies intentionally exclude Palestinians. Since 1948, Israeli authorities have adopted various policies to Judaize the Negev, including designating large areas as nature reserves or military firing zones and setting targets for increasing the Jewish population. This has been devastating consequences for the tens of thousands of Palestinian Bedouins who live in this region. 35 Bedouin villages home to 68,000 people are currently unrecognized by Israel, which means they are cut off from the national electricity and water supply and targeted for repeated demolitions. As the villages have no official status, their residents face restrictions on political participation and are excluded from the healthcare and education systems. These conditions have coerced many into leaving their homes and villages in what amounts to a forcible transfer. Decades of deliberately unequal treatment of Palestinian citizens of Israel have left them consistently economically disadvantaged in comparison to Jewish Israelis. This is exacerbated by blatantly discriminatory allocation of state resources. A recent example of the government's COVID-19 recovery package, of which just 1.7% was given to Palestinian local authorities. Like, they treat even Palestinian citizens of Israel as second-class citizens. And again, they say this is a good thing, or at least a justifiable thing. A logical thing. Fucking pathetic, man.
When you hear the word apartheid, what do you think of? Probably the disturbing images of racial segregation between whites and blacks in South Africa, where a regime ruled by a racist white minority declared themselves officially superior to the black majority, then proceeded to dominate them. South Africa's apartheid system officially ended in the mid-1990s, but that doesn't mean apartheid can't happen elsewhere. Here, in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories, Palestinians are being forced off their land and out of their homes, separated and segregated by laws, walls, and checkpoints. They live in a constant state of fear and insecurity, and deliberately impoverished. While, on the other hand, Israeli authorities have given the Jewish Israeli population privilege over Palestinians in just about every facet of life. The question is, does this all amount to the crime of apartheid? First, the definition of apartheid. The crime against humanity of apartheid is perpetrated when particular serious human rights violations are committed with the purpose of establishing and maintaining a system of domination by one racial group over another and systematically oppressing them. But does this system exist in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories?
And there's been a growing debate about whether the situation in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories is apartheid. And now is the time for us, as the world's largest human rights organization, to offer up our analysis. Our findings and criticism are directed not at the Jewish people, but at the Israeli state. It's the Israeli state that put in place the policies that implement the laws and the practices that oppress Palestinians.
Well, Israeli leaders have been clear about their intentions from the beginning. In 1948, just before he became the first Prime Minister of Israel, Ben-Gurion visited Lifta and other Palestinian areas near Jerusalem that were completely emptied of Palestinian residents following attacks by Jewish forces. He stated, "There are no Arabs, 100% Jews. If we persist, it is quite possible that in the next 6 or 8 months there will be considerable changes in the country, very considerable, and to our advantage." More than 70 years later, then Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu posted on Instagram that Israel is not a state of all its citizens, but rather the nation-state of the Jewish people and only them. So, it's no surprise that Israel built a system of racially discriminatory laws, policies, and practices that privilege only Jewish people. And Palestinians, well, Palestinians live there too. They were there before Israel was established. But
by the way, the fact that I watched this video and I am promoting these ideas is exactly why Ethan Klein wants me deplatformed. Do you understand that? This is why he's trying to get me banned and Hassan banned. The fact that we will talk about this shit, the fact that we will show you the world's largest human rights organization calls this a fucking apartheid. That's why.
As we will explain, they've been trapped for decades in a system that treats them as a lesser, non-Jewish racial group. Before Israel was established in 1948, Palestinians comprised most of the population, around 70%, and owned the vast majority of private land, about 90%, in what was British Mandate Palestine. Jews, many of whom had emigrated from Europe, comprised around 30% of the population, and they and Jewish institutions owned about 6.5% of the land.
The port of Haifa in Palestine lies shattered by bombs and strewn with dead.
In the course of establishing Israel as a Jewish state in 1948, Israeli authorities acted to turn the situation on its head and were responsible for the mass expulsion of Palestinians and the destruction of hundreds of villages, forcing around 800,000 Palestinians out of their homes and lands. Thousands of Palestinians and Jews were killed in the context of attacks on civilians during this conflict. Today there are around 6 million Palestinian refugees who Israel denies the right to return to their homes. After the 1967 war, Israel occupied the Palestinian territories of the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and Gaza. Israel's brutal military rule, coupled with the establishment and expansion of illegal Jewish settlements, has coerced Palestinians into enclaves, creating further fragmentation and segregation. The objective? Maintain Jewish-Israeli hegemony and maximize control of land. In the city of Jerusalem, the Israeli official policy is to maintain at least a 60% Jewish majority.
If you've always felt a deep yearning for Jerusalem, now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity not only to stand within its gates, but also to build the home of your dreams there.
Did I see the FSU shooter was a deputy son? Yes, absolutely.
So where?
Like, look at this shit. Notice that it's in English, by the way. So it's basically trying to attract what? American settlers? Those are criminals.
All the Palestinians live now. 3.4 million live outside of Israel in the occupied territories, mainly in refugee camps in neighboring countries. 2.5 million Palestinians live in Israel and East Jerusalem, restricted to enclaves that make up around 3% of the entire area.
This is what Ethan Klein and Hila Klein say is freedom.
3 million Palestinians live in the occupied West Bank, but are only allowed to access 40% of the land to live and work. The rest of the area is for the Jewish Israeli settlers only. 2 million are trapped in the Gaza Strip, one of the most densely populated areas in the world,
which is now being systematically exterminated and attacked.
fragmentation of the Palestinian society and the dispossession of their lands are key pillars of Israel's apartheid system to maintain domination and control. But there's more. The unequal structure of nationality and status, restrictions on freedom of movement, use of military rule, denial of right to political participation or the right to peaceful protest, and cruel separation of families all add to the complex system that we see today.
The world in general hasn't woken up to the fact that there is an entrenched system of oppression against Palestinians across Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories, wherever they may live, by the Israeli state. It's a system that's been put in place and maintained for decades, and it's that system that is the root cause of so many of the violations, the misery and the suffering that millions of Palestinians face on a daily basis.
One way to understand this segregation and oppression is to look at the ID system. Jewish Israelis have only one ID card, with a status that grants them the right to live almost anywhere they wish in the country. They can move freely with access to healthcare and vast resources. Palestinians, on the other hand, have 4 types of ID cards, if any at all. The kind of ID card you are given determines the level of rights you can enjoy and controls where you can go and what you can do. If you hold a green card, you are subject to military rule. And if you have a green card with a Gaza address, it means you're trapped in a 365-kilometre square open-air prison under Israeli military blockade in place since 2007.
Yeah, the FSU shooter was another fascist. He was another right-wing fascist Nazi. Did he watch Asmongold? Did he watch Asmongold? Somebody find out. We need to find out if this guy watched Asmongold.
Israel controls what goes in and what goes out, from children's toys to medical.
Just waiting for BTT. That's not a good enough emote.
Supplies.
You need to put a outline around
90% of the people have no access to safe drinking water. 47% are unemployed.
I told you that yesterday.
56% live in poverty.
Like, look at this. Look at this right now. 90% have no access to safe drinking water. 47% unemployed. 56% into poverty. This is an intent to smash the Palestinian nation.
Palestinians with a Gaza ID are forbidden from going to Jerusalem in the West Bank, even if they have family there. Some people in the West Bank are considered to live there illegally and can be deported immediately to Gaza if found by the army, even if they have been in the West Bank for decades. Whereas, if you hold a green card which has a West Bank address, then you live here. This green card means you can live within specific enclaves surrounded by illegal Israeli settlements. And there's a separation wall and fences built around you since 2002, which Palestinians call the apartheid wall. It's 8 meters high in places and 700 kilometers long. That's twice the height of the Berlin Wall and more than 4 times its length. 80%
Look at the
of
United States. Look what the United States of America funds. The cringy, like, self-fellation of overturning the Berlin Wall. And this is what we support today.
It is built inside the West Bank, occupying even more Palestinian land. There are separate roads for Israelis and Palestinians, hundreds of checkpoints scattered throughout, not to mention the 54 years of occupation which has devastated the lives of millions of Palestinians. Palestinians with a West Bank ID can travel to Gaza or East Jerusalem, but only if they receive a permit from the military to do so. This blue ID is for Palestinians in East Jerusalem. They can travel to the occupied West Bank as well as to Israel, but they are not citizens of Israel. They have only been granted a residency status. This means that they cannot vote in Israeli national elections, and if they leave East Jerusalem for too long, for example, to study or work abroad or in other parts of the occupied West Bank, their residency is revoked, so they can't return. Since 1967...
So basically, the Israelis auto-deport Palestinians if they try to have any kind of connection abroad.
Israel has revoked the residency status of more than 14,600 Palestinians from East Jerusalem. Finally, Palestinian citizens of Israel. They have been through it all. They are the group that remained in Israel despite the ethnic cleansing in 1948. They lived under Israeli military rule that applied only to them and not Jewish Israelis for 18 years, between 1948 and 1966. They were made citizens but can never become nationals and enjoy equality unless they become Jewish, which the law prohibits.
Yeah, the law doesn't allow Palestinians to convert to Judaism. And the law doesn't recognize marriage between a Palestinian and an Israeli Jew. I want to repeat that again. A Palestinian cannot convert to Judaism, and a Palestinian marriage to an Israeli Jew is not recognized. The only way you can get that recognized is if you get married abroad and then use principles of what we know as comity, COMITY, to force Israel to recognize your marriage. So, but you can't get married in Israel, a Palestinian Arab, to an Israeli Jew. Is this not fucking insane? By the way, Ethan Klein thinks this is a great system. Great fucking system, Ethan.
They are the only Palestinians who can run and vote in Israeli elections, and they can move relatively freely.
And if you're a Palestinian, say from the West Bank, and you marry an Israeli Jew, Israel will not grant you a residency permit in Israel. I'll say that again. If you're a Palestinian from the West Bank or the Gaza Strip, and you marry an Israeli, Israel will not grant you a residency permit.
But the inequality against them was never dismantled, and they face daily institutional discrimination, including as members of parliament. And if this complex ID system wasn't enough to segregate the Palestinian community, in 2002, Israel introduced a law that prohibits family unification. That's right, denying Palestinians the right to live with their loved ones if their ID cards are different. And this woman is one of thousands of Palestinians who Israel will not issue any ID card. She can't travel, can't hug her family, only see them meters away across the border. Putting down roots, the family home, these are crucial parts of what make a strong community. To make sure Palestinian communities can't develop any further, Israel has made it almost impossible to grant building permits for Palestinian homes. So, Palestinians live in a catch-22 situation. In order to have shelter or develop their communities, they must build without a permit. And if they do so, Israel can demolish the structures on the basis that it was built without a permit. Right now, there are over 150,000 Palestinians currently living under the constant threat of demolition and forced eviction, many of them for the second or third time. In the West Bank, an average of 18 Palestinian structures were demolished every week in 2020. The same year, Israel issued 1,094 building permits for Jewish applicants, and only one for a Palestinian. This goes back to the heart of the issue. To maintain the state's character as Jewish, Israel systematically disadvantages Palestinians while privileging Jewish Israelis. This racist privilege has been enshrined in laws, policies, and practices, and it enables Palestinian resources to be taken in order to economically benefit Jewish Israeli citizens.
The system of apartheid is the Israeli state's oppression and domination of Palestinians on a daily basis. It's the laws, the policies, and the practices that it puts in place and then implements to control Palestinians' daily lives. And then the crimes of apartheid. The crimes of apartheid are those acts, those violations, those patterns of violations that Israel is committing to create and then maintain that system of apartheid.
Amnesty International and other rights organizations have been documenting patterns of human rights violations and international crimes for decades. These are the most visible and violent part of this system. At the end of May 2020, 4,236 Palestinians were held in Israeli prisons, and 352, including 2 children, were held without charge or trial. Between September 2000 and February 2017, Israeli forces killed 4,868 Palestinians in the occupied Palestinian territories, including 1,793 children, outside the context of armed conflict. And Amnesty International is not aware.
And they've killed tens of thousands of children since October 7th.
case in which an Israeli soldier has been convicted of willfully causing the death of a Palestinian in the occupied territories since 1987.
Not one conviction for murder since 1987. Not one.
This imbalance of rights, justice and accountability is never more clear than when a Jewish Israeli life appears to have more value than a Palestinian's. Israel's apartheid and its cruel and prolonged strategies deliberately disadvantage Palestinians wherever they live. They cannot claim and enjoy equality with Jewish Israelis.
Look, everyone can make a difference. Together, we need to speak out on behalf of Palestinians. We need to speak about the human rights violations that they are suffering. We need to talk about the apartheid, the system of apartheid to which they are subjected. Because by campaigning together, putting pressure on the Israeli state, we can have this system of apartheid dismantled. Join us, join our campaign. Everyone has the power to make a difference.
There you go, chat. I mean, and these videos get algorithmically smashed, and the guy who appeared in it, really incredibly brave. I'm sure they've been targeting this guy and trying to ruin his life. Like the dehumanization. You know, we use the phrase second-class citizen, but that doesn't even begin to describe the way that Israelis treat Palestinians. And so now that we have it, so when Ethan Klein goes out there and says, I want to show you, oh, listen, I'm not supporting what goes on in Gaza, but let me show you how great Israel is. That is what he's supporting. Apartheid, racism, genocide, oppression. So far, the price tag, I mean a large-scale attack on the Palestinian Authority, causing them to fear that everything is about to collapse. Fear is what brings them to, hold on, but then the world will say that we're the aggressors. But they could say whatever they want. Aren't you afraid of what they'll say, BB? Especially today with the U.S.? I know how they are. America is something that you could easily maneuver and move in the right direction. And even if they say something, then they say something, so what? 80% of Americans support us. It's absurd. Look, I wasn't afraid to confront Clinton. I wasn't afraid to go against the UN. What happened with the Oslo Accords? The Accords which were ratified by Parliament, I was asked before the 96 elections, will you fulfill them? I said yes, subject to reciprocity and minimizing pullouts. I gave my own interpretation to the agreements in such a way that will allow me to stop the race back to the 1967 borders. How do we manage to do this? Nobody defined what military facilities are. So I also define them as being security zones. The entire Jordan Valley for me is a military facility. The Bet Shean Valley. You see? Go figure. But then there was the question of who will define these military facilities? I received a letter from the Secretary of State, Ward Christopher, to me and to Arafat at the same time, saying that Israel and Israel alone will define the military facilities, their locations and size. Now they didn't want to give me this letter, so I refused to ratify the Hebron Accords of 1997. I stopped the government's meeting. I said I won't sign. And only when the letter has arrived during that meeting, to me and to Arafat, I signed the Hebron Accords. It's better to give 2% than 100%, and this is the choice we face. You gave 2%, but you stopped the withdrawal rather than 100%. And so, basically, this is always, and this is the Prime Minister of today. This is who Ethan Klein thinks is beautiful or whatever the fuck. So, chat, there's this kind of like really interesting reaction to the content cop. There's like two reactions to it, right? The first reaction is the right-wing grifter sphere. And I searched H3 content cop just so I could get a general idea of what it looks like. So we have the content cop itself at 4.4 million views. We have Ethan's reaction to the content cop at 1 million. We have Destiny's reaction to the content cop at 191,000 views. We have Hassan's reaction to it at 432,000 views. And then we have this short.
Hey, I have something to show you. I cannot be interrupted. There's a new content cop.
What?
A new content
What?
content cop. I haven't heard that name in almost 10 years. Well, iDubbbz did a content cop on H3. Is this like when Gen X gets excited they're doing a Goonies remake? You're excited about this? I thought iDubbbz quit YouTube. No, he just stopped saying slurs. Exactly. I thought he quit YouTube. Look, a lot has changed on YouTube since 2015. Drama videos are now usually 5.5 hours long. iDubbbz is woke. So much has changed. I got married. I have 7 kids now. That's a weird amount of kids in a relatively short amount of time. I switched political ideologies, gosh, probably 7 times. Those kids really messed you up, huh? I was a different person back then. I'm so much better off now. I'm glad that era of YouTube is over. Do you want to watch it? Okay.
And that's kind of like the reaction overall, right? The like XQC got 98,000 on his reaction. There's a Hutch video with 12,000. Like there's my reaction. There's somebody posting my reaction to part of it. I didn't even really watch it. I did watch the whole thing, didn't I? Fuck. I did watch the whole fucking thing, didn't I? And sometimes it feels like I'm in a weird liminal space where I forget every single thing that happened on the stream. iDubbbz cringe H3 content cop has backfired spectacularly. Okay, Rev says Desu. Asmongold's favorite stream. Okay, first thing right off the bat, they know this is fake. They're a YouTuber. They know the extension is fake. They know the extension is not real. So right off the bat, they're lying to their audience. Okay, we gotta watch this. We gotta watch part of it.
Guys are here. So Tater gonna be discussing.
Listen, chat. This is a grown man who has chosen a lolly avatar to represent himself. This is the essence of an Asmongold viewer. I don't care. You can call me cringe till the day is long. You can say that I'm a fatso or whatever the fuck. I didn't pick an anime avatar of a lolly to represent myself. You fucking like. There's nothing you can say. There's nothing you can do. This is who you. Oh my god. Are they gonna ban this guy's channel in Texas? Are they banning this guy's channel in Texas? Because they ought to ban it. This guy's hard drive needs to be checked. Every single electronic device this man has ever owned needs to be quarantined immediately.
The H3 content cop that was uploaded by iDubbbz yesterday, and spoiler.
I just can't. It's gonna take me a minute. It's gonna take me a minute. I'm sorry. It's gonna take me a minute. Listening to a grown man's voice coming out of this. This is the side that's allied with Ethan Klein, by the way. This is Ethan Klein's defenders. Oh,
Spoiler alert, it's going absolutely terrible for iDubbbz. Now, in case you're not familiar...
is that true? Let's go to TikTok.com.
It's time to squeeze...
I'm just curious. Can someone show me how... can someone show me how it's backfiring? Can someone show me how it's backfiring? I'm legitimately, what's the evidence?
Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza when I say how great multicultural it is?
Did you think that how Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th? Not even once. We never co-signed what they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
For those of you who aren't familiar with H3H3, what just happened there was Ethan Klein has a button on his desk that costs him about $20,000 that when he presses it, it erases 20 seconds of the previously filmed stuff. The stream's on a 20-second delay, therefore it cuts the feed for a few minutes. It's similar to what you would see on the Super Bowl. So AB stuck up for a point, and either Hila or Ethan buttoned him, and then shortly after that, he is not seen again on stream. This took place around the 2-hour and 3-minute mark of the stream, and around the 2-hour and 9-minute mark, you can see AB's completely gone. But if you don't believe me, check it out.
Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm?
I buy the 20K, not that it cost 20K, but that Ethan Klein paid 20K. I mean, chat. If you were working for Ethan Klein, wouldn't you do it? I mean, AB didn't get all those watches for nothing, right? Every single one of his staff are there to grab as much cash as they can grab with both hands. You know what I mean? So yes, I'm it doesn't cost 20K to do that, but I'm 100% sure that Ethan Klein paid 20K for that. Like, I don't know what they're talking about. What's the backfiring? The only people that it's so-called backfired in are already anti-Hassan. As far as I'm seeing, like, I just think they're completely delusional. Like, I'd be willing to admit it, right? Like, they tried to brigade it and they failed. They just increased its relevance. Like, it's only boosting everybody who was in it even more. Like, look at this, 4.5 million views in less than 2 days. You get an hour timeout. You get an hour timeout.
With this once greatly respected content creator, over the past couple of years, he's been on a sort of...
Dan is the guy who sourced the button. He 100% fleeced Ethan. It probably costs like $2 or $3 grand, right? Like, you know, you have to buy... What do you need to do? You need to, like, change some settings in the stream so that it's a 20-second delay. That might even be an option in YouTube. I'm not even sure. Like, you string together, like, you know, you have a server that has like a video ready to play. Like, there's no way that it could possibly cost 20,000.
Journey that includes a lot of self-flagellation as well as trolls remorse, where he has openly condemned his old self, his old humor, and his old content, including
this is okay. So basically, the argument is, this is, ladies and gentlemen, how all these fascists work. iDubbbz is bad because he says saying the slurs are bad, and he regrets being a kind of a piece of shit when he was a kid. We call this growing up, and that's why the Rev says Desu and Asmongold are perfect representatives of the right. I've seen a lot of people being like, "Oh my God, Asmongold is so he represents the right. Oh my God, oh," and I'm like, that's actually good. I want Rev says Desu. I want Asmongold to represent the right wing. And they represent the right wing because they represent the permanent adolescence, failure to launch, man-child, right? Like, that's who they are. That's who they represent. They represent never having a girlfriend, being an incel, jerking off to porn all day, playing video games for the booba as opposed to the gameplay. They represent mediocrity. They represent filth. They represent basement dwellers that have given up on life, on anything that makes life worth living, okay? I want them to represent it. I want people to look at a grown man embodying an anime lolicon as a representative of the right. See, the right wing for the longest time had this at a perfect balance where they would feed off of these guys. They would bring these guys in to do memes online and troll anonymously and use them to boost their support among young men. But now they've gotten too much power. Now they're starting to want representation. And it's like, can you imagine? Just imagine for a second, a 40-year-old mother in suburban Philadelphia coming across this. I want you to imagine a swing voter, 40-year-old woman in suburban Philadelphia with 2 young kids coming across Rev says Desu or Asmongold. They will fucking flee into the arms of Bernie Sanders and AOC. They will browbeat anybody they can. They will be voting for socialists for the rest of their lives. Let alone if they had a son. Can you imagine a middle-aged woman coming across their son watching Asmongold? That would honestly be like, think about that as a parent. Like, think about that. Like, put yourself in the shoes of a parent and thinking about coming into your teenage son and he's an Asmongold fan or Rev says Desu fan. Would you not panic? Would you not legitimately panic? Would you not literally drop everything in your life to get the mental health treatment and care? It would be a situation of utter depravity and fear. It wouldn't just be cringe. It would be intervention worthy. So as far as I'm concerned, you represent the right. You are the right. You're right, Rev Uwu.
His very famous Content Cop series. Now, in case you're not familiar with that series, he went after some of the seemingly untouchable content creators and made videos that actually put dents in some of their careers. These were brilliant series filled with great criticism and also a lot of entertainment value. Original songs, parodies, skits, all that kept you paying attention while also receiving some very damning stuff about these content creators
Like the online right did really well highlighting some people having like emotional breakdowns who weren't very aesthetic in public situations and making them targets of mockery, right? Like the anti-SJW grift was incredibly successful for a variety of reasons, but there's no doubt that you could say that it was natural selection, a great move for the right wing for propaganda. We're now at, I want you to understand that this is the apotheosis. Yeah, that's how you say it. This is the apotheosis, the apotheosis, whatever the fuck I've pronounced the word, of the right wing. This is the utter peak. The vibes are shifting right now. I want you to understand, this is the moment the vibes shift. Quote me, link me, clip me. This is the height. Right now, today. It's all downhill from here. Donald Trump is going to, like the economy, chat. I don't think people understand what's going on with the economy. The ships that bring the treats, they get ordered like about a month or a little bit more than a month in advance. They're all being canceled. Your treaty treats are not coming. Your treaty treats are going to run out. The economy is going to crash. Donald Trump has crashed the economy. And we are wildy coyote running off the edge of a cliff, and the dust cloud is the only thing beneath our feet. It's already over. And so, you know, people like Asmongold, people like Rev Says Desu, they don't even see, they're incels. They don't know how the economy really works, right? They don't know how the economy actually exists. It's fucking Jover.
Featured in these videos. However, like I said, over the past couple of years, he's been on a self-help journey where he's essentially called his old self bad and said he wants to be a nice guy and care about people's feelings. In doing so, he deleted the entire Content Cop series and is now trying to be a better person. In fact, even his latest target of his final Content Cop series, Leafy, is someone he apologized to essentially, despite the fact people like this not wanting any sort of an apology from him. And even in the final swan song of his social media life before he's been banned off of everything, Leafy was mocking him right to the end. But with Creator Clash 3 coming up, a major project for iDubbbz, it seems he wants to generate some attention for this event, which kind of makes sense if you think about it, because Creator Clash 2 was a disaster, at least financially, where they had to fork in their own money just to meet the charitable goals of Creator Clash 2.
What happened with Creator Clash, I know more about this than other people, but they were incredibly generous to a lot of creators at the event, to the point that there was a large nut, and it was an unsustainably generous, like, you know, for people to like travel to the event and watch it and stuff. It was a structural mistake. It had nothing to do. The event was incredibly successful. They're just, Desu just doesn't know what they're talking about. Of course, they're a fucking idiot. A large nut, people don't. Okay, nut just means like money you need to break even, right? Like that's all, and it has to do with like investments you make and structural decisions you make, and a lot of these things were extraneous expenses they didn't need to pay and have nothing to do with the event in and of itself.
And I guess to accomplish that attention, he has revitalized, dug up the grave of the Content Cop series that he said he would never do again. Well, he was a hypocrite on that, and he decided to post.
Oh no, he changed his mind. First of all, he didn't apologize to. He didn't say that analyzing content was bad. You whiny little bitch. He said that the way he did it, using racial slurs, harassing people in person, being a fucking creep, being an incel, online incel type, and being just basically a mentally stunted child, he wanted to become a man and grow up, which you will never do. I mean, your chosen avatar is a lolly. Like, I mean, like, what? That's just amazing.
This the other day, and people immediately started speculating, who's it gonna be about? Who's gonna be the new target of this Content Cop? There was two names in particular I heard, Asmongold and Sam Hyde. And Sam Hyde, in case you didn't know, pretty much mind broke iDubbbz a few years ago. I don't think he's ever recovered since then. And also this
Sam Hyde mind broke him. Man, isn't it weird how Rev says Desu and all these weirdos also have the same talking points as our friend Ethan Klein? Isn't that odd? iDubbbz did not get his mind broken by Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde is a freak.
Content Cop was supposed to release on Sam Hyde's birthday, so it seems like he might have taken a very courageous stab at a guy who's very hard to go after. Well, that's not.
Why is Sam Hyde hard to go after? Why don't you elaborate on any of these points? I hate these fucking slop channels.
Did. Instead, as you know, it's on H3, aka Ethan Klein. Now, this was an obvious choice, and as the saying goes, sometimes the obvious choice is the correct one, and that was the case here. Now, I want to make two things.
Oh, wait, it was the correct choice. Oh, I thought it was a bad choice. I thought it was a bad voice. It was cringe and it backfired. It's the right choice now? I think you're forgetting what your title is. 2016 iDubbbz would have made of 2025 iDubbbz. People think this is like some sort of argument that's true. First of all, even if that was true, who gives a shit? 2016 iDubbbz sucks.
Very clear before we start talking about this.
Oh, by the way, this guy, hey, this is Asmod Gold's. By the way, you have 700,000 subscribers and you got 100,000 views on this. Not very good.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rip here. Welcome back.
I think you need to go back to your more popular videos. Your more popular videos. These are your more. This is your more popular videos. Your lolicon pedophile. Check this motherfucker's PC.
Number one, I am not a fan of H3. I used to enjoy his content back in the day, just like I did with iDubbbz as well, but they've both changed in many different ways, and I really have no stake in this fight. I also want to make it clear this is a pretty significant betrayal. These were two guys who clearly were pretty close friends at one time. They made content together.
Why isn't the betrayal like this is the thing about as you can see, chat, I tried to listen to this shit. It's so fucking boring. There is no evidence that anything backfired. Okay, hold on. Before I close it. Ugh.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here. So Tater and
I want to see the proof. Like, what's the proof that it backfired?
Not just to criticize iDubbbz and
oh, guys, Awk 20,000 says it. The Awk. See, it's the same for guys. His world is crashing and burning around him, huh?
That like-dislike ratio in the comments are as brutal as they are, despite the best efforts of Hassan to boost it.
By the way, it's just not true. This guy is a YouTuber. He knows that the extensions for dislikes are not the real dislikes. The dislikes have been removed from the forward-facing YouTube. There is no way to see what the dislikes are unless you go behind the scenes. And as I tweeted earlier today, and this is very simple and straightforward to look at, the editors have posted it. It has an 85.7% like to dislike ratio. That's why it's going massively viral. It has 4.5 million views in one day. It's because it's overwhelmingly popularly received, even with all the right-wing efforts to brigade it. You failed completely. It isn't 50-50 for likes, dislikes. It's overwhelmingly liked. You just failed, bitch. But have I considered lying OP? Truth even more OP.
Of Ethan's biggest haters over the years. People who make near daily content about him, his wife, even his own kids.
None of these people are big haters of H3. That's actually just not true. That's actually just not true. You're just making shit up. Lying is OP. They just lied about literally everything. Truth loses to lies every time? Not really. This cuck, again, I just want you to know, I've taken on these pathetic fucking loser cuck straight on, take their arguments on. Their arguments are false. They're lying. They're coping. People are overwhelmingly positive about the content cop. They're overwhelmingly positive about it. Period. Like, that's just the reality, bro. Sadly, the dislike. Wait, what did you say? Hold on. Dislikes are winning now. I don't know why people are so dumb. No, they're not. The extension is not real. I don't know how to explain this to you, and it's other than by showing you. How does the extension get its data? A combination of archive data from before the official YouTube dislike shutdown and extrapolated extension user behavior. That is not real. They say right there, it's not the actual dislikes. It's extrapolated by extension user behavior. It's not the dislikes. It's just a made up number. Do you understand that? So what you could say is, this is what the extension numbers show you. A made up number derived from the extension users who go watch that video. Who the fuck is trying to install the return dislike extension? That's weirdo shit. That's drama frog shit. Why do you want to see dislikes if you're somebody who's overwhelmingly more likely to dislike videos and engage in brigades? This is not real. Right now, video dislikes are cached and they aren't updated very frequently. It varies depending on a video's popularity, but can take anywhere between a few hours and a few days to update. In other words, it's made up. The extension collects the video ID of the video you're watching, fetches the number of dislikes and other fields like views, likes, etc. using your API. The extension that displays the dislike count and ratio on the page. If you like or dislike a video, that is recorded and sent to the database, so an accurate dislike count can be extrapolated. Do you guys know what extrapolated means? Here, let me just look it up for you. Extrapolate says extend the application of a method or conclusion, especially one based on statistics, to an unknown situation by assuming that existing trends will continue or similar methods will be applicable. In other words, it's just made up bullshit. It's not the actual dislikes, because the overwhelming majority of people using YouTube do not have the dislike extension. So it's only the population of dislike extension havers that are disliking the video. Overwhelmingly, duh. Which is why the only person who could see the real number of dislikes is the video content creator. And that has been posted. 85.7% like to dislike ratio. So the actual number of dislikes, if we go and look at it, there are 296,000 likes. Let's get our calculator out. 296,000. And roughly, if we just times that by 0.15, there are 44,000 dislikes. Like, this is just, it's just, they're raw. They're just pathetic. They're making shit up. And you're believing it. Don't believe this shit. Look into stuff. Look into it a little bit deeper. And like, ultimately, the only way, the ultimate measure of the popularity of content is the interactions. And when we look at the content nuke, it just didn't work.
Environment. It's calling
3.3 million views 2 months ago. 228,000 likes. Content Cop 1 day ago, 4.5 million, 296,000 likes. If anything, the dislike extension people are encouraging more people to like the video with their propaganda, increasing engagement, boosting it in the algorithm. 95,000 comments versus only 77. You guys have successfully made this video even more popular, even more engaging. And all that's going to happen, folks, is the people in this video are going to get even more of a boost. There are only 18K people using that extension. Wait, in the world? How do you know that? So at the end of the day, this has been a complete and utter defeat for Ethan Klein. These are not real. It is made up. And so you have these and by the way, every creator knows this. Every creator telling you that there's like a dislike bombing, like, oh man, the dislike ratio is crazy, is either profoundly incompetent and stupid and doesn't even know the basic facts about YouTube. And I'm not even a YouTuber, I'm a Twitch streamer. Or they're a liar. There's 18K reviews. Yeah, there's 6 billion viewers. How many people do you think you use YouTube? There are billions of people using YouTube. So you have the dislike extension percentage is like a microscopic fraction of the total number of users. And these videos go to all the users. Again, lying is OP, but you know what's even more OP? The truth. So Ethan Klein, you've been content copped. Imagine being such a hateful loser that you need to download an extension to see a fake number to help you cope with the fact your ideology is garbage. Yeah, well, they need to cope with the fact that they have to cope with the fact that Ethan Klein has been content copped. Ethan Klein has been smashed. And there's one more way to measure whether something is popular or not. And that's to look at Social Blade. I don't know why this thing fails. I don't know why it failed. I went right to it. Subscribers dropped another 10K over the last week. 20K. This is H3's podcast. Let's just take a look at iDubbbz. iDubbbz gained 10K over the last week. Since they posted this video, they gained 10K subscribers, arresting a decline that they were suffering. Whereas with Ethan Decline, it's just getting worse. Oof. Oof. Ah. Yikes. And the other thing is, this is the H3 podcast. We should compare with the video where the content nuke is at, down 50K. So on every possible objective metric, H3 has been hurt by the content nuke, and by every objective measurement, iDubbbz content cop has been an overwhelming, career reviving success. I think honestly, if I were iDubbbz, I would take dark woke and I would start content copying every single right-wing creator, Asmongold, Destiny. I would go down the line with every right-wing creator and just give them the content cop business. We are in an era of dark woke, and that is the world that we need. That's what my advice would be. And the next time I talk to him, I will tell him that. I will say, it's time to be... He should do a content cop of Destiny and bring me in there. That would be funny. Wake up, Destiny. And Denims can come back and we'll just do the exact same thing. Wake up, Destiny. We'll just have the exact same people. Wake up, Destiny. One thing I loved about the content cop was iDubbbz was saying something along of us leftists. Well, I mean, I just think that part of the reason that the left has not been as successful as it should be online is we need more mean people like myself. You know, a lot of leftists, you know, people hate me for this, by the way. People treat me like shit because I say this, by the way. People want me to be like, don't be ableist against Ethan. Oh, guys, we shouldn't do this. Meanwhile, people are calling me all sorts of names left and right? And going like, I don't know, he's a white man. And, you know, fuck that shit. We need more people that are a little bit meaner to our enemies and not always doing this hug box bullshit. We need a little bit more mean people. We need a little bit less of this hall monitor, rad lib bullshit, identity politics crap. And I think iDubbbz is exactly the type of guy we need. I'm not saying he shouldn't continue his growth. I'm not saying he should be a good person. But you could still be ready to stand up for yourself and stand up for what's right. And I think a lot of people wrongfully perceive the left as pushovers when we are the side of revolution. The left is actually the side of toughness and solidarity and fighting for what you believe in against impossible odds and winning. That's the reality I want to live in. That is the future I see for us. And we need more teeth. It doesn't mean we need to be scumbags, right? It doesn't mean we need to be dishonest. It doesn't mean we need to be racist or sexist or any of all that shit. But we need to stand up to these motherfuckers and expose them, just like he did. And quite frankly, I don't like Ethan Klein, but he's not nearly as bad as some of the other people that need content copped. Like, he's bad. Like, he's become a really pathetic loser, and he sucks. And his position on Israel-Palestine is pathetic. But compared to some of the other people that we need content copped, he's nothing. Thank you so much, Graham She's Homegirl, for the 25 gifties. How do we get AOC and Bernie to be meaner like you? I mean, they are, though. They really are, though. What do you think calling out oligarchy is about? It's about calling these fucking corporate Dems out. And that's what we need. There's a lot to farm there. Right-wing content guys are literally pretty easy. Like, can you imagine if he did a content cop of Think Before You Speak? Or a content cop of Rev Says Desu? Or a content cop of that other fucking anime right-winger guy? Or a content cop of, like, give me a break. Like, there's so many of these people are so grums. A content cop of grums? Like, it is a target-rich environment. And I understand the desire to be this elevated human being and be a kind person. And honestly, I kind of like the idea of reaching out to these people and their audiences, even if they slap away your hand, right? You can still take the high road while also giving these people the fuck. In fact, shooting from the high ground is advantageous. You want the high ground. You want the high road. You want to be shooting down on your enemy. Okay? Let them mire in the muck. Let them mire in the pit. And we'll be at the commanding heights shooting down on them, raining fire on them. You don't have to give up the high ground. In fact, the high ground is an advantage. What we don't want is you riding a high horse. And look at, you know, you're so right, petty time. When was the right wing on the back heels during the last election? It's when Tim Walz came out and said, these guys are fucking weird. That fired everybody up. We need that energy. We need that energy. And the one thing I will say about Ethan, the one thing that is truer than true about iDubbbz is that iDubbbz, he's in a long-term relationship. He's in shape. He fights. He is a great representative of exactly the type of energy we need. And so in many ways, I look up to a lot of what iDubbbz has been able to do. And I need to, honestly, in my own life, I need to, engage in that some kind of behavior. I need to get to the gym like he does. I need, it takes a lot of, he fought a lot of really tough guys in Content Cop. Like, that took a lot of balls. He didn't give himself easy fights. He gave himself guys that were tougher and stronger and better fighters. It's fucking crazy. If I was running a boxing, thing, I wouldn't do that. I would try to fight people I hate, I'd be like, hey, Nick. What's that one Nick guy? I would fight that Nick guy. And oh my God, would I train? Oh my God. If I see, as I've said, the Oreo guy. Yeah. What I was saying, like, if I were to do something like this, like, if I were to ever, like, I don't want to box. I boxed when I was younger. When I was 18, I boxed. I was in exquisite shape. I would run 10 miles, and I would, and the thing about boxing is I was like light as fuck. What was I? What was my weight class? I was like look it up. I want to say I was a lightweight. Yeah, no, I was a super lightweight, somewhere around that. Lightweight, super lightweight, maybe a welterweight sometimes. I was in that range. So, Mike, you got your start with simple stuff first, like setting up your camera. It's so true. What I'm trying to say though is if I was boxing, I would 100% be there to hurt the opponent. I wouldn't be there to fight in some sort of like honorable combat for content. It would be there to fight someone I hate so I could hurt them. That would be my plan. That would be my style. What position did I play at hockey? I was a winger. If you lost, that'd be really tough though. The only way I would lose is from DQ. Saying again, the only way I would lose a fight that I agreed to would be from DQ. I would pull a fucking Mike Tyson. I would bite an ear off. I would headbutt. I would drop an elbow on his forearm. I mean, there's no fucking way I would allow anybody I would fight to walk out clean. All right? Like, and beat me. If I was being out punched, I would cheat. Like, so that's the thing about me doing those things. I wouldn't do those. I would be a villain. I would step on their instep. You know what I mean? Like, every dirty thing you could do in boxing, I would do if I felt like I was behind. So don't, I would be gooning it up. I would be the most hated boxer. Unless I was beating the shit out of them, in which case I would just take the win. Anyway, what were we going to say? Oh, yeah, I just wanted to say, LOL, legendary and easily confirmed. Mike, did you see the Hansons play exhibitions games?
Dougie! Doug! Come on, your son. Who the is this guy? Christ. Wow, nice wheels, boy. Me and these are my friend. They're his gay brothers. What, you never seen figure skates before?
We love hockey, don't we, folks?
Hey, howdy.
I don't know what you sweethearts are all laughing at.
1 in 9 last time I checked, so shut the fuck up and let this guy have his shot, all right?
Coach, you're not actually gonna let this guy join the team. You're not joining the fucking mousecapades, right, buddy?
You're not trying enough for the escapades.
Spit it out. You're a big boy. Use your big boy words.
I love hockey. Oh, man. The amount of brain damage I've gotten from that game. That's my whitest feature, chat. My whitest feature is loving hockey. Off topic, but gamers about to act up. Pre-orders for the Switch 2 will begin on Thursday, April 24th, 2025. At launch, the price for the Nintendo 2 Switch in the US will remain as announced at April 2nd at $449.99, and the Nintendo Switch 2 Plus Mario Kart World Bundle will remain at $499.99. Pricing for both physical and digital versions of Mario Kart World and Donkey Kong will also remain unchanged at launch. However, Nintendo Switch 2 accessories will experience price adjustments from these announced on April 2nd due to the changes in market conditions. Other adjustments to the price of any Nintendo product are also possible in the future depending on market conditions. So the only way to get Mario Kart World for $50 is if you buy the bundle. These motherfuckers. These motherfuckers.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. This is Democracy Now!,
Oh, yeah. The Israelis killed a Cannes winner, which is a film festival. She won her she won with her film on Gaza, and she was killed by a targeted Israeli strike the next day. This is absolutely one of the most evil pieces of shit moves ever done in the history of this fucking planet. Let's watch this because we just have to cover this story. It's really gross.
democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Fatma Hassona was a 25-year-old photographer and artist from Gaza who documented the devastating impacts on Israel's war on Gaza. She's also the subject of a new documentary called Put Your Soul on Your Hand and Walk. On Wednesday morning, Fatma was killed along with at least 9 members of her family in an Israeli airstrike on her home in northern Gaza. Fatma was killed a day after the documentary was accepted at the Cannes Film Festival. This is part of the trailer of the film.
Where are you now?
I'm in North Gaza. This is my neighborhood. No one lives here or there or there. There's no one.
When the war started on October 7th, I was traveling around the world, presenting my last film that talks about a war I've personally experienced as a teenager in Iran. I decided to go to Cairo.
Oh, she didn't win yet. She was selected to appear at the festival. Oh, okay. Thank you for correcting me.
In order to cross through Rafah, but I couldn't because all the roads to Gaza were blocked. Instead,
yeah, okay. Cannes selects film on Gaza. Photographer Fatma Hassona. A day later, she's killed in an Israeli strike. So yeah, they selected her film to be at Cannes, and then they killed her the next day.
I started filming Palestinian refugees who were just arriving from Gaza. Through one of them, I came to know Fatem.
I'm a photographer.
Yes, I saw your photos. Meeting her was like a mirror held in front of me that made me realize how much both our lives are conditioned by walls and wars.
Part of the trailer of the new documentary, Put Your Soul on Your Hand and Walk. We're joined now by the film's director, Sepida Farsi, award-winning Iranian filmmaker who's speaking to us from Paris. Sepida, welcome to Democracy Now! Our deepest condolences on the death of Fatma Hassona, who you were introducing the world to even further in this new documentary. Can you tell us who she was, what she did, and how she died?
Hi, Amy. I'm so devastated. It's really hard to... I can't believe she's gone. I don't know how to talk. I met her a year ago as
as you heard in the trailer. Sorry. And
take your time. I know how unbelievably, horrifyingly difficult this is. As I watched your documentary, I mean, the time you have spent with her on over Zoom, trying to talk, reconnect, the fear every single time you reached out to her that this might be the last conversation is just, that is the feeling you have throughout this documentary as will Sepideh reach her again. And what an unbelievably radiant smile, Fatma, in describing the most difficult situations that her family was in and the number of people that have died around her. That is what infuses the entire documentary.
Yes, she was exactly as you described her, Amy, a solar person, you know, radiating, very brave, resilient, young also, hopeful, sometimes in despair, but generally very strong, optimistic, and very with huge integrity. When I of course, throughout that year, it was a year of connections on and off, and very often, as much as we could. Many times I feared for her life. Every day I wrote to her if she couldn't connect, at least we would exchange some text and audio messages and photos, anything we could. And most of the time we would connect to talk, and I would film the video calls. And yes, every day and every night I feared for her life. And somehow by the end of this period, and when the selection was announced and I had started I told her 2 days ago, just the day before she left us, she was killed, that the film was selected. She was immensely glad. I said, do you accept to come? She said, yes, on the condition that I go back to Gaza afterwards. I want to be there. The Israeli occupation wants us to leave. I do not want to leave. I will keep my land and my house like the other Palestinians. But we were trying to get her out, at least for the film's presentation. And a day after I just learned the news, I can't believe it. I can't tell you how devastated I am. And we lost a great person.
Khan put out a statement. Is it pronounced ASID, the ASID team?
Yes.
That said about Fatma Hassouna after she was killed, her smile was as magical as her tenacity, bearing witness, photographing Gaza, distributing food despite the bombs, mourning and hunger. We heard her story, rejoiced at each of her appearances to see her alive. We feared for her, they said. So if you can tell us how she came to pick up her camera. And one of the just so poignant through this documentary is we meet one by one, even your surprise, in meeting her family members who happen to be in the space she's in wherever she manages to connect to.
Isn't this so fucking disgusting? Isn't this so disgusting that this is the way our society is now operating? It's supporting a genocidal state that just exterminates everyone. And people everybody knows it too. You know, it's kind of making me reflect on what I thought I knew about World War II and Nazi Germany. For the longest time, I always bought the liberal lie that most Germans didn't really know what was going on. But now that I live in this world where there's a genocide going on, I know exactly what's going on. Like, I know exactly, everybody knows what's going on. No one is confused. It's just some people don't care. Some people really like it. And the vast majority of us are against it, but we're powerless to stop it through the traditional means of having our voices heard. And we're all faced with the reality of we're being ignored. And the people we thought were there to represent us are ignoring it or absolutely participating in it. And we have to ask ourselves, what do we do to stop it? And when I say powerless, I mean powerless in the sense of going through the system and operating as we're supposed to operate, right? You know, protesting, calling our representatives, running for political office, voting. None of that works. Both parties were the parties of genocide. The major corporations are united in profiting from it. The system itself is locked into this policy, and you and I, even though the vast majority of people don't support this shit, we're locked in.
We meet her brother. We meet her dad. We look at them looking at you, who has uncovered a woman speaking to her in Paris or wherever you are. But she, all her life, has only been in Gaza.
Yes, exactly. This was a big thing for me also, and for her. I shared it with her in the sense that I had many moments of doubt, of feeling guilty, of doubting whether or not I should, exchange and share with her all of my travels and my adventures and what I was up to. And at some point, I thought that it was my way of contributing to giving her something she didn't know yet, because she never had a chance to be out of Gaza. And the first time we met, she was telling me, "Oh, you're from Iran. One of the cities I would love to see is Tehran." And I told her, "I cannot go back to Tehran myself." And she's like, "Why?" I said, "Because of political reasons." It was such an absurdity to her. She couldn't even imagine how other people than Palestinians could be locked out of their country, whereas these people are locked in their country and cannot go out. I mean, it was such a contrast between what I was living and she was living, and we put up with it, and we built the whole film and our relationship around this discrepancy of our experiences. And I think that was one of the points that it was very rich in our exchanges, that I do not believe in God and she did, and I am in exile and she was stuck in her country. And so it was even more, moving, I think, for me, and I believe for her as well. She the first time I told her, "You're so young."
At this point, Israel is not even trying to hide what they're doing, call it what it is. It was a hit, an assassination. No, it's a genocide. Part of what you do when you do a genocide is you destroy the art, the culture, the intellectuals, anything that makes a nationality distinctive. You target that for destruction. You destroy hospitals so that you could increase the death, right? You make the land unlivable so you could displace the people. They are intentionally destroying her because she is a representative of Palestinians and world culture. Israel's goal is to kill them all, and they're never going to stop.
"Young, you're my daughter's age." I said, "Oh, you could be my mother." It's like, and she was so spontaneous, so generous, and so systematic in her documenting the genocide also, and in her vision of what they were going through. Such a clarity, despite her young age, or because of her young age, I don't know, maybe.
We're showing her photographs, by the way, as we talk to you. I want to ask you how you met, but can you tell us how she died first this week?
I still keep asking myself the question whether there was a link between the film selection in Cannes and just a day later, her house being hit. Well, the house was hit by a bomb. People say it was targeted. I do believe that it could be the case, given the high number of the journalists and photographers in Gaza who've been killed by the Israeli army. So I think this one time, it could be one of these cases. Of course, I do not know more than that. I would love an investigation to be done to find out, because she was so dear to me and to many of us. But the fact is that the bomb was launched on our house, and the whole house was destroyed. She and 9 other members of her family.
Oh, Chad, that reminds me. We are 4 hours into the stream, and I have to do my one mandatory thing, some announcement that I wanted to tell you guys. I think I want to stream tomorrow and probably Sunday as well. So make sure, if you've been looking for someone to watch on Saturday and Sunday, I am committing to doing more streams this weekend. Maybe we could chill and watch some videos. Maybe we could laugh at more chuds. I feel like I got behind on politics this week because of so much Ethan Klein shit. And I'm not saying I won't talk about Ethan Klein. I will continue to make fun of Ethan Klein forever. But I make sure that you're following and you're ready for tomorrow. We're gonna do some more streaming at the usual time. So yeah, we're definitely going to be streaming this weekend. Oh, is Hassan is in Coachella anyway? He might take the day off too. Oh, okay, great. We'll do even more streaming. Is the Insurrection Act on April 20th a thing or TikTok rumors? I don't think there's any evidence to believe it, but Donald Trump is a fascist, so there's nothing that he could do that would surprise me at this point. We will be here at 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern. And we may, if Hassan never comes on, I might stream for like 12 hours. All right. Because I watch Hassan, so if there's no Hassan, why am I getting off? I'm going to keep going. So we're going to have some nice long streams over the weekend. I think I'm going to make it a regular thing. I don't know why I stopped streaming in the morning on the weekend. I think it was a little bit of, maybe taking some time off. But when I reflect over this, these years, I realize that a lot of the time on the weekend, I would just like wake up and do a lot of the same shit anyway. So I might as well just go live. You know what I mean? So yeah, let's make sure you hit that follow button. We're gonna work in more Saturdays and Sundays. If I'm really tired, yeah, Casey says you did a lot of moving. Yeah, and I've been moving around and I live, doing all sorts of other shit. But I just feel like, why not? Let's stream a little bit more. Let's push ourselves. I want to push my content to the next level, chat. I want us to keep growing. I'd love to hit 10K live concurrent viewers on a regular basis. And I feel like if I'm going to do that, I need to make a bigger push. I need to take more opportunities. I need to keep pushing for more, do more interviews, do more crossovers, do more collaborations, just more streaming overall, more posting on other platforms. Just, want to set high goals for ourselves in the long run, not necessarily right away. And, yeah, we're definitely going to work on the, the streaming room and all sorts of stuff like that. Anyway, by the way, chat, if you enjoy the content, please consider supporting it by subscribing at tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you can attach that to your Twitch account. You get 1 free sub a month. That's your Twitch Prime sub. Will I ever go on Hassan stream in person? I've been on Hassan stream a number of times, actually, already, Javon. But yeah, I will probably get in there soon. Are you going to take 6 months to set up the stream room? Yes, but it's already been that 6 months, so I'm running out of time. The Black Ozarkian, thank you for the 5 tier 1s. Anyway, chat, if you enjoy the content, please consider supporting it. It's the single best way to support the stream. It pisses off all of our enemies. Ethan Klein, Destiny. One of the things I really love, and I really do appreciate Ethan Klein for doing, is they admitted that they look at my metrics. They look at my subscriber count. They look at my sub count. They look at my average viewers. And so my number one motivator in life, chat, is spite. When you piss me off, when you treat me poorly, my number one motivator in life is spite. If I'm just working for myself, I'll procrastinate. If it's only going to be for me, I'll procrastinate. But when I have an enemy, when I have somebody who wronged me, when I have somebody who's rooting against me, that gives me a fifth gear. That gives me a second wind. It's like, if it's just for me, I can relax and take a break. But if it's to fuck you over, an enemy who's fucked with me, then my energy is infinite. Ghosted RS, thank you for the 5 tier 1s. Malseth, thank you for the 5 tier 1s. Granddaddy Chill, thank you for the 5 tier 1s. Pakistani Loverboy, thank you for the 5 tier 1s. And Hammond Fist, thank you for the 20 bomb. And Lord Eastwood, thank you for the 10. Thank you everybody for subscribing. We got some new subs here. Really do appreciate you guys. Mike, you should give up and everyone hates you. You're welcome. Thank you. So I've decided to kick it into fifth gear. I need to take up more space. That's my reality. I need to take up more space, and I'm going to take up more space. For the longest time, I have approached streaming with this kind of mind towards solidaristic attitudes. And I've actually realized that the secret to streaming is taking up more space. So let's take up more space. 7 days a week, baby. So hit that follow button. Be here tomorrow.
including all
Gandalf, they
those
give you the
whom I
10 tier
knew,
ones.
died. I'm trying to learn.
Maybe
There
like
might
us.
be
Maybe we
that
can.
her parents or one of the two parents are still alive, badly injured. I'm still looking for news. I do not know, but for sure the number of deaths is 10 and the injuries 11. And I will never know, I think, until we do an investigation, why that house was hit.
And Sepideh, how did you meet Fatma?
As I explained in the trailer and the beginning of the film, I at some point touring the world with my previous film, the animation, The Siren, I was following the news of the war, of course, on Gaza, and to begin with, October 7th, and then all that unfolded afterwards. And a piece of that puzzle was missing. Well, you see my cat, who's in the film, sorry, she's always in the image. A big piece of the puzzle was missing for me, and that was the Palestinian point of view and the Palestinian narrative. And at some point, it became so unbearable to me that I decided to go to Gaza through Rafah. So I went to Cairo to pass through, but it was already too late. Plus, I have a French passport.
Hopefully not to give not too much space, as Hassan has inspired me to start political streams. Good luck.
Born in Iran.
I heard Destiny say Mike setting up the Canvio got him, would kill him. Honestly, it would.
It was not possible. And so I started working with Palestinian refugees in Cairo, and through one of them I was introduced to Fatem online, and that's how it started. And it was immediate. Connection was immediate.
And talk about why she first picked up this camera. I mean, unbelievably dangerous. She has died with so many members of her family, but other members of her family, like her grandfather, her uncle, also died while she was alive in this last year and a half.
I think part of the Palestinian destiny or the Gazawi destiny is that they knew there's this fatality. I would refuse to accept it, but I think they had this, you know, when she says in the film, she says, they cannot defeat us because we have nothing to lose. It's so enormous to hear. It takes time to take it in and to realize what she means. Now I realize what she meaning. I mean, of course you have your life to lose, but I think there's this fatality they're prepared for. So yes, she had lost 13 members of her family, if I remember correctly, in January 2024 already. She told me about them one by one. She named them and their ages and all in the film in several times. And despite that, she would not give up taking photos and documenting, and that was essential to her. Writing also, because she was also a poet, as you said, but photography, I think, was her main and most serious activity. I did ask her whether she would like to continue music, because she also sang and writing, and she said, no, photography is the most important for me. And she herself described her camera as a gun. She said, you know, like the sniper who ups the gun and shoots, I lift my camera and I shoot a photo, and it is essential to document this war and the genocide. And she kept saying that all the time. So I think it was very important to her that her photos and her work generally, texts also, would remain and be relayed and shared with larger audiences. And that's what I will be trying to do by all means.
Do you have her poem in front of you that you could read?
I can find it.
We're talking to Sepideh Farsi, the award-winning Iranian filmmaker. She's based in Paris. Her new documentary film, Put Your Soul in Your Hand and Walk.
What a pro.
Features Fatma Hossana, who died this week. She told Fatma the day before she died in an Israeli airstrike with, it's believed, 9 members of her family, that the film had just been accepted at the Cannes Film Festival and she wanted her to be there. Did you find the film, the poem?
Yes, this is one of her poems, The Man Who Wore His Eyes. I don't have a CV to recognize 2 eyes, mysterious, and I believe. I do not have a story, one clear for a stranger to believe it, and he believes. I have no physical characteristics complete to fly outside of this gravity, and I believe. Maybe I'm ushering in my death now before the person standing in front of me lifts his sharp sniper rifle, and it ends, and I'm done. Silence. Are you a fish? I did not answer when the sea asked me. I didn't know where these crows came from and pounced on my flesh. Would it have seemed logical if I said yes? Let these crows pounce at the end on a fish. She crossed, and I did not cross. My death crossed me, and a sharp sniper bullet. I became an angel for a city, huge, bigger than my dreams, bigger than this city. I became a poetry saint.
We're ending the show. I want to thank you so much. We'll post the poem online. Sepida Farsi, the award-winning documentary filmmaker, Fatma Hassouna, the subject of her film, has been killed.
It's an absolutely disgusting fucking world we live in, that these people are denied their humanity because grubby politicians in America want to get a little bit of campaign money. Isn't that pathetic? That little grubby politicians in America are too afraid to speak the truth. And it's just a fucking joke. Well, if it makes you feel any better, Donald Trump is destroying this country with the dumbest fucking tariff and trade policy that has ever been developed in the history of humanity. So we're going to friend of the show, Adam Conover, to talk about just how fucking stupid these tariffs really are.
So ever since Trump's Liberation Day tariff announcement, the global economy has been on a roller coaster ride of stupid. First, the stock market crashed in one of the worst sell-offs since World War II, and people have been scrambling to buy iPhones and olive oil before the tariffs jacked up their prices higher than eggs. Of course,
the stock market is not trading today, chat, because it's Good Friday, but I have a feeling that then on Monday it's gonna look pretty bad.
All three, so I'm all ready to make the world's worst, crunchiest sandwich. Nintendo even delayed pre-orders for the Switch 2. Oh yeah, now Trump is really f***ed up. Sure, we're mad at you for sending innocent people to Salvadoran mega prisons, disappearing college students off the street, and firing the scientists who are curing cancer. But delaying the release date of Metroid Prime 4? Now you done f***ed up, Donkey Kong-old Trump. Donkey Donald D. Kong? Donald D. Kong, Donkey Donald Trump is probably... These tariffs were so destructive that just an internet rumor that Trump might pause them sent the market up trillions momentarily before it suddenly plummeted again. I mean, the tariffs are so dumb, so insane, and so self-destructive that even Republicans sounded the alarm.
Tariffs are a tax on consumers, and I'm not a fan of jacking up taxes on American consumers.
Wow. When you find yourself agreeing with a notorious Zodiac killer, something has gone very wrong. So after a week of pushing the global economy to the brink of collapse, Trump finally blinked. He paused his tariff plans on most countries for 90 days, and stocks skyrocketed. For one day, then they plummeted again. Because after the so-called pause, Trump slapped 125% tariffs on our largest trading partner, China, then said electronics like iPhones were exempt from the tariffs before declaring that that exemption was only temporary. Look, at this point, it should be obvious that we are ruled by a mad king. Trump hath lost his faculties, and his every whim bringeth us misery. Because these tariffs are one of the biggest economic own goals in history. They're not going to bring down the price of eggs. They're just going to make you pay more for everything and put countless small businesses out of business. All because one senile billionaire won't give up on the one stupid idea in his head. And we're going to get into why. But first, real quick, I just want to let you know, if you want to support the channel, you can head to patreon.com/Adam Conover. And if you
Mike, how does the market go down fundamentally? You cannot sell unless there is a buyer. Isn't that true? So if the market is trading down, doesn't mean that every trade there is a buyer. So instead of crashing, is it more like a change of position for big money? The answer to that is yes. For every trade, that means somebody bought, but they're buying based on some sort of assumptions which are changing. And so when you see the markets crashing, you see people exchanging, securities or commodities for cash. And if those things continue to decline, it indicates that in general, more people think the economy is going to be less productive in the future and have less potential for profit. But there's always going to be some people who disagree. So, you know, prices are set by the marginal bid, right? The marginal bid, the marginal ask set the price. Well, if the marginal, asks are declining rapidly, that means that people who own stuff think that thing is going to be worth less in the future, or they value the cash for some other purpose higher. So the market's getting worse means less opportunity for profit, which means less investment, less hiring, less production.
To come see my brand new hour of stand-up comedy on the road in Charleston, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Spokane, Tacoma, a bunch of other great cities as well. We're always adding new ones.
Damn, he's hitting the fucking circuit, huh, chat?
AdamConover.net for all my tickets and tour dates. So a lot has been made of how stupid and insane the tariff rollout was, and that's because the rollout was, in fact, stupid and insane. For instance, Trump put tariffs on an island inhabited only by penguins and seals. You know, if we can't get penguins to fly, how the f*** are we supposed to get them to pay? They can't even reach the wallets tucked into their cute little waistcoats. And the tariff numbers, the actual rates the Trump administration is charging, were based on math that no experts had ever heard of. And when they looked into it, they found utter nonsense.
The American Enterprise Institute, a conservative think tank, now points out their plans contain math errors, serious math errors.
Turns out that under that beautiful...
This is what's so incredible, chat. This is what is so fucking incredible. They have all this billionaire money, and they couldn't come up with a coherent plan. It was just slapped together over the course of like a day or two by some guy and ChatGPT. The level of incompetence is incredible.
Hair was not hiding a beautiful mind, because not only was Trump's math bad, the very idea behind the math was completely insane. See, Trump's formulas were based on the idea that we need to balance our trade deficit with each country, basically demanding that any country that sells things to us buy the same amount of stuff in return. But this makes no fucking sense. For example, take the landlocked country of Lesotho. They export diamonds and denim to the United States, things we want and need, but they can't buy American goods in return because Lesotho has a per capita income of less than $1,000 a year. These people don't have money, yet for the crime of not buying enough Harley Davidsons or whatever with money they don't have, they were slapped with a 50% tariff. I mean, this whole idea is crazy. In life, you buy from some people and you sell to other people. They don't need to be the same person. When I buy an apple for lunch, I don't have to sell the grocery clerk a fucking YouTube video. So since the tariffs that Trump unilaterally imposed on the entire global economy were economically illiterate nonsense, it's no surprise that markets tanked. But for Trump's groveling minions, that just meant it was a bull market for bullshit.
I don't really care about my 401k today, but this is what I believe. I believe in this man.
I mean, Jesus Christ, this is death cult level devotion. What's next? Is she going to send him one of her fingers in the mail? But no amount of sycophancy can change reality. After Trump's tariff plan was unveiled, the S&P 500 had its worst 4 days in its entire history. But you know what? Screw the stock market. The real victims of the tariffs will be average Americans. See, we import a lot of shit in this country. Imports of goods and services have been about 14% of our gross domestic product recently. That means we import close to $4 trillion a year of goods that the rest of us buy, right? All of the necessities of life, those are things that we import, and tariffs are a tax on all of those goods entering the country. So if you raise tariffs on some or all of those imports, you are raising prices on a major chunk of all of U.S. spending. We're not just talking about big ticket items like cars and appliances. It's everyday shit. Diapers, paper towels, toys, shoes, coffee, and avocados. You know, all the supplies you need to raise a hipster baby. So it's kind of weird that the guy who ran on making things less expensive would want to crank up the price on the basic necessities of life. What is the rationale for even doing this? What are we supposed to get out of it? Well, Trump and his people.
Well, here's what I would say. Is it's going to hurt the economy. It's not going to turn the economy to zero.
Will say that the tariffs are going to restore American manufacturing. And you know what? That has a lot of appeal. A lot of people have nostalgia for the good old days, or at least what they imagine the good old days to be like. Back when you could work in a factory for 8 hours, go home.
It's not even nostalgia. It's nostalgia for somebody else's nostalgia. I've talked about this before, but it's like nostalgia isn't quite the right word. It's mythical, more like. It's like nostalgia for a world that even your parents didn't experience. You know what I mean? It's mythical at this point. Nostalgia is something that you fucking went through. Like, I could be nostalgic for a Korn concert because I went through the Korn concert. But the idea that, like, I'm going to be nostalgic for, you know, a Elvis concert is crazy. I never went to an Elvis concert. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's nonsensical. It's made up.
To your wife, who you trapped in a hot little room cooking for you, eat the fruit of her toil, and rest comfy in the knowledge that your hard labor with your own two hands made something real and gave you enough money to buy a big boat-like American car that your wife is not allowed to drive. And it's true. That kind of manufacturing work has disappeared in America. American manufacturing employment peaked at over 30% in the 1950s, but today, manufacturing jobs are under 10% of employment. So the idea behind these tariffs ostensibly is that by making things we import more expensive, it'll bring back the good old days by forcing business owners to start producing them here instead. But unfortunately, there are about 1 million reasons why this will simply never work. First of all, we live in a very different economy today than we did in the 1950s. As Americans have gotten richer, we've spent less of our money on stuff. So one of the reasons we make less stuff is because we buy less stuff. Instead, we spend more of our money on services.
Okay, so this argument is wrong for a couple reasons. One, it's because the relative prices of stuff has gone down. We're still buying more stuff, but it's because there's been a reduction in relative prices of stuff and service industry expenses have gone up. So things like education, healthcare, our housing costs have all gone up. But I don't know about you, I consider that to be stuff. Meanwhile, things like televisions and radios and computers and video games and you know, furniture and all that kind of stuff has gotten cheaper relatively. So we're still buying as much stuff. It's just the prices on it have declined because, for a variety of reasons, China could produce that shit a lot cheaper than we can. And so some of those savings have come back to consumers because of the incredibly competitive nature of commodity production. And that includes stuff like furniture, right? So it's not that you and I are consuming less shit. We're consuming more shit than ever. It's just the prices on that shit have gone down faster than the level of our consumption has increased. Partially because our wages have not kept up and we're spending so much on services. So this is actually not right. I actually think this video kind of sucks. I'm going to be honest with you. These jobs still exist. Manufacturing jobs exist. I want you to understand this. When people say manufacturing jobs have gone away and been replaced by robots, they're wrong. China has 90 million manufacturing jobs. At America's absolute peak, I think we had something like 18 to 19 million manufacturing jobs. I think we're down to like 10 million. I think there was a chart. Was there a chart or was that percentages? Let's go back for a second.
3 for 8 hours, buy, right?
Okay, this is... I might have to find my own chart. Oh, wait, hold on. Manufacturing share of employment. Okay.
In the
manufacturing share of employment has gone down. That's true. But this isn't really a good chart to look at. A better chart would be manufacturing jobs. Because the argument is that the economy no longer has manufacturing jobs, right? Okay, this is a much fairer and better and more intelligent job chart, okay? You can see this is going back to the 40s, right? So this is the million manufacturing jobs. The absolute peak was 19.5 million people in manufacturing jobs, June of 1979. Okay? Now, if you look at the chart that he presented, it seems like, wow, the manufacturing jobs are all disappearing. Look at that. The percentage of manufacturing is just going down. But if you look at the United States job history, actually it was relatively flat. The number of jobs in manufacturing, productivity was increasing and the population was increasing. So the share of manufacturing jobs was declining, right? But overall, jobs in manufacturing didn't really fall off a cliff until NAFTA in the 2000s. Kind of kind of changes your perspective, doesn't it, chat? In the beginning, manufacturing jobs were mostly maintained after they got to that peak in 1979 until NAFTA happened, in which case we lost about half. So the idea that, oh no, it's just the manufacturing jobs are going away is actually not true. And when you talk about like manufacturing jobs in China chart, this is like impossible to get. This is fucking impossible to get, but here's my best attempt. This is from 2005. Oh my God. This is the thing that's crazy. This data is so hard to actually get. China now has far outputs the United States as the share of global manufacturing output, but they do so because they have how many, okay, this is it. How many manufacturing jobs in China? Can we get an answer? Okay. The AI is saying 120. ChinaMike.com says 120. Okay. Thank you, AI. Jesus fucking Christ. Industry is 29.9% of jobs in China. Agricultural, 22.8%. And services, 48.1%. This data is so fucking annoying to get. Why is this data so fucking annoying to get? Is Hassan banned again? No. Hassan is going to Coachella. So Hassan refugees in because Hassan's going to Coachella. I don't know what he's going to go live. I guess we're just going to have to see. Like, I looked into the seeing if the FSU shooter is an Asmund fan. I found it his YouTube in 5 minutes to confirm he was following Steven Crowder. Still doing more research. Okay. The CC wasn't excess. Even if they use the dislike for their base, they could change the likes so they literally could increase. Like, it literally logically can't be 85 ratio. Yes, it is, because the extension isn't real, dummy. It's extrapolated extension user behavior. It's made up. Are you stupid? The content, you dumb fuck, it's not a real count of the dislikes. There's no way to get the dislikes except by being the content creator, and they've already posted the proof that it was 85% upvotes. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. You're stupid. You got tricked by a fake extension. Every single one of the creators that are promoting that idea are lying to you. You've just been tricked by liars. Do you get embarrassed that yet? Are you embarrassed? Are you embarrassed that the content creators that you trust think you're a fucking dope and think they can lie to you? What else do you think they're lying to you about? Imagine being tricked. Anyway, long story short, he's lying. Sorry, my friend, but you're wrong about this manufacturing data.
And all those parts are now more expensive because of the tariffs. And guess what? Once you've made the thing, well, suddenly you have no place to sell it because other countries have slapped retaliatory tariffs on America, making it more expensive to sell our stuff to them. All of this means that tariffs actually make local manufacturing harder, not easier. And you can tell this is the case if you look at what American companies are actually doing. Like, okay, if the tariffs were actually a boost for manufacturing, then
I would say the main argument for why manufacturing can't move back to the United States is because the United States is the global reserve currency. That's the actual argument you should be making. The argument is the reason why the United States can't be the manufacturing surplus country is because everybody's using our dollars and they're making our dollars too strong. So the Chinese are the global manufacturers because they're allowed to make their currency weaker so they can get an advantage in international trade. And there's no way to have the global reserve currency and be the global manufacturing surplus country. We can't do that. We either have to be not the global reserve currency, or we have to have largely have trade balance, or have some other fiscal flows to countries that have a deficit with us. So we'd have to establish some sort of transfers to countries that we have a surplus with. They have a trade surplus, rather, who have a surplus with us. You can't do both. You can't do both. And so, yeah, I mean, personally, I think we should be putting people into jobs that cannot be outsourced. But hey, what do I know?
American company that makes automation tools for factories would probably be ramping up production to supply all those new factories that are coming, right? Wrong. Haas Automation, a company that makes machine tools for, manufacturing, cut production and overtime and stop new hiring after demand tanked as a result of Trump's tariffs. The fact simply is that tariffs are a 19th century policy that are attempting to recreate a mid-20th century form of employment in a 21st century globalized economy. They simply will not work. But also, we have to ask, even if they did work, even if tariffs did bring back manufacturing, would that actually benefit Americans like you or me? Or would it just help out Trump's rich friends? Let's look.
The answer to that is it depends, right? It depends on whether it would help or not. And the reality is, if it's non-unionized factories in South Carolina, well, then they are going to pay you roughly about what was paid to McDonald's workers. If it's unionized workers in fucking Michigan, well, then it's another thing.
Look at how Trump's Commerce Secretary is pitching the idea.
The army of millions and millions of human beings screwing in little screws to make iPhones, that kind of thing is going to come to America. It's going to be automated.
Okay, so according to Lutnick, the tariff dream is that sweatshop jobs are going to come to America, but then they're going to be automated. Okay, so are Americans doing the shitty jobs or are robots? Do Americans really want to work in sweatshops, whether or not they're also working next to a tired, sweaty robot? I mean, it's not like unemployment.
Okay, first of all, I legitimately think that this video sucks. I'm going to say it. I think this video is wrong. Manufacturing jobs are not sweatshop jobs. Making an iPhone doesn't have to be in a sweatshop. And in China, it's not in a sweatshop either. Like, you're like, come on. Liberals, man.
Unemployment is at record highs. It was at just 4.2% last month. So where are all these new sweatshops?
First of all, those unemployment numbers are also fake. Okay, this is where I start to diverge from liberals. This is like something that's a little bit uncomfortable for people, but I'm not a liberal. So this is another point where I diverge from liberals. Our unemployment numbers are based on people working app jobs like fucking Uber Eats and shit. That is not a real job. If you're a 1099 making $10,000 a year, you are an unemployed person. You're not an employed person. But in our statistics, you're considered employed. Because you're an independent contractor and you're making some money from the side from an app, you're now employed according to our, and these numbers are not the same. You can't compare the economy before app jobs to the economy after app jobs. I legitimately think these numbers are not true and they're not real. They are comparing unlike to unlike. Before the apps, 1099 was rare. Now, 1099 is overwhelmingly the majority of new jobs. This is a point that people will be shocked to hear. It's not yet the majority of new job. The gig economy is substantial and rapidly expanding. I'm sorry. It's not quite the majority, but more than 1/3 of gig workers rely on gig work. I mean, like, that's crazy. 59 million Americans freelance. Okay, we're looking at all sorts of, this is pro gig economy shit. I need to spend some time doing some analysis here, but basically my point is, and I don't have the data at my fingertips, but the point that I'm making here is a large percentage of jobs that they say are being created are actually just gig economy jobs that are temporary, that are precarious, that don't have health insurance, that don't have benefits, that pay very little, that may even be negative equity jobs. Like, app work is dog shit work. So, like, looking at the unemployment rate is not a good measurement of how the employment situation actually exists.
Shop workers supposed to come from. That last stat, by the way, came from our data partner, usafacts.org. If you want real data straight from the government, they're the place to go. And in a time when it's so hard to trust what you see or read, it's really critical to have useful and reliable data. And usafacts.org
this guy, USA Facts, is spending money buying ads because they have no political agenda.
It's a great resource for us when we're writing and researching these videos. So check them out. Once again, that's usafacts.org. So if unemployment is not at record,
who's behind this group? I'm starting to USA Facts funders. I'm actually starting to get a little curious. USA Facts is a not-for-profit organization website that provides data and reports on the United States population, its government's finances, It was founded by former Microsoft CEO and owner of the Los Angeles Clippers, Steve Ballmer. Let's take a look at our old buddy. Wait, let's look more about Steve Ballmer. He would hyperventilate before Hebrew school, guys.
Developers.
Holy Jesus Christ, he's sweaty. Ballmer vowed to kill Google. At some point in the conversation, Mr. Ballmer said, just tell me it's not Google. I told him it was Google. At that point, Mr. Ballmer picked up a chair and threw it across the room, hitting a table in his office. Mr. Ballmer said, fucking Eric Schmidt is a fucking pussy. I'm gonna fucking bury that guy. I've done it before and I'll do it again. I'm going to fucking kill Google. In 2021, ProPublica documented how Ballmer is using his ownership of various sports teams as a means to lower his federal income tax to as low as 12%, compared to 35% for athletes playing on the team. The report exposes how the Clippers were profitable before their acquisition by Ballmer, but then reported $700 million in losses for tax purposes in the following years. Is on the World Chairman's Council of the Jewish National Fund. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say there's a reason why that chart was fucking out of context and terrible.
Record highs. Who is going to do all these new manufacturing jobs? Well, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent painted this cheery picture.
We are shedding excess labor in the federal government and bringing down federal borrowings. And then on the other side, that will give us the labor that we need for the new manufacturing.
What this dude is saying is that all those scientists for the federal government who were working on curing cancer or predicting the path of hurricanes until Trump fired them, remember those folks? Well, they're going to be put to work in the factories. That's right. Scott's utopian vision of our post-tariff economy is a fired government climate scientist hunched over stitching Scott's business casual sneaker.
By the way, I'm not saying that the Trump thing makes any sense. I'm just disagreeing with the idea that manufacturing jobs are bad or that American economy was in any way good. The economy was not good. They're just making it worse. And it's not that manufacturing jobs don't exist. They just exist in China. Okay? And the United States had roughly the same manufacturing jobs from 1979 to 2000 when we enacted NAFTA, and 10 million high quality unionized manufacturing jobs left the country. Is that utopic? No. But the idea that, manufacturing, we Americans just don't want to do it. They've got really good gig labor jobs. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
Now, is that a good thing? It certainly doesn't benefit the scientist to get that job. I think she'd rather be doing, fucking science. In fact, most Americans would rather be doing something other than working in a factory. You know how I know that?
JNF,
That's what
I mean, everybody knows they subsidize West Bank settlements. It's an extremist group. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you not know that? You don't know they're an extremist group? You don't know that they are? Oh, okay. Well, now you do.
What Americans fucking say. Sure, we think other people should work in a factory. Over 80% of Americans say that the country would be better off if more people worked in manufacturing. But only 20% say, I would be better off if I worked in a factory.
Do you think this is a good point? Do you think you're cooking with this? Do you think you're cooking with this point? Do you think this is a good point? This is a terrible point. This is an absolutely idiotic point. Yes, the vast majority of middle-class Americans are probably fine. Our life improvements are marginal. If 25% of people were saying, my life would be better doing X, Y, and Z thing in America, that's like 80 million people. What? That would be worth doing. What are you talking about? This isn't even a good point. This isn't even a good point. And also, working in a factory isn't the only job that comes with manufacturing. That's one specific type of job that happens. What the fuck are we talking? This is actually embarrassing. This is supposed to be a chart that matters. You think you're cooking with this. You're not cooking with this at all. This is a terrible argument.
You know why? Because working in a factory is fucking hard. It's loud, serious injuries are incredibly common, and you have to eat your lunch every time the cartoon whistle blows. Given the choice, a lot...
America is beyond cooked. Honestly, this video is making me excited. This video is making me happy because it's like left liberals are cooked. left liberals are cooked. This is the problem I have with politics right now, chat. Is like, I like a lot of people. Like, I like him 99% of the time, but he's talking about shit he doesn't understand at all. And he's just doing kind of like a generic anti-Trump thing and then just grabbing any argument he could find against tariffs. And now he's doing an anti-manufacturing job rant. And it's like, this is crazy. There's a bunch of reasons why we need manufacturing jobs. One, that's the stuff you live to survive, bro. Like, that gives people who make the stuff tremendous power over the economy. So more stuff made here equals more stuff in the hands of American workers who have better labor protections than Chinese workers do. And also, we could use their power to effectuate change in American politics. Someone help me.
A lot of people would prefer to kick back at a desk job and use all the nice things that other people toil away making. And you know what?
Yo, what? He's like, Americans want bullshit jobs where they sit at a desk and don't produce anything of value, while other people are in sweatshops? What? I love him normally. Adam, what are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? First of all, aren't office jobs the jobs that are most likely to be automated by AI? I mean, like, let's be honest here. You don't need any skills in the real world. You're inputting data on a computer. Like, aren't those the jobs that are the most vulnerable to AI? Whereas, like, with manufacturing, if they can automate it, they probably already have. So the jobs that are remaining in manufacturing are ones that are very difficult to automate or replace with something like AI. Whereas the office jobs where you're filling out spreadsheets or something seem highly likely to be vulnerable to AI being automated. So what are you really arguing in favor of? And also, if manufacturing jobs are so terrible, why should Americans benefit from the manufacturing? What are we producing in the office jobs that the manufacturing laborers are going to want? So they give us the manufactured goods. The thing about the economy is that it's a lot more complicated than you think, but it's also a lot simpler than you think. Fundamentally, that's the difference. This argument he's making is giving basket of deplorables energy. I literally don't even know what he's trying to argue here.
That's what Howard and Scott and Trump are going to do. But they want you to be the one working in the factory. I mean, think about this. The right wing spent the last decade telling the rest of us to learn to code. Now they want us to learn to sew Nikes instead. These tariffs are fundamentally condescending. They're cooked up by rich assholes like Lutnick and Trump who think it's better for other people to work in factories even when those people don't.
Iro's Teacup says, I have a manufacturing adjacent job and I'm basically a systems admin. Without doxing myself, let's say that I handle all the virtual desktops and server infrastructure so that the automated machinery can actually be run by the equipment operators on the line. For every one person who stands at equipment, there are probably a dozen people supporting that worker in business operations. Yeah, I
want to. In fact, every part of the tariffs will hurt disadvantage and average Americans most. Folks who earn less money spend more of their total income on necessity goods like diapers and towels.
Oh, he's totally right about this. Because they're not actually going to move the jobs back because we don't have an industrial policy. So he's totally right about this part.
Than the wealthy do. So when the price of goods go up, they're impacted more. And even though the whole fucking point of the tariffs is allegedly to protect American businesses, they are guaranteed to bankrupt countless small business owners across the country. Look, let's do a little math. America imported $438 billion worth of goods from China last year. Recent data shows that 41% of those imports were for small or medium-sized businesses. Now, if you throw in the 125% tariffs on Chinese goods that are now in place, I calculate that millions of small business owners are currently 100% your local plumber, your favorite board game creator, your favorite online clothing retailer, even the guy selling this fidget slug.
But didn't you, like, haven't you done multiple videos about, like, why that stuff's bad? Like, haven't you done fast fashion is bad? Like, isn't this just like a contradiction of so many of the things that you have done, like, in the past? Like, I don't...
Plug with the Rock's head on Etsy. Sure, this abomination is 3D printed, but where do you think 3D printers and 3D printer goo come from? China, motherfucker! All these small business owners, these real people, are going to have their livelihoods obliterated by the tariffs. And you know what? A lot of small business owners voted for Trump. So again, why is he doing this? What is the purpose of all the pain he is causing to his own voters? Well, the answer is weirdly simple. Donald Trump just loves tariffs. Like he's simply inexplicably obsessed with them as a concept. My
problem with this video is the idea that manufacturing jobs are in any way bad. Like, that's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, that is fucking crazy. And like the idea of like, oh, you don't want to work at a manufacturing job. You want to work at an office job. It's like batshit crazy. Also the idea of like manufacturing, just there isn't any manufacturing jobs. And it's like, no, there's 120 million manufacturing jobs or 100 million manufacturing jobs in China. Like, what are you talking about? The reason why manufacturing jobs are good is because manufacturing is unionizable, where you can most acutely apply your labor power.
Word tariff sends a charge through his body all the way from the top of his head down to his aged genitalia. I mean, you think I'm joking, but you have to remember, he's a very old man and his brain is melting. You know how your grandfather got weirder and weirder the older he got, until he started insisting on putting ketchup on his pancakes and accusing the gardener of stealing his bicentennial coins? That's Trump. For more than 40 years, Trump has been haranguing countries for taking advantage of America and demanding they pay up. He took out an ad in the New York Times with this theme in 1987.
Well, by the way, these foreign countries didn't take advantage of America. Multinational corporations outsourced labor and then sold their goods here with no tariffs or duties. So they were able to skirt American labor laws and American environmental laws by going abroad and then coming in here and competing with companies that follow those laws here. So of course they had a comparative advantage.
He literally scribbled "trade is bad" on a speech draft during his first term. The man is clinging to tariffs not because they're a good idea, but simply because of the passionate belief that other countries are bad and so is trading with them, period. That belief is just a part of him. Tariffs are so deeply personally ingrained in Trump's personality, he is willing to crack.
Can I just say that I don't think there's a way out. I don't think I think America's cooked. I think America is completely and totally and fully and totally cooked. Utterly cooked. Completely cooked. Destructively cooked. Because there's no faction that has even a coherence at all. The liberals are idiots. The conservatives are idiots. There's no one even talking about reality in any way. We're fucked. We're absolutely fucked. We're going to seesaw between the most incompetent conservatives and then the most hairy, dumbass liberals who don't understand basic reality. We are beyond cooked.
Crash the entire global economy just to enact them. In other words,
this is loser mentality. What do you mean? What's loser about it? What are you talking about? They have no idea what they're talking about.
We are being ruled by a madman. And it isn't just me saying this, it's the fucking hedge fund managers. Look at this quote from an economic research firm recently. In the last few days, we have had many conversations with macro fund managers, and their concern is that the White House is not acting rationally, but rather on ideology. And some even fear that this may not even be ideology. A few have quietly wondered if the president might be insane. Cool, Wall Street guys. Would have been great if you had figured that out before.
Then let's replace these incompetents. What do you mean? These guys are idiots. It shouldn't be that hard to outmaneuver them. It's like going into a hospital and there's a debate between two doctors, and then the treatment the patient gets is what we all vote for. That's the situation we're in. And it's like, how do you know what is? So the voters have no fucking clue about any of this shit. And the reality is both of the doctors are quacks. That's the situation we're in. We're not even in the debate.
Before you got him elected, but you didn't. And now, the one silver lining of this economic crash is that we get to watch all of you Trump-simping billionaires lose your goddamn shit. Ken Langone, the Republican co-founder of Home Depot, whose company could be well and truly by these tariffs, called them, among other things, bullshit. Even the weird kid who Trump lets come over to his house sometimes, Elon Musk, railed against the tariffs to no avail. And billionaire Trump bootlicker Bill Ackman threaded a needle between hysteria and obedience by saying that the tariffs could cause economic nuclear winter while blaming Lutnick rather than Trump. But don't worry. Bill weathered the storm, and after Trump backed down, he proudly reinserted his tongue right back in Trump's ass, Patriot style. Now look, none of this is to say that globalism and unfettered capitalist free trade are wonderful things. They are not. They've been good for some people and some countries and very, very bad for others, including a lot of working people. In America, free trade gave us a lot of cheap products at the cost of ruining some manufacturing communities. On last week's podcast,
the reason why I'm in pain right now is I just don't even know what the fuck he's talking about because he's so far away. He's so off the mark. This is Hillary Clinton shit. Globalism was an utter disaster for the United States of America in every measurable way. There was like 5 states that benefited as they became the kind of coastal elite havens, while vast swaths of the country have been utterly hollowed out and economically stagnant for decades with absolute population declines. Some manufacturing communities, you mean everywhere that's not New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and maybe some places like Atlanta or like, Florida and some places in Texas? Like, other than that, the entire country has been utterly devastated. And now even those places on the coast are starting to suffer because of economic parasitism from developers and landlords where nobody could afford to live. And yeah, there's been some benefits in the sense of, lower cost commodities. And the fact that, here's the other factor, a lot of people owned their own home and they were able to coast off of that. Vastly, outpacing inflation, asset price increases in places and things like your single family homes. So boomers were able to leverage their asset price inflation to maintain or improve their standard of living, while at the same time, the next generations have been utterly hollowed out. I think he's just living in a completely different world than reality. I don't believe those who went into this past election taking pride in the unemployment numbers understood that the near low unemployment figures, the figure was a mere 4.2% in November, counted homeless people doing occasional work as employed. But the implications are powerful. If you filter the statistics to include as unemployed people who can't find anything but part-time work or who make a poverty wage, roughly $25,000 or less, the percentage is actually 23.7%. Hey guys, 23.7% of people are living in poverty wages or unemployed. Wow, maybe the economy does suck after all. In other words, nearly 1 out of every 4 workers is functionally unemployed in America today. Hardly something to celebrate. The prevailing government indicator known as weekly earnings tracks full-time wages to the exclusion of both unemployed and those in part-time work. Today, as a result, those keeping track are led to believe that the median wage in the U.S. stands at roughly $61,900. But if you track everyone in the workforce, our research reveals the median wage is actually a little more than $52,300 per year. Think of that. American workers on the median are making 60% less than the prevailing statistics would indicate. And this is the reality. Inflation is worse than people thought. Unemployment is worse than people thought. Wages are lower and expenses are higher. This economy is utter dog shit. Now, I'm not saying Trump's tariffs are going to help. They're actually going to hurt because he didn't plan on doing anything that's actually going to build this country up.
Trey Crowder literally told me about how free trade killed the economy of the town he lived in and how that turned the town towards Republicans.
NAFTA had passed. My town is very small, and it just utterly decimated my hometown, and it's to this day never really recovered. But sometime in that time frame, I remember my grandpa storming in holding a newspaper, and he throws the newspaper on the counter, and he says, "I'll never vote for another Democrat as long as I live."
The neoliberal policies that did that to Trey's community were implemented by the Democrats, and they hurt a huge number of working people in this country. And that ended up not only wrecking the Democratic Party, they brought us all the way to Trump's Liberation Day. But you know what? If you want to do right by those people who were hurt, if you want a more just or fair economic system, which I do, you need to build one that, is actually more just and fair, not one that hurts the very people Trump is claiming to help. According to the Yale Budget Lab, Trump's tariffs will cost the average per household consumer $4,700. Prices for clothes are going to spike 64% in the short term, and 740,000 fewer people are going to be employed by the end of this year. These tariffs are simply going to be a catastrophe for working people across this country. Sure, they might be great for Trump and some of his billionaire buddies, because now corporate leaders and heads of state from around the world will come and beg the Mad King for mercy. Oh, please, my liege, remove the tariffs and I'll kiss the ring on your tiny hand. But they're going to be a disaster for you and the people you know in your community.
I agree with this part. By the way, I'm not trying to rip him a new one, but I think his talking about manufacturing jobs as not existing or bad in favor of office jobs is just absolutely brain dead. I'm sorry, it's just wrong.
So we have to ask, if free trade capitalism has hurt so many people, how do we help them, if not with tariffs? Well, here's what I think.
Good question.
I think when we think back on the good things about the middle of the last century, we're not actually thinking about manufacturing at all. We're not thinking about the factory itself. We're just thinking about having a good job, a job that guaranteed you a solid wage.
I agree completely.
And a pension and enough time off to watch your kids grow.
True.
And you know what brought us jobs like that? Unions. Unions that gave the average person power and dignity at their job.
Okay, see, the problem with this, Adam, and this is why manufacturing jobs are better for unions than non-manufacturing jobs, is you have a office job. Your job is infinitely movable, fungible, and replaceable, and outsourceable. You're in an office. That's easy for the capitalist to counter you. Whereas with the manufacturing, you've got the shit. The company is underneath your thumb. You can stop the production of the essential good in the place that it is produced. That is the advantage that manufacturing gives over, in economic power. Now, I'm not saying he's wrong about unions. I'm agreeing with him. I'm just saying that the reason why unions in manufacturing were able to get those things that he likes, good jobs, vacations, and pensions and stuff like that, is because they had economic power. You have to have a power analysis that's a little bit deeper than just unions good. It has to be how are you actually putting pressure on the capitalists physically in the real world?
Unions that used to be everywhere in America, representing millions and millions of Americans. That is the economic system that people miss. But as I have covered elsewhere on this channel, the wealthy obliterated that system. They destroyed it and pocketed the rubble, sending unionization rates.
Yeah, exactly. As manufacturing left the country, remember? Look at this unionization chart versus the other chart we had before. Where's that chart? Fuck. Did I close it? Shit. Here it is. You could see 79 was the peak of American manufacturing. Peak of unionization, roughly 79. Oh, that's the income share. Sorry. Membership rate. Here you go. Membership rate is at 30%. And you can see 79 is, so there was a decline from there, and then 79, and then you have 2000, and it just, this is because there is a certain level of jobs that are government employee jobs. You can see the share of income for the top 1% was at the bottom. The highest when manufacturing was the most in the U.S.
Into the basement. And now they want to send us all back to the factories without unions. In fact, Trump has declared war on unions again.
Including our brother, smart apprentice, Kilmar Arbrega Garcia, who we demand to be returned to us and his family now. Bring him home. We need to make our voices heard. We're not red, we're not blue. We're the building trades, the backbone of America. We built you want to build a $5 billion data center? Want more six-figure careers with health care retirement and no college debt? You don't call Elon Musk, you call us. North America's building trades unions. And yeah, that means all of us, including our brother, smart apprentice, Kilmar Arbrega Garcia, who we demand to be returned to us and his family now. Bring him home.
And that's the reality.
So that we can all make even less money, they can make more, and Trump can feel like a big, powerful king. Well, fuck that. If we want to improve average Americans' jobs and lives, you know where we can start? Not by making everything more expensive and kicking us out of our current jobs and sending us back to the factories. We could make it easier for working Americans to unionize the jobs we already have so that we have more power in the workplace and can fight for better wages and benefits. We could do it by improving the social safety net so that unemployment doesn't mean going hungry or homeless. We could do it by instituting paid parental leave so that parents don't have to choose between feeding their kids and spending time with them. And we could do it by building a movement that fights for all of these things
But I think
loudly.
Reagan is the worst president of all time. I think the worst president of all time is Harry Truman. Harry Truman is actually the president that put us on our path to disaster. He basically created the New Deal, created the Cold War. He ended the New Deal. He basically created the CIA. He created like the modern, like anti-left wing Red Scare. Really was kicked off with Truman. And what made the left strong in America was the left. Like, which, duh. But so what I mean by that is like the trade union movement was gutted under Truman. The CIA was created under Truman. The internal, like, policing of American of American thought and destroying the left. The introduction and alliance with fascist movements across the world. Like the Cold War, predations on the world began with Truman and were continued by Eisenhower. Don't get me wrong. Eisenhower continued it. But I really think the country started its decline under Truman. And I think Ronald Reagan is more of like the accelerator pedal, right? Like imagine a car, right? Harry Truman started it and shifted into first gear. You might even say that, Jimmy Carter sped it up. You might even say that LBJ sped it up, with their own kind of Cold Warrior dumbass bullshit, right? But it was Ronald Reagan that shifted us into high gear, put the accelerator pedal to the metal. And we've just been collapsing ever since. And Barack Obama, he was the guy that prevented you from hitting the brakes. He was the guy that kept you on the highway. We had an exit ramp with Barack Obama, and he kept us right on the freeway to fucking misery. And then, of course, what they did to Bernie.
And optimistically that
Trump is nitro. Yeah, Trump is the nitro. Trump is basically American collapse.
Makes the case that we really can have an economy that works for all of us if we believe in it enough to build it. And you know what? We might have the chance to make that case and start building that movement sooner than we think. Because yes, our senile king sits on his throne of madness for the next 3 and some odd years, and thus we must deal with the wicked and senseless pronouncements that fall from his gibbering lips. But Trump is also spending a lot of political capital on these tariffs.
Yeah, Listen
One of the
Liberal is a good
darkest
book.
honeymoons in presidential history is almost over, and Trump's poll numbers are going down. Turns out a lot of people are really pissed about the switch too. So as millions of people around the country start to be hurt by Trump's tariffs, we need
How
to...
different do you think the country could have been if Wallace was VP? I don't think it would just be the country. I think it would be the world, I think America probably would have had a second civil war if Wallace was president, and I think the left would have won it.
Keep reminding them whose fault it is. Sure, but that can't be all we do.
Not Wallace.
We also need to explain that there is a better way.
FDR's vice president until 1944.
And we need to build a movement that lets us fight for that better way together. Because if we want an economy that works for average Americans, then average Americans need to run the fucking economy, not a single deranged billionaire signing dumbass decrees from on top.
Which brings me on to the next video. I hope you guys don't mind me talking about politics for real instead of the H3 drama. I know that the H3 drama is the hotness, and I have milked it as a lot, but I'd rather talk about like politics. Is that okay? Do you guys want, do you guys think I should do more H3 drama to like milk it? Because, it is what it is, right? Maybe here and there, but not as a main thing. Yeah. So let's talk about Sean Fain, because I I feel like Sean Fain is one of the only people that's speaking in the way that I'm speaking right now.
That Sean Fain has been really good in all of his public appearances on this, is saying we support tariffs on the auto industry and encouraging them to play fair, to not try to use these to drive down wages, but we oppose the absurd reasons that Trump is sort of putting on these blanket tariffs, like doing this fentanyl thing, which is nonsensical, and in fact, detracts from some of the kind of stated goals of like reshoring or redoing these things. Because again, the Trump administration is not serious about that. And this gets, I think, to the fundamental point about Sean O'Brien. Why are these boys so worked up about him, right? They're very worked up about him. And I think it's abundantly clear. You can see this in some of the kind of like peripheral, like Democratic Party, like spokes figures, that they want Sean Fain to be reduced as a national figure. And I've seen a lot of progressives take the bait on it. But let's just get to this really quick here. This fella, Armand Domalowiski, who supported a lady for president who lost dramatically to Mr. Trump, said the Ross Perot was right t-shirt really is the crank cherry on the top of the crank sundae. A labor leader praising Donald Trump's tax hike on working people while wearing a t-shirt praising a right-wing lunatic is just so insane. That's a photograph of David Sirota's excellent interview with Sean Fain. And I just responded and said, it's always happy to see Democrat Party freaks be honest about their contempt for labor. Now the UAW, like the Teamsters, really draws them out, which is very clear now. They want those folks to be sort of pushed away from the mainstream. They want them to be discredited. And they'll come up with all kinds of reasons as to why, right? But the fact of the matter is somebody like Sean Fain is a direct threat, one, to the personal livelihood about these folks, but we won't cast too many aspersions there. But two, Sean Fain is a direct threat to the political dominance of a certain kind of pundit class, a certain kind of consultant class within and around the Democratic Party that has been so devastating for Americans, has been so devastating for workers, and so devastating for the world. People who embrace the centrist religion, the third way, and free trade, which has been a disaster for working people across the board. Sean Fain, unlike these folks, by the way, is somebody who is a charismatic speaker, somebody who's popular, somebody who has roots in the working class, somebody who has broad appeal, unlike, zoning regulation politics of the abundance bros, right? But if all you care about is just beating Mr. Trump, right? Fighting back, pushing back against the Trump administration, I couldn't imagine somebody better to have leading that charge than Sean Fain. This is Sean Fain in that same video talking about what we know about Trump. And I'll tell y'all right now, I struggle to think of a better example of somebody so clearly articulating the severity, the danger of the moment that we're in right now than what Sean Fain said about Trump in that same speech.
So far here. Yeah, this is Matt Leck, who is a producer at the Majority Reports channel. And this is very important that we elevate people that are actually on the left, like them, which is why I want to watch their analysis of this shit instead of random liberals who just go off of the Twitter sentiment. And right now, let's be honest. Most of the people talking about politics have no idea what they're talking about, right? Like, let's be honest. They don't know shit. And so we should always be trying to reorient ourselves towards people who do know what the fuck they're talking about. And the people who don't know shit, they're just doing this like blue MAGA, like anything Trump does is bad. And the tariffs are largely idiotic. I want to underline that as a point. But tariffs in and of themselves are not idiotic, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, it is a difficult line to walk. And I'll be right honest with you, chat. In my opinion, quite frankly, I want China to win. So for China to be more powerful, they should be able to sell their cars to Americans with no tariffs whatsoever at a fair market price. That would be really bad for the UAW.
Here's what we've seen from the Trump administration.
That being said, if there's one tariff that I would slap on to support a group of people that are on our side, it would be for UAW. So it's like one of those situations where it's like, we've got two sides that I like. I like UAW under Sean Fain, but I also would like to be able to buy a $7,000 brand new electric vehicle with 200-mile range.
Seen the destruction of bargaining rights for 1 million federal workers. That's not good for the working class. We've seen attacks on the National Labor Relations Board, including illegally firing a board member, leading to deadlock on workers' cases. That's not good for the working class. We've seen attacks planned on Social Security, on Medicare, on Medicaid, programs that millions of workers depend on. That's not good for the working class. We've seen the absolute trampling of constitutional rights. We have seen the First Amendment go up in smoke at college campuses with detentions, deportations, expulsions, and firings of people who dared to speak out against and protest against a war, just to call for a ceasefire. We have seen the right to due process disappear as working people are deported for no crime and no reason. That's not good for the working class. Mahmoud Khalil, who has now been detained for over a month for protesting the war, is a former UAW member. Grant Minor, the UAW president of Local 2710 at Columbia University, was expelled for protesting a war the day before the bargaining was going to start. Ramisa Ozturk, an SEIU member at Tufts University, has been detained for writing an op-ed. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a sheet metal apprentice in Maryland, was deported for no reason, no crime, to a prison in El Salvador. We've seen the arbitrary and unlawful termination of hundreds of our members' visas, which may lead to their unjust deportation. And the list goes on.
I mean, you want to get a clear example of the distinct threat that the Trump administration poses.
Would Sean Fain accelerate car-centric infrastructure and not support high-speed rail? As far as I understand, they support the Green New Deal. So ironically, the UAW is more supportive of the work we need done than almost any other political group in this country.
Certainly to those individuals, but to our constitutional order, to the nation, to the country, to the working class. That's perfectly said by Sean Fain.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we are, Fain bros over here, but it is, frankly, union leaders. This is not out of character for them. Here is Sean McGarvey, North American Building Trades
We
Union.
saw that already. We don't need to watch this again. We watched this already. We'll watch, skip over that.
For that.
Yeah.
Oh, NAB too soon is North American Building Trades Union.
This is the point here, is that despite all of the nonsense that we're getting from a kind of political pundit class, a wannabe consulting class about America's unions turning right-wing and turning their back on the American people. The fact of the matter is that unions are the ones who are standing up and fighting for this country. You want to talk about people who are putting forward messages and messaging that clearly notes how not only these things that we're seeing from the Trump administration are bad, but how they are connected to the larger labor movement, to the larger struggle that we're all in, right? You will find no better example of that than many of these labor leaders right now. The problem that these pundits and consultants and wannabes have is not that these folks aren't opposing Trump and are now right-wing cranks. It's that the message and the critique of the system that these people are laying out implicates their bosses and their political party, right? Because the fact of the matter is, we talk about all this stuff at Columbia like it just fell from the fucking moon. No, we had the Biden administration and a Democratic Party in the state of New York who were waging war on these kids. Now we are seeing a distinct threat to our constitutional order because of the fact that the Democrats and the Republicans have been united at chipping away and threatening and trying to take away our rights to dissent from the genocide that's going on in Gaza, right? And that's a threat to people in the Democratic Party to have a union leader coming out and saying that. That's why they are trying to discredit these folks in your minds. And unfortunately, a lot of progressives will take the bait on this kind of thing. And we're here to say, don't do that and don't be a fucking mark for these folks.
And you can tell that this is not about, and people might think like they just want to win and they're like concerned about, Sean O'Brien and blah, blah, blah. They might just be concerned about all this stuff. It is not that. It's not that. This is a class war. And those people are on the wrong side of it, because if they cared about just winning elections on a partisan basis, they would understand better than anyone that in 2024, union workers showed up for Democrats better than they did in 2020, better than they did in 2016. And that's not something that they're necessarily happy about. They'll take it if they win. But if they lose, then it's time to attack those people as the problem, which is what they have been doing for, it's not, I say half a century. That doesn't get us back far enough. Probably 45 years now. Like going back to the Atari Democrats when Atari meant an American company before they outshored it to people, the Atari Democrats. Read Lily Geismer, folks. And there's a few other people, but Lily Geismer.
My thoughts on Sean O'Brien. Sean O'Brien sucks.
Has been on it.
Sean O'Brien sucks. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt, but he sucks. He sucks. He's nothing compared to Sean Fain.
But it was a conscious strategy by educated Democrats.
He's too clever by half.
To turn their back on these unions because they were getting in the way. And this is where we're at right now. You have less people that are involved in organizations where they hear somebody like Sean McGarvey say, we need our brother back right now. Or Sean Fain saying people are being rounded up for protest and genocide. And also, we need to protect jobs in this country. All those people have been marginalized intentionally. Yes. And that's exactly why we're here now.
Yeah, and I think that they're, that's their hope that they'll be able to get away with it. I mean, the fact of the matter that the UAW came out and fought for Kamala Harris, is an incredible testament to how seriously they took the Trump threat, right? Because every signal we were getting from the Kamala Harris campaign when it was around was that they were going to wage war on unions. They wanted to see a pushback of the power and influence that folks like that would have in her administration. And they did it anyway. Because they understood that the threat that Trump represented. And now we're seeing them saying the same things about Trump, pushing back against him, and also saying, hey, yeah, this thing that we have been asking for forever, that the Democrats have refused to budge on because they are more subservient to Wall Street and the rich than us.
But that they'll mention in campaigns. There's plenty of clips of Barack Obama. And Republicans are like, look at, when Trump does his tariff, they're like, look at, Obama said he didn't like free trade. It's he said it. He didn't mean it, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Obama's last gift that he tried to give to the world was the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Just a devastating giveaway and continuation of this offshoring. I mean, this is what they were doing. Like these are, that AUKUS was Biden's thing. Obama wanted to continue the devastation that American workers faced. But look, a message about what we oppose is one thing. It's worthwhile remembering what we support. And on that, I think that this Sean Fain live stream that he did last week is kind of something that everybody should spend some time, go about and read or listen to. I know it's up in Jacobin as a transcript. You can find it pretty easily on YouTube because Sean Fain is speaking a lot of truth in that. I think he perfectly, and he has a long period where he explains the kind of tariffs they support, why they support the tariffs, what the hope is, what it would mean to actually fight for union jobs in America, where he says, again, that's not what Trump is doing. He outlines that pretty well. But this last bit here, I think, kind of connects us all because he's talking about the 4 core issues of the UAW. And it's something that very much excites me. It's a program that I can certainly get behind, and I hope that you can too.
But we're not stopping at trade. Our message is simple. We're coming for our fair share across the board. And we've been very clear about what fair share looks like. It goes back to our 4 core issues. Number 1, a living wage for everybody. Not a minimum wage, a living wage, a wage you can support a family on. The second thing, health care for all. We can't keep living like this, where people can't afford to go to the doctor or risk bankruptcy. The third thing, a dignified retirement. The majority of the working class in this country have no retirement savings. We need to expand Social Security and Medicare so people can actually have a life after they give decades to these companies. And we're going to the mat.
Sorry to pause it, but it's just amazing. Like the amount of flack I got from the Don Molesky types for saying that, hey, like that sort of meager savings you're claiming a certain percentage of Americans have, it's actually, even if you bought it, not that impressive.
Yeah.
In May
Forgot about this. Yeah.
To win that at the Big 3 after years of being left behind, decades to these companies.
Let me go back a little bit.
And we're going to the mat in May 2028 to win that at the Big 3 after years of being left behind. And number 4, it's a life off the job. Nobody should have to work 2 or 3 jobs or spend 80 hours a week in a factory just to live paycheck to paycheck. And I've said this a lot recently, we disagree with 99% of what the Trump administration is doing when it comes to attacks on labor and working class people, attacks on free speech. We are supporting national mobilizations against the Trump administration's attacks on federal workers and immigrants. We've joined lawsuits against the Trump administration's attacks on higher education institutions. And I cannot stress.
I mean, again, this is why you know that they are fighting a class war, not a political war, because anyone who is knows the folks who have been hitting the legal, hitting them with lawsuits to stop Doge and stuff. It's unions. The first one was unions and associated retired people, right? Like it's not like okay, and the Democrats love to take credit for all of that.
Totally.
How strongly we oppose this administration's attacks on our freedom of speech and basic civil liberties. We also oppose the free trade disaster. We oppose these policies under Republicans and Democrats, and we will support their reversal under Republicans and Democrats.
Hey, Mike, next week, can we do a section learning about Feuerbach and Borgia?
We aren't going to change our position on ending free trade just because Trump's president. But no matter what party you voted
this
for,
is the Left Reckoning channel, chat.
Understand this. There is a direct line between the free trade disaster and the political chaos in this country. Plant closures and mass layoffs resulted in intense pain and suffering and anger for hundreds of thousands of working families in our country. All that pain and anger had to go somewhere. A lot of it went to support Donald Trump for president. And now it's being directed at immigrants, at transgender people, at higher education. And that's the wrong target. The right target is corporate America. And the sooner both parties understand this, the sooner our country will begin to deal with our real issues. We need to build a political movement that can put the working class first. And to do that, we're going to need working class people to step up, to speak up, and take on corporate America, from the bargaining table to the ballot box. No matter who's on the other side of that table or in that office, we're going to have to stand up and stand strong with integrity on our issues.
I mean, I think perfectly said there. I mean, the demands are simple. They're good.
And that's the thing about Sean Fain and about these kind of politics for the future, because listen, I think tactically we need to be all in against Donald Trump and what he's doing as far as economically. But we also need to make sure that we are putting people that are actually left wing in the positions of power. And that's why it is important that we don't listen to any of these abundance libs, and we don't put any of these anti-Fain people in any position of authority on the left or in progressive spaces at all.
They're mobilizing, they're motivating. The connection to a lot of the chaos, confusing, strange things around us, to these trade deals, to the unfair economic system that we live in, to corporate power. I mean, Sean Fain is out here in public talking in a way that I find to be one of the most exciting and accessible ways that we're seeing anyone on a kind of major national scale talk about politics, right? And there's a reason that people are coming at him. And the fact of the matter is, what these folks don't get, right? The Democrat consultant class guys who are trying to turn.
I can't stand when you can hear spit people moving around in people's mouth.
You against Sean Fain is the fact of the matter that even if you disagree with Sean Fain on the tariff issue, right? I'm not going to recap all that again, but even if you disagree, right? You can say, well, you know what? I appreciate that they have integrity on this issue, that they're going to stand up and they're going to hold the same position, and they're not going to sort of do political favors. They know who they're representing, and they're representing the working class, which is why I trust them when they say this is going to be helpful. This is what we believe. Credibility and integrity are something of a toxic brand for many Democrats. So it's very clear why they don't understand why that might be something that has meaning and value to everyday folks.
Beautiful point, chat. We love Left Reckoning, don't we, folks? We love it. But that brings me to a very, 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 very important point. And that point is this: favorability of current elected officials among Democrats. Bernie Sanders plus 75, AOC 61, Tim Walz 61, Elizabeth Warren 58, Cory Booker 52, Pete Buttigieg 51, Nancy Pelosi 49, Amy Klobuchar 40 plus 48. So that is approval minus disapproval. Amy Klobuchar 48, Richie Torres plus 8, Chuck Schumer plus 7, John Fetterman plus 6, Eric Adams negative 23. If you want the original, this is the original graph. Net favorability, if you go by net favorability, the most favorable people, according to YouGov, are Barack Obama, Kamala Harris, Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden, Tim Walz, AOC, Hillary Clinton, Elizabeth Warren, Cory Booker, Pete Buttigieg, Nancy Pelosi. So a lot of these people among Democrats, this is among Democrats. I want you to understand that the average Democrat brain is like this. The average Democrat brain is like this. If you go to net favorability of everybody, Americans, Democrats and Republicans, net favorability, Barack Obama plus 22%, Bernie Sanders plus 12, and then everybody else is kind of unknown. If you rank by awareness, name recognition, and favorability, more people know Donald Trump than 97% of people know who Donald Trump is. Net favorability, -6. Bernie Sanders, 88% of people know who Bernie Sanders is, plus 12. I mean, there's really, like, other than Barack Obama, now George Bush is positive now. Way to go. Way to go, liberals. Oh, hey, Vio. Thank you. Vio gave me a cookie, chat. Look at that. That's a beastly cookie. Way to go, liberals. You now like George W. Bush. Americans, man. Americans, man. If you look at the 2024 vote comparing Harris versus Trump, Sanders is plus 29 versus Obama plus 30. Here is the raw data on pages 1 to 2. Andy Bashir. And what's really interesting is if we look at the most unpopular people in politics, Dick Cheney, Mitch McConnell, Chuck Schumer, Andrew Cuomo, Chris Christie, Mike Pence, and Nancy Pelosi. What do you fucking know? It's all the people that I hate and the Democrats love to promote. And MSNBC loves to promote. Chris Christie, I mean, like, it's incredible. Hillary Clinton, -20. Incredible, dude. Gavin Newsom, -11. So when people are like, when they say to me, like, oh no, Mike, you know, why do you care about AOC and Bernie Sanders? Because AOC and Bernie Sanders, and this is so easy, it's so easy right now because neither one of them are running for president. Don't worry. If AOC ends up running for president and is the left-wing candidate, a bunch of the people that are currently shitting on her, if she's super popular, are going to find themselves up her ass again. This is a thing that's super fucking annoying, is that I'm going to remain consistent and honest for this entire period of time. And then if she runs for president is like, you know, one of the top candidates, all the people that are like right now kind of like shitting on her and whining about her, they're going to be up her fucking ass. This is on band. Nah, he's just, he's on Coachella. He's doing the Coachella run right now. He's doing the Coachella run. Dark woke, pace of candy. All right. I want to watch a video that's really fun. Hold on.
A lot of you don't know the whole story about Rachel and about the crime that was committed against her. Even us, her family, we didn't know all the details.
Look at the path Ethan is going down. H3H3 took an old video of iDubbbz ripping up the Quran and is posting it. See, Ethan, the difference between H3 today is that you feel the same way that iDubbbz did 10 years ago. That's why you support a genocidal settler colonial state and you say it's a really nice place. So is this supposed to be like, is this bad? If this is bad, how can you support Israel? Instead of the content cop, he and his crew put together a compilation of every bad thing iDubbbz ever said. I can't wait. Is Ethan streaming yet? When does Ethan stream? I don't watch his shit ever.
But I'm having so much fun and, you know, enjoy the moment, right? At the top here, I just want to give...
This is going to be the moment where... It's going to be the moment where he, like, AB and all these guys join in on their attacks. Or maybe he's taking the day off again. Who knows? But I guess I'll see if the crew stands up to Ethan. I can't wait to see.
Stream and eviscerate it like I'm going to do today to iDubbbz. Right? Why? Thank you to them. Do love them a lot. I want to thank our members, our gracious supporters who come here, and I want to thank just everybody in this community who stood by me over these past 2 years, who have listened to me, who know who I am and what I'm about. And you know, when this video dropped, everybody was like, the thing is, like, the way that I operate is I'm transparent and I take everything head on. There's nothing in that video that we all haven't already talked about. You know what I mean? Exhaustively. And I don't, and like, you know, I'm going to do it again. I'm going to respond to every second of this thing. You know, the minute it dropped on Wednesday, was it? I immediately went and watched it live because I want people to know just how unafraid I am of this video. How I mean, I didn't know what was in it, but I knew, like, okay, based on the people that he tagged in the description, I was like, okay, I know what this video is.
I literally would be so scared to do that.
I know you would be, Jay Shetty, but I had to make a principled stand.
Oh, God.
Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward.
And I hope that Hassan Piker is watching how I responded to the video directly on Wednesday and today as an example of how it's done.
I did.
This is what you should do. Okay.
How many sound clips of Hassan do they have?
And if it's as bad as you say, then it should just be a fun. Look how much fun we're having. The views are great. God. Everybody's piled in. It's a win-win, buddy. Just watch the video on stream and eviscerate it, like I'm gonna do today to iDubbbz. Right?
This is, oh my God. Oh my God.
I know, man. I know it.
He's such a bitch.
So that's my preamble here. Before we get started, oh, there's also Teddy Fresh, buy one, get one, 50% off. Let me plug real fast.
Yeah, you might, yeah. I would get one, chat.
But I'm gonna try to keep it expedient as possible, which I'm currently already failing to do. I'm already talking too much, but I'm having so much fun, and you know, enjoy the moment, right?
I'm sorry for doing more Ethan shit, but it's just too pathetic. How many times are they going to mention me, do you think?
At the top here, I just want to give that, you know, that's too painful, Nate.
Is that too mean?
It's like a dagger in my heart, and the biting criticism that offers, the substantive,
wake up, Ethan,
well-conceived criticism of me. It's just, it hurts too much. I'm confronted with all of my flaws in this moment.
We ain't doing that.
Frogan doing the L, skipping around. Whoever that guy is, Sean DeBlack, who I don't know why he's in the video. Denims, who's actually a demon. And iDubbbz, who I think we need to rename the new iDubbbz. I'll think about it.
I don't really
more like iDubbbz, more like I suck.
You said I thought you were reaching over to button.
Oh, got it. No.
Oh, damn, that was terrible.
No button. I'm stand by that one. First and foremost, I want to just hit on some things. Okay, this one's just fun and silly. XQC had a really funny reaction. And I just want to shout it out. I loved his reaction here. And despite our differences, I mean, the guy...
Let's just say that Ethan Klein is just a right-winger now. He's going to be allied with all the right-wingers because that's what he does. So he's going to be promoting XQC, Asmongold, Sam Hyde, Destiny, all the same right-wingers. He's so desperate for allies.
He speaks his mind, he speaks the trup, and here he is doing.
Wake up. Time to be awake, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
Wake up. Ethan,
dude.
Wake up. Wake up.
Oh, hell no.
Wake up. Brother, oh nah. Bro, content cop, and he picks the people that are the most content copable of all time, and it makes a content cop with them? Oh, I can't. Bro, you
I'm very self-aware. It's really not. And I mean, again, he's right? Like, why put these people who are, you know, they're controversial. You know, they're not. These are not. Actually, nobody in that video is really an arbiter of purity. Other than, yeah, so that's funny. Anyway, shout out to XQC. Hassan this morning, I also want to give a shout out, called me a Auschwitz Nazi guard. He's clearly on his good faith bent here. I, in this clip, talk about how I'm talking about my lived experience in Israel proper. Everybody knows that the use of the word proper is the correct usage to refer to the borders, the established borders of Israel. And I explicitly am talking about my experience living in Tel Aviv, which I say explicitly in this clip. And Hassan says, bro, really said my lived experience in Israel proper. And once again, I want to emphasize that that is actually totally unproblematic and the correct way, unless his point is that there's no such thing as Israel proper.
I do think that's his point.
So then we're talking about something completely else. You know what I mean?
Actually, the point is that in Israel, he's saying that, see, these are German Nazis, like Germans who are Nazis. You should watch this movie. It's really good. And in it, you see the life of the family of the camp commandant in their like house that's right outside the concentration camp. And for them, life is great. The film is called Zone of Interest. And they just ignore, you know, the Jews that are servants in their house they talk to. But other than that, it's largely, you know, they ignore what's going on behind the walls. You know, you could just hear what's going on behind the walls. Occasionally you hear screaming or machine gun fire, but, you know, maybe some trains arriving. But for the most part, you know, they have a nice little life together. And, you know, so when they're like, wow, look how great life is, ignoring all the atrocities that are happening around them and that they are participating in, that's fucked up. And it shows the banality of evil. So if you're going like, wow, Israel's great, we love Tel Aviv, meanwhile, your country is committing a genocide on Gaza, that's the same thing.
But anyway, this is a still from a movie called The Danger Zone.
Zone of Interest.
The Zone of Interest, about a Nazi family who's in charge of Auschwitz, living outside the concentration camp and raising their family casually there, which, as you know, is what I did living in Tel Aviv. And by the way, Hassan, let's not forget that we were friends. Did you not? You didn't know that I was living in Tel Aviv, aka outside a concentration camp?
Well, there wasn't a genocide. Like there was active oppression of Palestinians, but you claimed to be pro-Palestinian, number one, and number two, there wasn't a genocide until October 7th, and that's why you guys broke up. See, you broke up because you wanted him to like justify the Israeli atrocities, and he wouldn't do that, and you were mad that the audience was turning against you.
Frogan, all you guys, Denims, who used to be huge fans of the show, you're going to call me a Nazi?
I was never a fan of the show. I was never a huge fan of the show. I'll be honest. In fact, I also proved it. One of my favorite things to do, now that I can speak freely about Ethan, you have no idea how much I've wanted to speak freely about this fucking clown for years and years and years. I bit my tongue about Ethan Klein. And in fact, I would just stream against leftovers. Normally, I would stream 5 or 6 hours, and then, you know, I stream like 4 hours, and then Hassan goes live, and I usually stream for another hour and a half. But I have a lot of overlap with Hassan. You know, 4 or 5 hours of politics is a lot. It takes a lot out of you. So by like hour 5 or 6, you know, a lot of people in my audience watch Hassan, so I would lose a little bit of my viewership. You know, I'd be tired. I had done my show, and I would go off. But when Leftovers was on, I kept going. Because why? Because it was dog shit content. And because Ethan Klein is remedial, so the show was really boring. And they had no flow. There, I said it. There, I said it. I thought Leftovers was dog shit. There, I said it. I love every other piece of content that Hassan does. I'm kind of a Hassan supporter. I watched a lot of his shit. I thought Leftovers was trash. And if you want me to prove it to you, I'll prove it to you right now. Let me see here. Twitch. I talked about this. I've been talking about this every day. I just want to make sure that Ethan doesn't miss this point. Right? If you go to my statistics and you go to wait. It's streams. Go to streams. If you go to streams, if you go on Thursday is when Leftovers was on. Now, if you see my Wednesday, I stream 4.6 hours. Thursday, 6.4. Wednesday, 4.6. Thursday, 6.8. Wednesday 4.1, Thursday 5.8, Wednesday 5.6, Thursday, it looks like there was no leftovers that week. And I bet you if you go look, there was no leftovers except February of 2023. I bet you if you went and looked, there's no leftovers that day. I bet you it's canceled that day. And like, you could just see that on Thursday, I stream longer, 6 hours. I stream 6 hours on Thursdays. Why? Because I was streaming against leftovers because I thought Ethan Klein was unwatchable. So I would just keep streaming.
Fucking concentration guard for living in Tel Aviv.
I hope you get PTSD.
I sure wasn't hiding it, but okay. I see you're being good faith here today, Hassan, and I love to see it. I also want to give a shout out to Mike from PA, who I've watched the video now, and his exclusion from the video is just so fucking delightful. This guy wants to be part of the team so bad. He's not in the video. He goes, keeping quiet about this was so painful. Yeah, I'm sure it was.
Because I knew about it. I knew about it. I knew the content cop was about you, Ethan. I knew about it in advance. And I was told to keep it quiet because they wanted it to hit hard. They wanted it to hit hard.
Was Maiko. Here's the thing that's even funnier after watching the video. Not everybody who participated in it was there physically. Several people sent in video clips, which means he was explicitly excluded from this video. But I don't know how that makes you feel, Mike, but I have a feeling there's going to be some chairs getting punched here later today. If they're not being punched right now.
I would like you to understand that this may be the most pathetic insight into how Ethan Klein thinks. This is probably the most explicitly pathetic thing I've ever seen in my entire life. He thinks that I am so enamored in the controversy over Ethan Klein that I need to be in every anti-Ethan Klein video. In his mind, I'm like one of his chief haters. Bro, I don't even know you, man. You've been attacking me. It's not the other way around. I've been responding to you, brother. I didn't know iDubbbz. Now I do. Now I do. It was nice to meet iDubbbz. But I don't know this. I didn't know this man. Bro, every video about you is not that important to me. But I am watching this because, again, he keeps bringing me up. And the question you must ask yourselves is, why does he bring you up? He's not bringing up the Surfs TV, right? Why is Ethan Klein bringing me up a lot, but not like, for example, the Surfs TV, who's another person who talks about this shit and who is pro Hassan and, you know, is another content creator in this space, right? Why is he bringing me up and not like, for example, them? The answer is because Destiny hates me. Destiny's fans hate me. That's exactly the point. Do you understand that? Because Destiny hates me. He's just a Destiny supporter. His Destiny fans have been putting my shit in his subreddit. That's why. Destiny fans don't give a shit about the Surfs TV, so they don't put it in the fucking subreddit. But because Destiny's obsessed with me, because Destiny said he wanted me to kill myself, because Destiny has been trying to defeat me in the marketplace of ideas after losing 7 debates, now I'm an enemy of Ethan because Ethan Klein is just a fan of Destiny. Incredible.
We have to keep our chairs safe, guys. It's just not right. So, Mike from PA, I give a salute to you, my friend.
Thank you, sir.
I don't think anybody likes this guy. I just don't think anybody does. Which is...
All I can say about this is, I legitimately feel bad for him. I legitimately feel bad for him. Can you imagine if your best friend, one of your like best content friends was making a video, he came out of like retirement just to blast you and say you're mentally ill? Like, the projection on this guy is fucking insane. Also, again, the narcissism, right? Like, if somebody made a video and he wasn't included, he would be punching chairs, right? If somebody made a video and he wasn't included, he would be punching chairs. And the reality is, I've said this and I've said this before, many, many, many times. The key to being a successful content creator is not getting in your own way and being a narcissistic freak. And if I don't know someone, I don't feel entitled to be in their shit. I just support people based on whether or not I agree with their arguments and their ideas. And if we're friends, great. If not, it's not the end of the world, right? The idea that this guy thinks he's got me in some way, when all that's happened, I want you to understand this. By his excessive focus on me and including me in this shit that I have very little to do with, all you've done, do you guys see this? Do you see this line? Do you see this line? You have just pushed me into the fucking stratosphere. And guess who else you pushed into the stratosphere? Everybody on that fucking video now is being pushed into the stratosphere because you won't shut the fuck up. I also saw it as iDubbbz, including people who are more prone to being attacked by bigots, incels, admins, fans. I mean, look. The answer is those who are the people that were primarily targeted, who were small content creators, who want to talk about this shit. Okay, not everybody who got banned because of Ethan Klein shit wanted to participate or participated. All right, these were the people that are political, got banned for 30 days to be on the panel, or were otherwise targeted by these groups who were small content creators, and they brought them in to say fuck you. Okay, that's who's on the video. Frogan and Denims got banned for 30 days because of Ethan Klein. I didn't. Right? You know, I was right there front and center on the panel. I was on the Sabra racial tier. They put my head right next to Ethan Klein. Right next to Denims, I think, was also down there in the bottom. Me and Denims and Ethan were all in the like Sabra tier. We were all banned. So, like, you know, she was banned for 30 days. I wasn't. So, like, at the end of the day, the only thing that's happened, and I've said this many, many times, I want to talk about politics. You know when Hassan brings me onto his stream? On election day. That's when I'm brought on the stream. But there's 300,000 people and we're doing election day coverage, I'm on there. So I'll be okay with my friendships and my acquaintanceships. And honestly, one of the things that's really, really, really interesting about that is I've been hanging out with a lot of people in LA recently. And you know what? I haven't seen Ethan Klein with any of the people that he says are his friends. I haven't seen you out there, man. I don't think you hang out with anybody. I don't think you've got any friends.
Which is great, because he is just actually just a despicable human being. And Hassan drops
By the way, despicable. Why? Can you explain why? What makes me despicable? There's never any substance to it. What's the substance, man? Be honest. Because Destiny said so? Because I embarrassed Destiny in many debates? Like, what is the reason? Because Destiny's fans put my clips on your subreddit because they're obsessed. Because Destiny is obsessed. There's plenty of people that are clowning and laughing at you, you fucking loser. Majority Report, Surfs TV, so many content creators on TikTok. Why are you singling me out, do you think?
Tactical copium bomb. Now, as you guys know, Hassan has famously rejected the idea of wanting, of needing to or caring about watching my video. Loser. Every time it's about he needs somebody to hold his hand through the process. Someone like Bad Empanado, who's a liar and a anti-Semite. Or
wow, what airtight arguments. Again, this is something you'll see with someone who's a fucking loser, liar, rat, fuck, like Ethan Klein, is they'll just state conclusions about people, but never actually bring up the examples of where the lies are. Fuck you, Ethan Klein. We like when, hey, is Yoav Gallant a good guy, you genocidal maniac?
Or Noah Sampson, who is, I mean, about to get sued for defamation. I mean, he's supposed to respond in 2 days. I think he thinks I'm kidding. We'll see. He has 2 days.
No, he's gonna sue him. The guy's got 500,000 subscribers, bro. He's got 500,000. When you sue Noah Sampson, he's going to go mega viral. I can't wait to fundraise for the man. I can't wait. I can't wait.
To respond. After that, it doesn't really matter what he says in terms of like retractions. That once it's closed, it's game time, baby. So Noah has 2 days. We'll see about that.
How's your defamation suit going with Kavanaugh, by the way? I heard you lost your slap appeal. That must have been expensive. Appellate, you know, for appellate like decisions are usually pretty expensive to pay for an appellate lawyer. How much did that run you? Was that $100K? And now you've got a billionaire who wants you for defamation, and you did like bot campaigns to like review bomb his apps and shit. He's got you with torturous interference for a contract, defamation, probably intentional infliction of emotional distress. Like, he's got you over the fucking barrel, baby. How much are you gonna pay? How much are you gonna pay? How much are you gonna pay?
I look forward to it. But here is Hassan. So his criticism of my immediately reacting to it is interesting. Listen to this.
Well, you actually just described that you do see his tweets, and some you agree, and a couple you disagree.
He's saying that Ethan supports genocide is defamation. That's basically his point. And the answer to that is it's a matter of opinion. It's not a statement of a fact. Okay, it's a matter of opinion. It's a political conversation about his political views and his public takes. It is by far and away the highest standard. There's no defamatory conduct whatsoever. And so give me a fucking break. When is it safe to call an Ethan a known defamer? I mean, he hasn't officially lost his case against Kavanaugh yet. But once he loses his case against Kavanaugh, then you'll be able to call him a proven defamer.
So
that's a good point, Eli. This fucking guy always eating. Like, just separately, like, I feel like he's always eating. He's just always like leaning over and slurping up like his mommy's chicken.
I feel that way about you, dude.
I'm always eating.
You eat on this show
skinny
a lot.
legend, bro. Not that he's fat.
What do you have next?
Every clip he's eating.
You've been eating.
Every clip I see of him lately, he's eating.
There's eggs on your desk.
Am I eating?
Guys, that's another Destiny community meme. I mean, how many Destiny community memes are we gonna get? Like, how many Destiny community memes are we gonna get?
Eating them now? Am I doing like this every time? Every time I play a video, by the way, let's talk about fair use. Every time I play a video, this is me silently going. Anyway, he does that for about a minute here. Explain that she was she was
interacting with
Hassan, by the way, a prolific content thief.
Also, the idea that a live streamer taking a minute to eat food or going to the bathroom and therefore that would defeat fair use is absolutely fucking beyond stupid. It's like subhuman level stupidity. And anyone who's a live streamer who talks about content and says content thievery is a fucking unself-aware dipshit. You're a fucking moron. Like, you're an absolute fucking moron.
Shout out.
With it at some point. But Eli's point is even better. He literally just said that he's seen these tweets.
Lovely, Dan.
He
beautiful.
Just said so himself. So.
And that he even agreed with some of them, but he didn't like them to not stir the pot or whatever. So
I don't think this person is going to understand
That's weird, man.
Being made.
It sounds like it's your feed.
It is, yeah. Well, so the reason what I saw was him.
Yeah, I think the goal here is to
denims in chat.
Basically, watch this in 3.5-second increments in an effort to say that he watched the whole thing.
What it is,
but basically to showcase to his audience, like, oh, I watched the whole thing. It was all a bunch of nonsense.
Have you ever seen such catastrophic coping in your life? This man, in response to me not being a coward like he is, and immediately putting it on and cold reacting to it live.
Listen, it's not just his position. It's iDubbbz's position. Listen to this.
Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward.
I mean, not only, like, I want to just say thank you to Ethan Klein and Destiny. I really do. I want to thank them. Like, I with all due seriousness, like, I always found him to be annoying, and I thought that this drama was dumb as fuck, and he's a stupid piece of shit, and nobody fucking cares about his opinion about Israel. Okay, he's a Zionist. You know, he doesn't want to know what Israel's doing. He lives in Beverly Hills. He's a rich dipshit. Who gives a fuck? At a certain point, we could ignore him. I didn't give a shit about this. But because Destiny is so desperate to hurt Hassan, because he's an obsessed, narcissistic stalker freak, he has, and his community have fixated on this breakup. And they've escalated it, and they've escalated and escalated it, and they just kept talking about it and kept injecting themselves up to the point where they started stalking Twitch staff and attacking Twitch and, like, you know, getting people I know banned. And it was so, like, I was basically forced to, like, start talking about this. And this has been one of the best things that has ever happened in my career. I just want to thank you guys. Thank you for making me one of the top streamers in the world. I'm the 198th largest English-speaking channel in the entire world. Thank you, Ethan Klein and Destiny. There's no way. Like, I have grown through blood, sweat, and tears. over the course of 6 years of grinding at this channel. But this controversy and having you as an enemy has been one of the best things to ever happen to me. Thank you. I want to say thank you. And also, I mean, like, Denim's like, oh my God, like, there's nothing has been better for Denim's career than being Ethan Klein's enemy and Destiny's enemy. Like, literally, they are the ultimate counter indicators. If they hate you, you're going to the fucking moon. I didn't even think it was possible for me to be like consistently 4 or 5K Andy. I thought that was like not even possible. I didn't think there would be that many people that would be interested in left-wing, like hard left political commentary on Twitch. Like, they have legitimately shown me that the sky is the absolute fucking limit. And like, I should just push for more. Like, I'm doing more platforms. Like, I posted YouTube videos that suck shit. Like, I mean, they're good. Like, my editors are great. They suck because my quality sucks. And I'm getting like 20,000 views on them in my 10,000 subscriber channel. Like, you guys are making me want to do YouTube. You guys are making me want to do more. Like, you're like inspiring me to stream more, post more, improve, like invest more. You like, nobody has made me believe in myself more than Ethan Klein and Destiny. Because every time they try to fuck me over and fail, it makes me more confident because they're just so pathetic. And they're never gonna win. They're never gonna win. Don't sell yourself short. 10 years to be an overnight success. Oh, I mean, like, listen, I've been a successful streamer for a long time. The person who really blew me up, there's two people that were the people that I don't thank enough. And honestly, the person who really blew me up, made me a 1K Andy, is Will Neff. Is Will Neff and Hassan. In the 2020 election cycle, Will Neff and Hassan helped me out so fucking much. That's what made me like actually be a professional streamer for real. Like, I was kind of like making do and doing pretty well and like getting like 600, 700, 800 viewers. And like, you know, I made like decent money, but it probably wouldn't have been a career for me until Will Neff and Hassan. Like, that's the answer. That's the reality, right? And then obviously this has just been like built. Like, I've been slowly growing, sometimes stagnating, sometimes like, you know, a little bit of a fall off here and there, like, you know, plus or minus 20%. But Ethan Klein has given me like 100% growth. Being an enemy of Ethan Klein is one of the best things that could ever happen to you. Oh my God. Thank you guys for the subscriptions, by the way.
Brave and heroic. He goes, no, actually, it's cowardly that Ethan watched it because he pauses it too much.
I'm at a loss.
They're calling you cowardly because you won't let him make a coherent point without interrupting it. Is he actually fucking stupid? Like, in all seriousness, like, is he brain dead? What is Ethan like? Did Ethan Klein like graduate from high school? Like, what are we working with here?
Forward.
So my reaction is valid, but only if I pause it the exact right amount. Hassan, this may be a foreign concept to you, but it's called commentary. It's called fair use. It's called transformative use. I am expressing my thoughts thoroughly through every frame of this video, and I would encourage you to do the same. And I won't judge you based on how much you pause. You know, I'd just like to see your reaction. You know, I'd like to see your response to the video and not just cherry-picked moments of it.
By the way, I actually think Hassan should watch the nuke now. Now that the content cop has happened, can I have my hot take? I think Hassan should react to it now. I think he should react to it now. Because the nuke is dog shit. And the nuke is massively overplayed. And by reacting to the nuke, he's actually going to boost the content cop shit even more. He might even help push it to like 10 milli. And just watching what would happen psychologically to Ethan Klein would be so fucking funny. It would be so fucking funny to watch his ass flail, to watch his bitch ass fucking realize that nobody fucking cares and it doesn't matter and no argument he made was coherent. And everybody loves Hassan, and nobody likes this motherfucking guy. It would be fun. That being said, you know, I don't know if Hassan wants to engage with it. Like, it's been so thoroughly talked over so much. But like, here's the thing, you guys have to understand this. Ethan Klein and Destiny will never stop fixating. They will never, ever, ever stop. They're never going to stop talking about me. They're never going to stop talking about denims. They're never going to stop talking about Hassan. They're never, ever going to stop. They're going to be following us around for the rest of our fucking lives, and there's nothing we can do to stop them because this is their obsession now. And they're going to dwindle and dwindle and dwindle and dwindle and circle the fucking drain. Like, that's just the way it is. I wish it weren't true. I wish they could get a fucking life and crack a joke for the love of Christ. But it is what it is.
Hold your hand, and that would be nice. But in the meantime, I think anybody, including his fans, can look at this and roll their eyes at just how, you know, plainly cowardice he's displaying here. It's just unreal. So that's Hassan, my friend. I look forward to you watching my video. Somehow watching the video is cowardly. Like, dude, the guy is creating world building in his mind. It's amazing.
I've finally done it. I watched Ethan Klein's content nuke.
Yeah, I was like, okay. But then it was just like a nightmare, I guess, in the video. Yeah. Frogan, by the way, the night of the content nuke dropped, was on her stream crying. And I'm just flabbergasted by this, which, like, again, I've accused her and all of them of being crybullies. The thing is that I'm always...
She was crying from happiness and joy. She was crying from happiness and joy, bro. She was crying because she was so elated.
Only ever responding to these people, and of course Frogan being the genesis for most of this whole thing, when I quietly unfollowed her on Twitter after her heinous tweet defending Hamas terrorists on October 7th. She lost her mind about it, and it became a story because she was so vocal about it. But now she's ever the crybully. Now, Frogan, you did not have to be in this video, right? But here's her response that evening after joining the dog pile.
They're not just being in the video, like she was like dancing and doing the L and like flipping you off.
Oh, you did a Fortnite L on me. Yeah, you flipped me off, girl. You did that. Nobody made you go...
Did she hurt your feelings? You only tried to get her permanently banned from the entire internet and accused of being a terrorist supporter. Did she flip you off, you poor thing?
Go into Hassan's office and do a Fortnite dance, okay? Nobody made you do that. This is your music. This is actually your music. Okay, if iDubbbz video had a soundtrack.
I could have done the Fortnite dance, guys. Like, maybe I'm too self-serious, but I couldn't have done the Fortnite dance. I couldn't have done the be nice to Ethan and the Fortnite dance. I'm too unhinged for that. I would just be like, nah.
It would be that. Go ahead, Zach. This is the soundtrack.
Kind of hits all slowed down like that.
I see them dancing, and I'm still flabbergasted by this video. Anywho, here's Frogan from the night that they dropped the video.
And to be quite honest, it's very hard to look at. Karma will make its way. To me, it's very hard to look at it that way. I wish I had that point of view. You know what I mean?
Like, remember, guys, about Ethan. He called Dan Clancy a pedophile Nazi. And look at this like, he's projecting the cry bully shit. It's like he called Dan Clancy, who's just a CEO of a platform, right? Who's just trying to promote his platform. You know, he's a little bit cringy. You know, he's an old man in a platform full of young people. It is what it is, right? Ethan Klein called him a pedophile Nazi.
It's like, you see the shittiest fucking people at the top.
By the way, who's #1 streamer on Twitch right now? Political streamer?
Asmongold.
Okay.
Not every day.
No, but like Hassan is at the top, right?
He's definitely at the top. He's at the top. He is at the top. You know what I mean?
Asmongold is his viewership is a little bit, it's good. It's good. Asmongold is up there, and he's your ally. You like that guy, right? You like Asmongold.
It's like, you see the shittiest fucking people at the top. I don't know if I believe in karma. You know what I mean? And I'm like,
listen, if you don't, you should. You're a living example of it in action.
I don't understand, how is she crying?
Well, she didn't even start the tears yet.
If I had to lose my career over this bullshit.
Why are you talking about losing your career? You literally chose to be in this video to dogpile and like just to participate in this shit show. Did you not? Like, what do you think? What are you thinking? How are you going to sit there and
pause this? Because Ethan is fucking stupid. He's a dumb fuck. She's referring to the fact that she's standing up in favor of Palestinians and that advocates of Palestine are attacked. And their content is flagged. They get deprioritized in the algorithm. They get banned. They're being targeted by the Trump administration. You know, that's what they're referring to, you dumb fuck.
Right. It's just mind bending. This girl is perpetually the victim after starting this entire thing.
I can say
you're not just choosing to be in a video, you're being in a content cop of a friend betraying a friend.
Yeah,
right?
it's like
a very...
You guys attacked iDubbbz first. You cry bully bitches. You attacked them first. You attacked Anissa. You attacked iDubbbz, you dumb fuck. You know that Anissa is, as far as I know, is a Lebanese woman. And you guys drew them into this. Expecting them to do what? Kiss your ass?
Aggressive participation.
Yeah, it's not like a casual cameo. You're in like...
You're not just like calling into Morgan Pierce to talk about something.
For example, I did a cameo in the Leafy content cop. That meant something more than just like, oh, Ethan's here for do a cameo. Like, let's not be silly about this. We know what you're doing there, okay? And so, is karma real? I don't know. Let's see how you feel about it.
I was consistent in my views, and I have been consistently against genocide, and it consistently uplifted the Palestinian people.
Was that a part of the content cop?
This? No, this is... Wait.
Others can't say that, but I can.
Did Content Cop uplift the Palestinian people, is my question.
I don't even think he barely even mentioned the conflict. I don't think he raised money. He did a charity. He basically achieved literally nothing for the people in Gaza that apparently are the ones he's helping, allegedly, by doing this. It's really something how everybody's...
By the way, I want you to understand something, chat. I just want to clear this up. Talking about Ethan Klein at this point, you know, he lost, right? He worked with Diddy Dan Saltzman and Destiny to try to attack Twitch, right? He was working with those sex criminals and freaks and weirdos to you know, at Asmongold, trying to damage Twitch, to like deplatform people, and it failed, right? And he tried to ruin Hassan's reputation so that political politicians and organizations wouldn't work with Hassan. That failed. I mean, Hassan is being called the Joe Rogan of the left. He's on Pod Save America. He's on CNN. He's got multiple articles written about him in major political publications. He's got the Daily Show showing up at his house. He's got, I mean, like, you know, he's personal interviews with Bernie and AOC. He's got, you know, the chair of the Progressive Caucus and Greg Cesar on his stream. Like, he is on the Nelk Boys. He's on Theo Van Avon. Like, you have done nothing. You completely failed, you fucking loser. So no, this isn't just about, oh no, this is all about Palestine. This is also about your attempt to target pro-Palestinian creators. Not everything I do is related to Palestine. I'm just a prominent pro-Palestine live streamer. There are many people like me out there, and you try to deplatform them all, and you failed. You utterly failed. And now you attacked your friend iDubbbz, who was staying neutral and staying out of it. And now he has a video that is much, and I want to make this as clear as I can, much more successful than the content nuke. It has 1 million more views in a day, and your video has been out for 3 months. It's got 100,000 more likes than your video in 2 days. It is the top of the charts.
Activism these days is just shitting on me. Okay. Every time someone hates on me, a fucking PETA falls from the sky in Gaza or something. Apparently. Like,
what's so man? It's so funny how Gila just starts laughing immediately whenever Gaza is mentioned.
They act like, you know what I mean?
IDF coded humor.
Same for Frogan.
No.
And I feel like such a bitch for crying, but it just like,
I didn't want to say that.
You sit and reflect, and it's just like, what the fuck, dude? There are some days I just sit and I'm just like, how the
world famous Mike for PA.
Like, I'm like, what did I do to deserve this?
Well, let's say, first of all, participating in a fucking treacherous video that's essentially, you know.
were attacking her before the video, you dumb fuck. It's like punching someone in the face and then they punch you back and then you go like, and then you hit them and you go, it's because you punched me. And it's like, bitch, you started it. You punched first. Their punching back is justified self-defense, you dumb fuck.
Brutus stabbing Caesar at the Senate floor. Of course, me being Caesar. Yeah.
Oh my God.
iDubbbz is Brutus. Caesar? And then Frogan is like one of the extras.
Senator?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
He doesn't know what that is.
Who fucking who?
We knew who held the power. That's why they killed him. It was me, baby.
I have no pity.
Yeah, she goes, what did I do to deserve this? Literally everything in this entire exchange?
Just like a few hours before the video that came out.
Where's AB? I don't hear AB. Is AB, like, what does AB do on the show? Like, he's an on-air guy, right? Like, it's pretty odd to be, like, 30 minutes in. Is he there?
How can you be... Anyway, my goal is not to totally dunk on Frogan. Unfortunately for her, she just makes it so damn easy. But like, I'm not, obviously, she's not the main villain in this story by any means.
Are you taking the day off today?
Just leave it at that.
I hope you get PTSD.
I hope that you have a great life and you find a really nice job, you know, one day. You know, or at least, you know. Yeah, okay, very good, very good.
We got them.
By the way, anytime someone's like, what did we do to deserve this? I'm just like,
Yes.
Well, there was this part. I can't get over his inclusion. Like, bro, I don't even know why you're in this video, bro. Who are you? Like, I know your name's Sean DeBlack, okay? I've said it before. I've seen you before, but like, I've never talked about you, man. At least like,
he's only.
I mentioned him like in one. In the content. Yeah, so I included him in the content because he said he wanted someone to kill Destiny.
Right.
So, which was, you know.
Is that enough to be in this content?
Not at all. You brought him up one more time. It was I think he was the one complaining that Hassan doesn't react to his videos or something like that.
Oh yeah, that was true. That was a great clip. Oh. He started accusing Hassan of being racist for platforming.
But that wasn't a criticism of him.
Yeah, but that's not really. That's more criticism of Hassan.
Well, at any rate, listen. Okay, maybe he thinks
look at how these libs love to use idpol bullshit. Look! They don't give a fuck about representation of black creators and left-wing media, right? They're just using it. They use it conveniently to attack Hassan. That's what I really need you guys to just not care about radlib bullshit ever. Like, ever. If somebody's like, you know, Mike, he's a white man grifter. Hassan's white guy. Something about our traits as opposed to what we say. If somebody wants to disagree with something I said, feel free to disagree with something I said. But if it's just going to be like, you're white, you're a male, well, you're straight. Like, that's what these libs love. Coming from this fucking guy. I can't get over it.
There's a beef between us. I don't really know anything about him. I've barely talked about him. So, okay, listen, maybe it's a one-sided beef. That's fine. We love those. Welcome to the game. Welcome to the arena. iDubbbz, now, this is very interesting to me. It was only a mere, I don't know how long ago exactly, but it wasn't very long ago at all that iDubbbz put forth his new thesis on the world, one of empathy and humanistic values.
Look at this baby rage.
And says, oh, Ethan is co-signing Keemstar. He's a fucking liar, dude. And says, oh, Ethan is co-signing Keemstar. He's a fucking liar, dude.
Keemstar was the top rated fucking comment, and there's a subreddit just like yesterday.
Here he is talking about it.
I have made some cruel, hurtful content, and I need to acknowledge that, and I'm really sorry that it's taken me this long to acknowledge it. The content I'm talking about specifically are content cop videos and videos where I was just generally criticizing people for very lackluster reasons, and you know, obviously didn't have any accountability online whatsoever on my end. I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I am any better than any of these people that I was making content cop videos on, and I'm not. I'm a human. I'm a real human who makes mistakes, and you know, I make a different set of mistakes.
By the way, chat, I want to show you, like, does Ethan think this makes him look good? Like, does Ethan think that, like, oh, this guy talks about, like, here's an apology he made, but then he also didn't like me. Like, Ethan Klein legitimately is stupid. Like, a legitimately stupid man.
Than the people I was making videos on, but it doesn't matter. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate. It's also indoctrinated a lot of people into thinking that this is an okay way to behave, and it's not. It's super irresponsible and shitty.
Now, what's funny about that is, like, that wasn't that long ago. You know what I mean? Like, that was maybe a couple months ago. And he goes, so there's something uniquely evil about me, right, that wasn't present in any of the other people he made content cops about. All the numerous, you know, shitty behavior and people he talked about, I'm uniquely evil. I am uniquely evil to the point where he's going to do a 180 on his newfound moral principles. Nobody deserves this, he says, unless you're a Zionist.
I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate.
Nobody. I didn't hear an asterisk, buddy.
Shitty.
You know, it's like if you're going to make such a grand statement, you can't do a 180 on it next month. Like, you got to at least try to live up to your values for like at least 30 days, man.
They had a whole part where they were like, compliment Ethan, and we like Ethan, and we want him to take care of his mental health, and you know, like they did this whole, they put this extraordinary effort to baby the H3 show and the crew, and they did everything they could to just be like, bro, you're losing it, you're spiraling. But no, you made a video about me, which means you're breaking your rules of never being mean.
And they did talk about it on their podcast.
Is this from a couple years ago?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, there's one.
This is when he went on like his like apology. I'm not edgy anymore.
Okay, so I have one that's newer. What, Hila?
I was just gonna say.
What does a gifted sub mean? It means somebody else paid for you to be a subscriber. Welcome in, buddy. Somebody paid for you to get access to all the benefits of being a subscriber.
They did talk about it on their podcast, so I thought, you know, that was what they have to say, and we're all moving on.
Well, so that's what I'm pulling up now. This one was actually very recent.
He did make a choice to like, no, I'm gonna throw out everything I said before and just go and do a content.
He's like, actually, I'm gonna fall back to my exact same ways that I tried to make amends for against my friend of 10 years for the crime of being a Israeli, basically. I mean, I don't, you know. So anyway, here they are talking about it on their podcast, which their critically acclaimed podcast, Maximum Damage, which certainly the viewership would be not the reason that he would be desperate to make a comeback in my name.
I keep listening
I
for
wouldn't even dare to
AB,
point
but
out,
then I realize
Maximum Damage.
this is where he went.
No, I'm not meaning to. I just want to show.
Kind of seems like you mean to.
Well, okay. Well, you know, it's hard to say. It's hard to say my intentions in this moment. They didn't even show up. They're just showing some like random fucking. Okay, here we go. She ruined my career podcast. Okay, this is them. Yeah, so just like totally irrelevant, totally besides the point, and for no reason, I'm showing you the viewership on his podcast.
Stop.
I think Tom Ward gets more views than this dude.
No.
Oh.
No.
Tom Ward pulls more views consistently than these two.
True.
No, I'm just saying. Is it the reason why he's decided to throw his entire new moral framework out the window? Is because his video from his episode from 3 weeks ago got 3,000 views?
One might suggest that.
Well, I wouldn't.
I wouldn't
suggest that. That's below the belt. But we wish you all the best here in Maximum Damage, and one day people are going to tune in, I promise. You know, the problem with this show might be that it's just not good. Have they considered that?
Well, that's addressable.
Because like people watch this show, right?
Right, and it's not good.
It's presumably
People watch,
they like
so
it. They like it for
something
some
else must
reason.
be going on. Clearly,
They presumably like it for some reason.
Maybe he doesn't promote it. He has issues promoting.
True, he does.
Yeah.
He's allergic to promotion.
Yeah. This is not good.
His best way of promoting his fight is to utterly betray one of his fighters, who's representing our podcast in his fight. That was sick.
It's super irresponsible and shitty.
But you're still gonna go.
Don't be hard on yourself. Can you believe this guy? Like he actually wanted this. He actually thought this was a good idea. There is no way that any of this will be anywhere near worth it for him.
No.
And again, there stands no chance of damaging my reputation at all. Like this changes nothing for me, but it definitely says a whole lot about you. A lot, by the way, that we didn't know. I suspected in my worst possible nightmares, as you pointed out, that my friend of 12 years, a close collaborator.
Wait, it was 10 a minute ago.
I don't know the exact number. It's been a while.
It's growing.
Well, when was the
colorblind?
Yeah, when was the colorblind video? I don't know if that was our first one,
I
but
feel like that was like the peak of.
Lost another 10K
us making videos.
viewers.
we did he's definitely my closest collaborator. I mean,
That was 8 years ago.
8 years. So I did a ton of videos with him. He did a ton of videos with me. It was very symbiotic. It was very, we enjoyed it a lot.
Leaving my friendships behind.
Yeah, I know. That he would throw away his friendship of 8 years in favor of a bunch of terrorist sympathizers who support CPS coming and taking my children away.
And
I didn't dream
starters.
that would be his position.
Yeah.
You know?
Does he just like defamation? Like, you're already losing another defamation lawsuit. Does he just like defaming people? As far as I know, nobody in that group said that they want CPS to take his children away. He's just lying blatantly. I have no idea, like, whether or not he has done something that would require CPS to take his children. I have no idea. I've seen things on the stream that are concerning. You know, the flies and the rotting trash and the dog shit everywhere, the filthy carpets and floors. I've seen that. That was concerning. Maybe that was just a bit. I'm not a person. I'm not there. I don't know what's real. I don't know what's a bit. I don't have any direct knowledge. And I don't know what the status of the CPS investigation is. So it's not really my place. But I feel like when Ethan brings this stuff up, he's kind of opening it up for speculation. And it's like, what are you doing, man? Protect your kids.
He didn't like his last audience, but he's gonna like the new Snarker audience.
I saw a ton of anti-Semitic comments in his. Someone had screenshotted a ton of anti-Semitic comments. I was like, oh well, it looks like not all of your old audience left. You've managed to maintain a nice contingency there. But anyway, here, go ahead. Tell us about yourself.
Ethan's upset with, I think, some of our connections, and we've tried to reach out to Ethan to talk privately. Basically, it just seems like we're at a bit of an impasse. So we want to stay out of the drama as much as possible.
This dumb liar bitch was simultaneously planning to make a content cop while playing nice, presumably trying to play nice and act like he's above it all. What a disingenuous loser. And he tries to continually say, like, oh, how did he know this about me? And I'm like, bro, you're literally proving everything I thought about you was correct.
I don't want to pile on and add to anything.
Oh, that's so nice. They didn't want to pile on and add to anything. Okay, buddy. Appreciate that. A lot has changed since then. Now, at this point, I think it's time we just start watching. I need to thank our sponsor. And from this point onward,
I have a small update before we thank our sponsor.
Go ahead.
Completely irrelevant to the discussion today, but Shoe Nice is in our chat right now.
So at any rate, here's where we left off. So without further ado, this is me.
Guys, you get to watch Ethan's stream, but no ads.
Reacting to every second of this man's
perfect
takedown of
skip.
Me. Fearlessly, heroically. Something that Hassan in his wildest dreams could never achieve because he's a coward.
Oh my God.
I know it. I know it. Prove me wrong, man. Prove me wrong.
Oh.
Listen.
Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward.
You know, Ethan, iDubbbz isn't fighting anyone in this content cop, in his creator clash. As far as I know, he's not fighting anyone else in this creator clash. Isn't that true? Ethan, you've lost a lot of weight. You're in good shape. Maybe you could challenge him to a fight. If you're feeling betrayed, maybe you guys could go out there, settle it in the ring. Come on, Ethan. I believe in you. You're a tough guy. Fight him, Ethan. Challenge him to a fight. Really show him what a bitch-made loser he is.
Oh, that's right.
I know, man. Anyway, go on, Ian. Let's continue.
To me,
it's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
So yeah, the reason I'm bringing this up is because they're trying to like paint themselves as the good guys, and they're saying like, yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies. We are the most immoral people on the internet. Unlike Ian and Anissa, who are fucking keeping to themselves. Also, why the fuck does Olivia get the pass?
What a fucking ass. By the way, truly remarkable act of cowardice. One thing that these snarkers and critiquers have consistently done is include the crew in like a totally unnecessary way with the explicit purpose of trying to drive a wedge in our team because they will not be happy until I am alone and have no support in the entire world. And that's why he brings this up. And it's obvious because it's such a poorly conceived.
Unfortunately, that's not true. Unfortunately, most people want to make excuses for the crew. Unfortunately, most people are like, yeah, it's not really, Dan's a good guy. Oh, wait. And then it gets proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Dan is just as much in this as anyone else. And so people have stopped saying that, right? Remember, Dan's a socialist. Dan will straighten him out. You remember that? You guys remember that talking point that people used to spread? That one's dead. And now we're moving on to the next members of the crew, but it looks like they're not there today. It looks like they took the day off, you know? They tried to speak up in favor of the video. They got sent away. Where the fuck's AB? Where the fuck's AB? I don't hear him. Where'd he go?
Point. It's kind of hard to even understand his point. He goes on to talk.
Mike, where's this on? He's at Coachella.
About Adam McIntyre in a really bizarre way. Here, take a look. So for putting you in that position, Olivia, you're friends with him, and you don't have to say anything. But like, what a fucking piece of shit! What a bad friend to put you in that position just for some fucking clout. It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit. Okay, Olivia did not do anything, and
I want the pass. Do I have to be an employee to get that treatment? Because then you'll just see me as an ally, or is it because Ethan is afraid of wrongful termination accusations and lawsuits.
And also, I don't mind putting my friend Olivia, who's apparently my real friend, in a terribly weird, fucking uncomfortable situation where you end up getting hate for no reason.
Also, don't frame it as like other people making it hard on Olivia. You're making it hard on all of these people.
I sped it up a bit, Jack, because they talk slow.
Please acknowledge your role in this whole fucking thing. Like, it's crazy how warm Ethan is.
Dan was trying to sabotage me. He put a script on my computer to disable the pause button.
We all thought it was a great idea.
Not today. Not today.
I thought maybe I'd try and get out of here by like 4:30 or so, you know?
That's not happening.
Oh, man.
Speaking of eating, we're going to have to order
Why
food
am I not at Coachella? Fuck! I should have been at Coachella!
today because this boy's going for a long time. I'm going to go back because we weren't paying attention. So his point is that because I said Adam McIntyre put Olivia in a weird position, that I shouldn't have criticized him for being friends with people who are calling CPS?
Yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies. We are the most immoral people on the internet. Unlike Ian and Anissa, who are fucking keeping to themselves. Also, why the fuck does Olivia get the pass?
What a fucking asshole for putting you in that position, Olivia. Now, I think the fundamental premise that's completely inappropriate here is that somehow Adam McIntyre just being a dickhead is equivalent to your friends, your associates, and your now collaborators supporting, encouraging people to literally call CPS to come take my...
Is there any clip? Hey, Karios Rev, thank you for the raid. Is there any evidence of this? Is there actually any evidence of this? Like a clip of Dedham saying, call CPS on Ethan. Like, does this actually exist?
Children away.
Which also, like, can we now say, because last night we did make sure we finished the video and watched everything, there was not even one mention of CPS in the whole video.
He didn't find that to be relevant. He skirted next to it. He kind of like skirted past it, but he never bothered to explain. And a lot of the clips he uses is us fired up from the day that CPS came to us.
So, like,
without even explaining that at least that's the context, it's pretty cowardly.
I'm shocked. Yeah.
This whole video has left me utterly shocked, frankly. It's
a pretty big omission.
It's a very big omission.
Yeah, it's pretty glaring.
And like, listen, I'm not one to be like context. I mean, it is important, but that's like Hassan's thing. He just says it reactively about anything without actually knowing what was said or anything. But this is important context.
It's like the main big event that has caused our reaction to so many things. And then he just shows our reaction without saying what happened.
By the way, something else he conveniently leaves out is his friend Denham's, who he co-signs, includes in this video, defends heroically. What he doesn't include actually is, well, this clip, which is going to be very painful for him to watch. But I play it for posterity's sake.
Denham's chat said it. So wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Ethan Klein wants to live in a world where a member of his chat or a member of his Discord saying something is now something that Ethan said. No creator believes this. No, there is not one person who creates content online who thinks I should be responsible for something somebody says in a chat message or a fan message to my channel. That is an unsustainable bullshit fucking thing to say. What a cowardly little bitch you are.
Only. This could be why I was upset at Denham's and why I dared to utter.
There are people in his community that have said we should give Hassan to report him to Trump. We should get him a free vacation to El Salvador. Can people link me those comments? Should Ethan Klein be held responsible?
The unforgivable.
Mike, I'm kind of honestly feeling bad for them. Here's what I would say. If you feel bad for Gila and Ethan Klein, I want you to go ahead and go look at some videos of what's going on in Gaza. Go take a look at the children's body parts that are currently being strewn across the streets. Go look at the ambulance workers that were gunned down, and then their ambulances were so riddled with bullets and so destroyed that they buried them to hide the evidence. Like, if you feel bad for these people who openly and endorse war criminal Yoav Gallant, who was indicted by the International Criminal Court for the crimes of extermination and the crimes of I don't think he wasn't indicted for genocide. He was indicted for like oppression, murder, starvation as a weapon of war. Like, these are the people they endorse and support. The moderates.
B word towards her. Well, actually, no, that was because she was denying rape. This is
right.
It all kind of culminated. Let's be real. She's not a great person. Anyway, Ian, I hope you watch this part here.
Denying
Then I'm
rape.
host this and see what you.
What does that even mean? Like, that's the thing. These fucking propagandists just lie.
He says, and then now we wonder why people are calling Child Protective Services.
But they called it before I even did this stream.
This was.
Now that Trump has declared he will go on the offense against the Houthis, does anyone else think there's a more relevant time for the president to be made aware that a #1 supporter is an American and one of the biggest left-wing streamers on Twitch? There's undeniable proof everywhere online, so it would be difficult for the government to verify this claim. This is Ethan Klein's subreddit. This is Ethan Klein's subreddit. This is far more of an actual and imminent threat to us than anything that's been said about him, the dumb fuck.
Was
he lets
before.
his dogs shit
Now,
all over
this
his
was
mansion.
this was like basically 2 days before CPS came to our house. Here she is watching Bad Empanada. Once again, someone that Ian takes no acknowledgement of, despite him constantly being on the screen, constantly being like the source of a lot of information that these people are sharing. This man.
I wish Ethan had put Bad Empanada in the content cop. I wish iDubbbz had put Bad Empanada in the content cop. Forget me. That's the man who needs promotion.
He did a game roleplay where he kills Ela.
Yeah, and he's definitely a piece in the puzzle in a lot of these situations that is also left out for no reason.
Yeah, so I mean, like he shows Matt Lieb, for example, and he's just like, oh, he just hates Matt Lieb because he's anti-Zionist. It's like, no, I was very. I'm getting ahead of myself. I want to keep the criticisms to the exact moments. I'm just going to play it, but yeah, his total omission of the existence of Bad Empanada, who's one of like the greatest internet provocateurs of all time, someone who's been decried.
One of the greatest internet provocateurs of all time. God damn it! One of the greatest. God damn it! Somebody clip that and send that to him. Okay, I'm actually gonna do it. Copy at Kurt.
By Hassan himself, and I'm just gonna play it. But yeah, his total omission of the existence of Bad Empanada.
Okay. Fuck. Shit. We can't. How do we clip?
For example, and he's just like, oh, he just hates Matt Lieb because he's anti-Zionist. It's like, no, I was very. I'm the greatest internet provocateur. For example, someone who's been decried. It's very. I'm getting ahead of myself. I want to keep the criticisms to the exact moments. But yeah, his by Hassan himself. But yeah, his came his lap. But yeah, his total omission of the existence of Bad Empanada, who's one of like the greatest internet provocateurs of all time, someone who's been decried by Hassan himself until he became his lap. But yeah, his total omission of the. For example, and he's just like, oh, he just hates Matt Lieb because he's.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry, Chad. I had to send this. I need to send this to Bad Empanada. Hold on. I said he called you the greatest internet provocateur of all time. Oh my God, Ethan Klein. He's gonna be playing that forever. That's gonna be permanently. He's gonna probably add that to his like Twitch banner. Like, oh, or his Twitter banner. Oh, no.
Anti-Zionist. It's like, no, I was very. I'm getting ahead of myself. I want to keep the criticisms to the exact moments. I'm just going to play it, but yeah.
Bad Empanada is the Eye of Sauron. You may be next. First of all, if Bad Empanada is attacking me, deserved. I probably deserved it. I was probably doing some lib shit. I was probably doing some apologia for Bernie Sanders' bad take or an AOC bad take. And I was like, well, it's not that bad. If I'm getting attacked for Bad Empanada, it's because I deserve it, okay? You know, like, let's be honest. Let's be honest with ourselves. It doesn't mean I'm wrong. It just means I need to be kept honest. Like, when you're making a moral or political compromise, people that are not making it have the right to say you're making a compromise. And if you say, yes, I know I am. I'm doing something because I think it's for the greater good. I want to be called out when I'm doing that. I may agree. He may think it's not a good compromise and I disagree. And that's just a difference of judgment. It is what it is. I would never want him to be silent.
Total omission of the existence of Bad Empanada, who's one of like the greatest internet provocateurs of all time, someone who's been decried by Hassan himself until he became his lapdog. Everybody
decried by Hassan himself until he became his lapdog. Did someone link me Bad Empanada's recent like Instagram stories? Somebody linked me Bad Empanada Instagram stories. I need them. I need them.
He knows this guy's a lunatic. Like, it is not a secret. Go on.
leaves the shit on the floor, something that is probably related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him for a number of different reasons.
Now pay
So I would
attention
assume
to
he doesn't
her
actually
chat.
have a housekeeper.
Notice that Ethan doesn't mention he gets accused of being sued by his former. Notice Ethan is just skipping over. Ethan, you have been accused of being sued by your former housekeeper for a number of offenses. Why aren't you commenting? Ethan Klein is losing multiple lawsuits at the same time, and he's going to do another lawsuit. Ethan must be really lonely, and the only people he meets are people that he pays money to. He wants to hang out with his lawyers more. He must really like his lawyer, because this guy is fucking draining the YouTube slot money.
Anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit, and he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know.
Now this is Denham's reacting to this 2 days before CPS was called, and let's just take a look at the chat. It's call CPS, child endangerment, CPS, social service. Bro needs to unironically call CPS. That's child endangerment. Okay, if his kids have Giardia, they actually need to be taken away. Actual worst father ever. Wow. So Ethan isn't only sexualizing underage girls, he's also neglecting children. Okay, Decliner needs to take care of his kids. What the fuck? Giardia means you're leaving your.
Well, what they sexualizing underage girls is when you sexualize the Boston bombing marathon victim, Boston marathon bombing victim, where you like looked at like a woman who is like showing her scars and being like, my scars don't define me, I am still beautiful, or whatever, and then you zoomed into her fucking crotch. Is this the fake chat? Is this a fake chat? Is this a fake chat? This is a fake chat? He's looking at a doctored clip? This is actually defamation again. He's doing another defamation.
Your dog shit on the floor for a while, and your kids are walking on it, probably eating it, etc., etc., etc. The chat goes on and on and on. So, yeah.
What they do with it. I don't know if they eat it or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something, but they contracted a parasite that I had previously never heard of in my life called Giardia.
Giardia, by the way, extraordinarily common, that dogs and people actually even contracting that disease.
Especially puppy that we just got, that happens a lot.
Yeah, it happened with Ducky. He had it too when we got him. It's very common, and they're feigning like this is some exotic disease. Anyway, it doesn't even matter really, because nobody ended up even having Giardia except Olive.
The dog shit that is all over his house.
Dude, how is
Is this
how is it that,
true?
like maybe once a week I look into what Ethan Klein's been up to, and every time I manage to find more and more terrible shit. This is where Ethan tells a story about his family getting Giardia.
already have more. Call CPS. He advocates for a fascist apartheid state, doxes random people, endangers his children. Dogs getting Giardia is not uncommon, but your kids getting it means you're not cleaning up your dog shit. Motherfucker. Okay, well, at least someone's halfway there. Motherfucker's family rooting around in dog shit. Call CPS. Ethan is fighting shadows in his basement. He was wearing diapers.
This is just
Dogs
fake.
are shitting all over the house. California Child Protective Services, where are you? Child Protective Services alert. Imagine being such a bad parent. You didn't notice your child ate shit. His child ate shit, ate dog shit, and got an ancient disease from it. Child could die. Why don't they have so many dogs if they don't take care of them? Again, it goes. I encourage you to pause it and read these. But this is the context that was not mentioned. He says, "Wow, Ethan is such a bad dude, and he's so mean to Denhams."
I want you to understand something right now, that Ethan is, not only is he a defamatory idiot, this is the best thing that could have ever happened to Denhams. To be lied about by this dipshit and threatened by this dipshit is actually the best thing that could have ever happened to Denhams. This is gonna 10x Denham's viewership. He is the dumbest piece of shit I've ever seen in my life. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, she has like 9.5k viewers right now. Oh my god, he's so stupid. He's so stupid. He's so fucking stupid. She was like a 1.4k Andy. He's literally like 8 or 9 times her viewership. He's so stupid. Thank you, Ethan Klein.
And then there's the one
He's
thing
so stupid.
I forgot we do need to mention is that the top right is the full chat, right?
Yeah.
And
So just to make a correction, this is the live chat.
Okay.
This is a highlight of all the CPS calls, which, by the way, is extraordinarily large amount. It's something like 50-something chats over the course of like 3 minutes. And that is basically your entire chat putting forth this notion of calling CPS unmoderated, unchecked, uncorrected. This is the behavior that Ian is explicitly co-signing by having her do an L Fortnite dance on me and not explaining why I'm actually angry, that it seems like she's directly responsible for CPS coming to my house in the morning and interviewing my children.
We want to stay out of the drama.
Now, do you not have a problem with that, Ian? Because it doesn't seem like you do.
So basically, that was a fake thing. That's fake. So he believes that because a Destiny Orbiter faked it? Thank you, Ethan Klein. I subscribe. Denhams, Frogan, Mike from PA, Sean the Black. I mean, you should go and subscribe to Matt Lieb, to VO, to so many other people that have been targeted by this fucker over the years. What a scumbag.
And if that's the case, I really got to say,
dude, you're being sued by your housekeeper. You're being sued by your housekeeper. Maybe maybe a member of her firm saw it and did a mandatory report. Like, what are you talking about? You have no evidence for anything. You're just making shit up. This is what's so crazy about this, is there's no evidence whatsoever that Denims or anyone in her chat called CPS. He's just making it up. He's making it up based off of a doctored clip. Like, what are you doing?
I don't think you're the good guy in this situation, buddy. And I don't know who you are. Who killed Ian and brought in this fucking weird clone?
Thank you, Ethan.
You know, they say the clone is always dumber.
30K views.
It's supposed to be like the 5th iteration.
Joe Keyboard. I'm posting this on my fucking. I'm posting this on my TikTok. That's it. I'm posting 30,000 views. Oh man, I would love to hang out with Ethan Klein. Oh, I would love to hang out with Ethan Klein. Added Panada, like, oh man, it would be so much fun. Oh, it would be so much fun.
Like, what happened to the other 4 iDubbbz?
I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or
I know,
hate.
man. I know.
I tried to catch Giardia. VO, you're a tier 1 subscriber? What the fuck?
Oh, I know.
We want to stay out of the drama.
You remember that movie Duplicity? He's like the 5th. He's like the 5th one. It's like drooling.
Old Mondays. Now we have shit Saturdays.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other
Reading
illnesses,
the chat,
it's
co-signing
very,
it.
very, very dangerous when infants
Pretending to have some medical knowledge.
get the same sicknesses that adults get. There are lots of things you can get as an adult.
You're actually so stupid.
Not an ounce of pushback of saying, hold on, guys, maybe you're being over, you know, maybe you're being a little ridiculous.
No, she encourages it. And she's saying that, oh, wow, babies can't get the same diseases as adults. It's like, you are obviously childless. And as I said in the content note, will clearly remain that way because I don't think you'd be a good girlfriend or wife just because you're.
Bro, he calls Noah Samson creepy. This guy calls Noah Samson creepy. This guy calls Noah Samson creepy.
Very mean. Okay? I wouldn't want to be with someone this mean, frankly. And so that's the reason why I think she'll be childless. But that's just my opinion. Good luck out there.
You're totally fine. You'll be A-okay. No problem. A child, a small infant that has no immune system, shouldn't be catching anything.
You literally just explained why infants catch everything. Should I go back? Are you too? She's actually so dumb. She doesn't even know the words that are coming out of her mouth. And this isn't even the first time she's perpetually self-owning herself.
That has no immune system, shouldn't be catching anything.
Baby who has no immune system. What is the immune system for? To stop diseases and infections, to battle them, rather to fight them.
Sometimes in my life, I think about all the profoundly intelligent people that I know and, you know, that I worked with in like policy positions when I was at school, the professors, the you know, my colleagues, like all the intelligent, talented people who were super sharp and super bright. And like, they're out there somewhere right now working a fucking job, 9 to 5, gutting it out, maybe even longer, more hours a week, barely making ends meet, or, you know, making a decent salary, but working super hard for it. And then this dumb motherfucker is a millionaire. If you want the living embodiment of the fact that the meritocracy is a myth and luck and timing is the only thing that matters, it is on the screen right now, and then in the form of Ethan Klein, who got rich from basically stealing Stoner Joke and his wife for selling adult like baby clothes. Legitimately creepy guy.
And what happens if you don't have an immune system? You get sick more.
Yeah.
I learned that in medical school, which is apparently some deep medical knowledge that she does not have access to.
No wonder his house is covered in dog shit, and his neglected children raised by nannies have contracted parasites previously unknown to science from the feces. I wonder why he skipped over all of this, because everything that I said in this story, which by the way was apparently compiled by his crew.
No wonder this motherfucker is always sick. Yeah, it all makes sense now. It all makes sense now.
You can tell these are fake because there's like inconsistencies in the space between the lines. Like this is clearly fake.
I have 3 kids under the age of 5. Again, childless, like literally so childless. Like, I mean.
And I mean, they also like
to. You know, can I just say this? This fucking cry bully bitch is constantly going like, don't make fun of my Tourette's. I have a condition. Don't make fun of my Tourette's. And then he's like doing the most misogynistic shit. He doesn't know if denims can have kids or not. There's so many people in his audience, definitely in this audience, that maybe they wanted kids, but for a variety maybe of injury or illness or just some sort of the bad luck of life, weren't able to have children, and they wanted children. And this guy's such a cry bully bitch. If you make fun of the fact that he sniffs all day, although it's early in the stream and there's no sniffing. You know, there's no sniffing right now. Does the sniffing just suddenly happen later in the stream? Maybe when he's getting a little tired? Suddenly he's not sniffing at all. But this cry bully bitch, what a disgusting rat.
To include your Tourette's in it, and when you had the tick of sniffing, they were acting like you're either sick or on drugs. So
oh yeah, and they're all fans. They're all like former fans. Like they know I have ticks, and then like all of a sudden when I'm a bad guy, they have no problem being ableist and pretending like
you literally just did it. You just said childless as an insult. I really don't like this guy. Like he's actually just irredeemable in every way. Like here's the thing. The thing about me is this is something that people, when they learn this about me, they go one of two ways. They're either scared and they run away, or they like it. And that is, I just care about what you say and what you present to your audience and what you believe. I'm not here to like, you know, if you say something that I agree with and it's correct, I will say so. This fucking loser cannot get one good point out. He can't make one goddamn worthwhile statement at all.
I'm on cocaine, which is something perpetually pushed. And even Ian in his video has a moment where he explicitly cuts in a cough or a tick or something. Like it's cut. Like he inserted it intentionally to try to create some atmosphere about me.
Yeah. It makes sense why he doesn't care about Palestinian children when he is neglecting his own. How is this happening? How is it happening? How is this happening?
Well, it's not.
What a despicable human being. I mean, talk about being way over the line, being directly linked to the CPS coming to my house, being unapologetic, being cruel.
Do you think they locked the dogs out of the studio for this stream? Do you think they locked the dogs out of the studio because they were worried they might come in and just take a big dump in the middle of the studio? I was just thinking about that. I was like, he definitely is like, the dogs are locked in some room, right? Because he doesn't want to have a poop incident.
And nasty. And then for Ian to be like, actually, I agree with everything she said and I have no criticism. In fact, I don't even think the context is important, is a cowardice on a level that I have maybe never seen on YouTube. He's this guy who's like, I'm doing content, Kev. I talk about everything and I take everything head on and I debunk thoroughly. It's like, you threw this video together, clearly. It's just, bro, I don't know. It's so bad. It's just so bad. Oh, hold on one sec. I got it. One sec. I got this.
See what's in the chat.
That's it.
Okay.
Excuse me. I had to take a call. Anyway, where were we?
Well,
Oh yes, my friend has passed away. So yeah, I mean, important context, right?
Yes.
A little bit. You're friends with him, and you don't have to say anything, but like, what a fucking piece of shit. What a bad friend to put you in that position just for some fucking clout. It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit. Now, I want to put forth that I really don't think if Adam McIntyre was doing a stream accusing me of neglecting and abusing my children to the point where CPS needs to be called, and she was chatting with him, I don't think she would ever do that. And if she did, I certainly would have a problem with that. Clearly, you can't see the difference, because that's what I'm mad about. Your friend Denims, who you are in her chat co-signing her, is doing this, which I just showed.
Yeah.
Olivia is friends with someone who's just talking shit. That's not something that, I'm not going to fucking judge her for something like that, okay? What your friends are doing is significantly, and it's so much worse that even comparing it, I can't believe that you actually are doing this in good faith, or if you're actually just so got punched in the head too many times by now.
Also, the fact that he went out of his way to include the crew, and he says with his own mouth, why does Olivia get a pass? Like, so you are choosing to go after the crew when you certainly could just not do that and focus on Ethan.
She's not getting a pass. She didn't do what you did.
Also, you were taking me out of a scary public conversation, and obviously I felt a specific way about the things that he was saying, and you gave me the option to talk to you about it, not in front of everybody, which I was very grateful for.
Of course.
One of the things that I, when you're a content creator, there's a lot of people that are coming for your neck, right? Sometimes they come directly at you, like Ethan Klein and Destiny. They have done me the favor of coming directly at my neck, straight up. in a certain way, I can almost respect that, right? But then there are people who pretend to be your friend and they come at you from the back or the side. And one of the ways that people do that to me is they're like, Mike is being too mean to the H3 crew. They're just workers. And my response is, it's not that I want to be mean to the H3 crew. It's just the H3 crew is the organization that is like the show, which includes the crew, is the way in which they're doing their deplatforming and harassing and stalking campaigns. If the crew withheld their labor and they said to Ethan, we're not going to help you do this anymore, or stop it, or we're going to quit, it would be over tomorrow. But they're choosing not to do that. They're enabling it. They're supporting it. And I think it's fucking weird that leftists are denying their labor power, are denying their right and their ability to fight back, and allowing them to make themselves powerless while they're participating in this shit. And it's weird. And I don't understand it. I don't get why people are acting this way. They're not helpless. They can push back. And the ultimate result would be Ethan would just stop this shit. Isn't that what people say they want?
You know, I got you always. And the thing is, like, it was a response to some people. There was some grumbling of people being like, why is Olivia friends with Adam? And I wanted to address that. So, like, this characterization that me trying to, you know, help Olivia in a sticky situation with a friend who's now kind of like turned into an enemy of the show who's talking shit, versus you being friends with Denims doing what I just showed you, is not the same thing. In fact, not even close. It's different worlds, man. And like, if you can't see that, then you're like you're a moral baby. You're so undeveloped, bro.
Different perspectives.
Gary V's got better perspectives on this. Anywho, okay. Olivia did not do anything, and
I want the pass. Do I have to be an employee to get that treatment? Because then you'll just see me as an ally? Or
it's so pathetically dumb. And I said when you were in the bathroom, I just explained that, like, if Adam McIntyre was saying, like, doing what she did, being like, oh, let's call CPS, he's an abuser, he neglects his children, like, we need to call CPS, etc., I would be mad at you equally. That would be a big problem with me. And it's something, by the way, that you would never do. Obviously, right? Like, let's be real here, you fucking dumbass. A lot of this is just like, you're so dumb.
Yeah.
You're like dumb or bad faith. What happened, bro?
Like,
what happened?
Obvious points. Yeah.
What is happening? I'm like, it is surreal. It just, it's just surreal.
I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate.
Anyway, here's Ian tearing up the
That was sent
Quran.
from an electronics place, and it's the full-blown Quran. Some of you guys...
Oh, this one, we didn't actually even want to show it. So here, you can just switch off.
Bad an eye when I broke that Jesus VHS over my knee.
Here he tears it at the seam.
But I know there's going to be a lot of people in the audience just cringing when my money...
Yeah, so he just tore a Quran in half, which I don't think is probably a good thing to do. You know, insane.
Or is it because Ethan is afraid of wrongful termination accusations and lawsuits?
And also, I don't mind putting, again, he does this, by the way, his video is literally like co-written by the Snark subreddit, which tells you everything you need to know if you know what that means. He's world building. He does this thing where they basically like dream of a scenario where I'm being nice to Olivia because I'm afraid she's going to sue me. It's like, how did you even leap? There's like 3 leaps in logic of assumptions. And the fact that that point made it into this video as some assertion of fact is truly remarkable stuff. Truly. Putting my friend Olivia, who's apparently my real friend, in a terribly weird, fucking uncomfortable situation where you end up getting hate for no reason.
Also, don't frame it as like...
And like the point was to also, like, I felt like his criticism wasn't really necessary. He was just being mean for the sake of being mean and trying to get like clout with Snark.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously he did make a decision in that point to choose clout over Olivia, in my opinion, because he put her in a really bad situation. So anyway, I don't need to explain anymore. It's dumb. You're dumb. It's wrong. You're pathetic.
I'm about to demon mode, guys.
There are people making it hard on Olivia. You're making it hard on all of these people. Please acknowledge your role in this whole...
What is hard? What's happening?
That's another Snark talking point. Is that the crew is just suffering.
They're secretly
to
grumbling.
Be here,
yeah,
and they really don't want to be here.
My grumbling is not secret.
It's very public.
Very public.
That's true.
And constant.
People constantly forget.
Dan, you fuck.
What a pain in the ass you are. They always leave that out. Yeah, okay, so I'm ruining the life of everyone on my crew, who, by the way, is a slave and here against their will.
Oh my God, people are saying we just made 1 minute in the video.
Oh God, this is why I'm turning the plug-in back on. I gotta turn it back on.
I can't, it's so bad.
You gotta just
Every
save it.
is just drenched and oozing in pathetic hypocrisy and erroneous fucking assumptions.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. It really is a nightmare.
It's a nightmare. I've only made it 1 minute, you guys. I don't know what to do.
And he left so much out. It's like we have to explain all the shit that he didn't include.
Right.
Rush a stupid video.
Just look at his
Now we got to do the work.
Well, the CPS omission is a big one because a lot of this centers around
A lot of it.
And so
Like-
maybe now that it's been
Personally, I love the fact that Dan is in this job. Like, for other people, I was like, oh man, you should leave. But I love that. Does Dan have a stream? Does Dan have a channel, like on Twitch? Has he tried to stream on his own? Does Dan have a channel or a show? Are you guys sure? He has to have at least a channel, right? They are trying to equate Ian is getting all his points from Snark to them getting everything about Hassan from Destiny to subreddit. It's a self-report. Oh, yeah. He's allergic to clout?
established, you won't have to re-explain it over and over.
No.
Good point. We're just laying some fundamentals.
Oh, you were agreeing with me. That no.
I agree.
Okay, the no. I was like, okay.
You know, on Wednesday, I accused Ian of getting his tattoos from a quarter windy toy station.
Yeah. Bro, like, I'm not a big tattoo head, but I know that, like, he's getting a specific style of tattoo. I think it's called, like, American, like, styles of tattoo. It's like some sort of, like, American, it has, like, a name. It's like American something. American traditional? Yeah, this is American traditional. Like, that's what Ian is getting. He's getting a very specific style of tattoo that is #1 on the tattooing 101 style guide. Okay? Like, this is, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, he's such a Philistine. He's so stupid and so uncultured. He doesn't know anything. Just shut the fuck up, Ethan. You don't know anything about anything. Like, what do you do all day? What do you think about? Like, it's crazy to me. You have a maid. Well, you used to. She's suing you now. You have a nanny. You have 8 staff members. What the fuck do you do all day? I mean, I would love to know. I would love to know it. Like, is he just looking at Hassan pictures and jerking it? Like, what's happening? He doesn't know anything about anything.
I apologize. Obviously, people make fun of my tattoos. I shouldn't have said that. What I should have said is he got his new personality from a 25% windy toy thing because it's very low quality.
You want to stay out of the drama?
Yeah, I know it.
Thing. Like, it's crazy how warm Ethan is to Olivia and saying how Olivia is essentially just a victim in this whole thing.
How are they spinning me being nice to Olivia as a bad thing?
Incredible.
Oh my God,
I guess people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with? What a point. What a fucking slam dunk, man.
It's fucked up how you're
What a slam dunk, man. His point is that I should have been mean to you.
This will never end. This will never end. I was like, you know, I should go until they get to like halfway. But they literally cannot. Like, if I click forward, like, are they gonna have any of the video watched?
Then, which is total bullshit.
But me and Anissa are spineless.
Yes.
Ethan, your whole system is scrambled.
No, your brain is scrambled from getting punched in the face too many times because you don't understand the situation. I shouldn't make fun of the CTE thing. That's a real complication. Right. Although I didn't choose to get in the ring and keep getting punched in the head like Homer Simpson against Mike Tyson, which is essentially what happened. I rooted for you 2 times, man. And it's like you just get punched in the head. And I told
Ethan, challenge him to a fight. Ethan, challenge him to a fight. This is one of those things that, like, as a man, like, this is just, let's just talk about things for as a second. As a man, if you're a man and you start talking like this, there's something in our laws called fighting words. All right, like, if you start talking like this and someone knocks you the fuck out, that's like legal. And I don't understand how he has the balls to talk like this. Like, unless you're challenging him to a fight, how are you mocking him about going into the ring against trained opponents in front of thousands of people and fighting them to the fucking scorecard, which you have never done in your entire life? You played up your Tourette system to dodge the draft. Dodge the draft. Like, what are you talking about here? Where do you get off? This is crazy to me. I mean, like, I can't get it. It's crazy to me. Challenge him to a fight or shut the fuck up about his fights.
I told you even last time you were on the podcast, I said, you got to stop fighting and try to make some money from this. And he's like, I'm going to get punched in the head more. And at a certain point, you get punched in the head so many times, you don't know when to stop getting punched in the head. And it just runs away. It's a runaway train.
My intention isn't to throw the employees under the bus like you got.
Oh, so humanistic.
It's very clean. You should have
So
just
nice.
not gone there in the video.
So nice. Also, it's really a bad point. Like, it's so unnecessary to his entire thesis, which, by the way, I don't really know what his thesis is. We can.
Why are you mean to him and not to everybody else around you?
That's kind of, yeah. I mean, we could try. I'd like to try to formulate a thesis at the end of this, but I really have to play.
I serve as the fucking foundation for calling out Ethan's hypocrisy on the whole subject. And I know that you guys have probably pushed back against Ethan over the years. How often are you supposed to do that? Do you?
Again, we're world building, presuming to know the inner workings of what happens behind the scenes with the crew.
Personally, I agree with Ethan here. I just want to say this. I agree with Ethan here that anybody who's like AB is a good guy or Dan's a good guy or Lena this or so-and-so is that and they're pushing back and they're blah, 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 blah. You have no fucking idea what you're talking about. The only thing we should judge them by, and I'm including the entire crew, is the show. Not your fantasies about them pushing back or not liking it. You should judge them by the show they produce and only that. And that's what I do, and I want you to do the same. I agree with Ethan here. We found a point of agreement. Judge the crew by the show they produce.
Is just an insane point to make in a video that's supposed to be like a reputable, well-conceived takedown.
Have to do that every fucking week? It kind of seems like.
You know, I can tell your parents don't love you, Ian, and I think it's a shame that they didn't shower you with more love because clearly, no, I'm just going to
important pause.
Assume his relationship with his parents and include that as a talking point. It's that dumb.
I'm sorry.
That being said, I do believe his parents love him. He seems to have a good relationship with them, which makes this all the more perplexing.
Like it. And that's exhausting. I don't want to confront my boss. It's not my fucking job.
It's not your job, and you don't know anything about their job. What are you doing right now?
To confront my boss and say, today's segment on rapists and pedophiles.
What are you doing?
On Twitch was not like not my favorite segment to be a part of.
Yeah, friends like the. What are you doing? What are you talking about? He's cosplaying as an employee who's uncomfortable, based on a clip of me defending Olivia. What is happening?
Oh, yeah. And our other good friends.
Yeah.
Anissa and Ian. Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl.
Wait, so yeah, this clip isn't connected to that statement. I was really trying to unpack that. I don't know what his point was at all.
And that's part of my issue with this video too, is that like he's supposedly
for 15 minutes, bro.
Good video maker and a good point maker. This video is just
pausing it every fucking 20 minutes, bro. No one gets a sentence out. What the fuck is going on?
so disjointed.
The narrative disjointed. You're pausing it. You're pausing it so much. We can't even hear anything.
Totally like fragmented. The arguments are not well thought out, well executed. It's just a mess. And so like his point is that because I was nice to Olivia, therefore all my employees are secretly enslaved.
But how is that connected to like pushing back, like talking about some Predators of Twitch segment and how we didn't like it?
Why that? Like why that? At least make the why is that the example? Bro, you are so off bit. You are so weird. You're so weird, bro.
Actually stood up for you so many times because like why would I not? It was crazy.
Yeah, why would you not? I mean, if that's truly what you believed and you weren't just going to use it later.
Of course I was going to.
Didn't plan to have to say that, by the way.
No.
It does become relevant though at a certain point when you're like, wow, these people are not really good friends of mine. Why is that happening?
This is the day, right? This is the day we
got CPS the day that CPS visited us.
When I was so fired up and I was like,
yes.
Yes. No, I didn't plan one day in my life to have CPS called on me and you would be friends with people that like created that talking point or at least like made it popular and you wouldn't say anything about them and then I would call you out like, no, I never planned that day to come. And I never thought that
wow, notice how she's backing off on the accusation. Before it was Denim's called CPS on us. Now it's help push the talking point to become popular. Incredible work.
I would have to be like, I stood up for you and you didn't. No.
It's all part of your sneaky Jew plan. Right. He didn't say that. It's just a little joke.
Asmongold says he follows Sam Hyde. That's Ethan Klein's friend.
But how are you going to show me in this state, one of our hardest days?
Horrible.
And you're not going to say why? What happened?
Totally justifiable anger.
I can't get over that point. I'm going to keep saying it all day probably.
No,
I just can't get over that it's not in the video.
It's very disturbing. I just don't know who this guy is. I really don't.
gonna stand by you. That's insane. It's absolutely insane and disgusting. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me.
Yep. I'm not going to assume that Hila knows, but I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we know.
For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well
And sir, do you happen to know of any violence perhaps coming towards Israel, where Hila grew up? Perhaps from Lebanon, Hezbollah, perhaps? Does that ring a bell to you, you dumb, ignorant fuck? How dare you attempt to lecture me on this conflict? You just learned about this like 2 weeks ago, clearly, and you're just deferring to Hassan as an expert. It's mind-bendingly dumb. Bro, please call in and debate me on Israel-Palestine. Let's see who knows more about the conflict, you dumb fuck. Holy shit, dude.
By the way, Hassan has challenged him to a debate already.
with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not going to fucking defend you.
Okay, so this is very interesting. He says on the day that CPS was called and we're understandably heated, he goes, no, I'm not going to defend you. Why? Because you're Israeli.
You're Israeli.
That's literally what he said.
Yeah.
Why won't I defend you? Because you're Israeli. That's exactly his argument. Do I have it wrong?
Include the flags so a 5-year-old could understand what he was saying. So yes, that's what he was saying.
I feel like that's exactly what he's saying. Correct me if I'm wrong.
He put the Israel flag and he said, no, she's not going to defend you.
Yeah, I just don't want people to be like, that's not what he meant. I mean, I don't see it any other way.
Stop hallucinating anti-Semitism.
So once again, if you had a problem with Israel, dude, you could have had a problem with us.
iDubbbz is an anti-Semite, guys.
When we were friends making videos and, you know, all of a sudden now I'm not going to defend an Israeli.
Damn you, Jews!
I'm not going to defend an Israeli. Are you serious right now? It doesn't matter if they're right or if my friends are insanely harassing them.
Oh my God. Luke in the chat said, Eli's more Italian than Anissa is Lebanese.
That's a joke. I made that joke.
You said that this morning. That's so funny.
I'm not going to, listen, I'm not going to,
I don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Like, this was us as friends. Apparently, you can't stand up to an Israeli. So that's exactly proving what our problem was with you.
Apparently, they secretly hated us.
Yes. So, like, you're exactly proving what the point was that we were making. That you can't stand up for me because I'm an Israeli.
Israelis are never worth defending. An Israeli.
Yeah,
anyone who's born in Israel. Anyone who's born in Israel, against their choice. People don't choose where they're born, right? We all know that. Anyone who's born in Israel is not worth defending on any condition. I don't even know if he knows that's what he's saying because he's obviously lost like a lot of brain cells.
He took some denim lessons because he's already owned himself in his own video so many times.
That's it.
You just let it run the course and he owns himself 5 minutes later.
There's actually a condition for this. I forget who coined this, but it's snark brained. You start using snark regularly and you get infected with these people's lives.
The projection is absolutely incredible because this dude sits on Destiny's subreddit. And he now considers me enemy of the show because of being on Destiny's subreddit. This is so pathetic, dude.
Logic, and like it actually scrambles your brain. And then when you come out to the real world and try to express those thoughts,
can he make a point?
It's so obvious to be like, dude, what? You're like fucking nuts. That's it. That's what's happening. He's snark-brained, which I never thought Ian, my friend, would ever fall down that loop. And by the way, when I say he's snark-brained, I'm not kidding. He was already, in previously, what we've shown before, shown screenshots from Snark as a reputable source of information.
We want to stay out of the drama.
God, I could go on forever. I mean, same guy that says that it's not, like, the crew should be staying out of it is sourcing Snark, who's been bullying the crew for no reason.
Everybody. They make everyone's life hell by definition. And presumably, it seems like he's been browsing there for a while. So.
Yeah.
That's friend activity right there. Warning, friend activity. Just look at him, man. Just look at him. Do the Fortnite thing. Just take that fucking dumb face in. This man used to be this face used to mean something. Please God. Please God. Give me the grace and the wisdom to never fall this hard. I've fallen in my career. I've fallen. I've gotten back up. I've learned. I've grown. Please, God, don't ever let me fall this hard. I'm speaking in tongues. Lord, don't let me land this fall. Maybe he's possessed by a demon, an anti-Semitic demon.
Oh.
That would make more sense than whatever's happening.
That would actually make me feel better. We can treat
he's
that.
Possessed. Yeah. He didn't mean it in the end.
Get some garlic in the room.
Oh, that's vampires.
I legitimately can't wait till after the Ethan Klein, like, content cop boost is over just to see another 20% of his viewers gone and another permanent viewership increase for everybody he's tried to attack. Like, who's gonna have the biggest permanent viewership increase, do you think? Who's gonna be the winner of this fight? Like, content cop, like, honestly, when the next opportunity I get to talk to the iDubbbz, I'm gonna pitch him dark woke content cop, where he just goes and contact cops like all the fucking right-wing grifter accounts on YouTube, and he just leans in. He should just lean in.
But I want to say, like, I'm not here to split hairs on nationality and stuff. Like,
No,
she's Lebanese. She identifies as that. That's fine, right? But like, he's crediting her as like, well, she's Lebanese, so she has this unique perspective on the world. It's like, excuse me, she lived there. She was born there. I lived there for 5 years. Ela was born there though. She didn't have a choice in the matter. Anissa, has she even been to Lebanon? I don't know. I know she didn't grow up there. So it's like, bro, you can't give her authority and then expect us to be like, oh, you guys are idiots. You don't know what you're talking about. It's just not illogical.
But how is that even relevant to her not being able to stand up for me as a friend?
Because you're Israeli and she's Lebanese. And
exactly.
So, you know, the Israelis and Lebanese, they just can't get together.
Thank you.
By the way,
It's
shout out
like-
to my great 2 employees that I love and cherish
right.
who are Lebanese.
Yes.
Are they there today? Where are they? Where's AB? Where's AB?
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that one?
And
Like, just the other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed.
So well, this is the Gallant thing. Which
Snark's greatest hits.
Yeah,
this is Snark's greatest
I think he
hits.
may have even ripped this from the Snark subreddit. Like, I think if
Probably.
you go there, you'll probably find this exact compilation that he ripped. Now, this is fascinating to me. They claim that Ela, if you read online about her, the claim is that Ela says children are trained to hate Jews from birth. What is their evidence?
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that one?
Like her, they're
She's very clearly saying she agrees, but to avoid a fight, she's doing this whole like, this little smirk and this little smile. It's to indicate to you that she agrees, but she's not going to say it. That's it. We all get it. Nobody's stupid. We all understand this. Nonverbal communication.
their evidence is Ela doing I mean.
And I don't even remember what, like, sometimes there's multiple conversations happening at once here. I don't even remember where this was going. Like, what we were, this was our
So do you disagree that young Arabs are not taught to just say, I don't think young Arabs are taught to hate Jews? Just say it.
election stream, right? Where we were all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was lots of chatter back and
This was
forth. That's the podcast
a
does.
nightmare of a
Yeah.
stream when we were like, okay, Trump won.
So at any rate,
I don't even remember what, like.
So once again, world building on this.
Yeah.
This is their fucking evidence for this insane claim, by the way, this extraordinary claim that Ela thinks kids are trained to hate Americans, which is what he said, by the age of 2. Pretty extreme claim. The evidence should be pretty extreme.
They're taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that one?
mean,
Like, checkmate.
Yeah. Where does it go from there? Like, I don't say anything. I don't know what.
You know, part of the reason why people are like, he's going to do a content cop on you, and I was like, there's no way. Because when I think about like actually what's out there, when you get to the nitty gritty, people say a lot of shit, but you can't show or support any of it because all of it is just fucking lies and bullshit.
Dan
so it's
has
like
for you the clip. Dan has the actual clip.
Oh, okay. Great. Let's watch it on
The movement of not voting is so funny to me. Especially by people pro-Palestine, because if Trump gets elected,
he's the most pro-Israel president of all time.
It's not good.
The context is Ela's fucking defending Gaza because people like Hassan pathetically voted for Jill Stein instead of Kamala Harris and say things as dumb as this.
Hypothetical reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for.
That's insane.
We were synced up.
They literally, there is no proof that she would be better for Gaza. They literally supported the exact same policies. The dislocation of Gaza is a policy that was being proposed by the Biden administration, but proposed quietly behind closed doors. Donald Trump just brought it out publicly, which is why Netanyahu immediately adopted it. Like, the Israeli state immediately adopted it. Like, it's not that complicated.
Up there.
I was so proud of that.
The
My
biggest
guy,
reason people stayed home in 24 was the genocide. Also, did Hassan even vote for Jill Stein? Is that even true?
My guy.
That was what's up.
Shout out, dude.
That's the kind of chemistry we do here.
Ethan and I both talked about how people should vote for Kamala, and especially if you care about the Palestinian cause, because Trump is going to be way worse.
By the way.
And it's well known. He's friends with Bibi. They both are made of the same kind of, shitty behavior.
Yeah.
And that was also what I was trying to say about Gallant.
Of course. And so, again, he takes you nodding and removes it out of the context of you defending Gaza
for the movement.
Like I think it is fucking becomes insane. Like,
Dude, at his rally, Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
That's pretty spicy.
Yeah.
Do we have that?
She didn't even respond immediately.
I'm not, and I'm still probably
He
thinking.
cut it
also,
together, so it looks like you immediately responded.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild. Okay.
I mean,
like Kamala,
the other one.
I could add it.
He says that.
Both of his
He
clips
says
are-
that. Listen, there's a lot of things being said. You listen.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, and keep playing.
In
He said that at the rally.
Oh, that's epic.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta watch the Rudy
I'm
part.
just saying,
haven't
like, I
seen
really
it.
think
And
it's
then they're
important
saying,
people-
I haven't seen this. This is like news to me.
You said, I want to
haven't
watch
seen
the
that
Rudy
clip.
part. I haven't
yes.
seen it. Yeah.
So show me what's so bad. I don't understand.
No, this is part of what is
What is so
maddening
bad
about this.
here?
This snark phenomenon is truly mind-blowing stuff. They're in like a collective psychosis where they world build, and that's what it becomes. All right, let's move on. We got to make some ground here.
Okay. The other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
He looked mean. I thought he was mean just because he looked mean.
No, it's not.
So yes, you caught us. We're not going to run to your defense.
I just want to explain that one.
I have the context.
Okay.
I have this whole one is so stupid. The Gallant thing is like it's like eye rolling at this point. It's like
I want to explain it because people bring it up nonstop. I apologize for it right away. When Ethan made a video to address this on his Ethan Klein channel, I
Next day, I think
made
it
a
was.
quick appearance in that video just to say I'm sorry, I misspoke. I shouldn't have called him a really good guy. And like I don't know why I said it like that. The point I was just trying to make is that BB fired him because they were disagreeing.
Here, you don't need to paraphrase it.
I
Let's
feel
watch
like
it.
the reason I brought it up was mainly
This is the next day.
to express the frustration with BB and him firing the one guy that was somewhat, attempting at moderation. It wasn't really so much to say Gallant is a good guy. I shouldn't have used that word. That was a bad choice on my part, considering stuff that he has said that I was not even thinking of. Really coming from the concerning feeling of like, we have Trump in office and BB just fired the guy that is opposing him. That's all I was trying to say, but I do understand that was not a good choice of words and I would not have said that again. So
That sounds pretty sincere. I don't see any reason to hold that over your head forever as proof that you're genocidal IDF propagandist, which is what he's claiming.
stepping away for a little while.
Yeah,
from
and
being
then
on
he was
camera.
stepping away because the reaction was so cruel and over the top.
Yeah.
You stepped away for a while. But the main purpose of that comment was that, again, just to fucking explain it for the 100th time, Gallant wanted to end the war. In the headlines at the time, he was in the headlines for opposing Netanyahu and wanting to end the war. That's what he was in the headlines for, and that's what we're referring to. We misspoke. It didn't sound good. We immediately corrected ourselves. That's how mature people do. That's how you're supposed to handle yourself, isn't it? Like, what more do you want me to do?
I have no problem apologizing and admitting and whatever is needed when things happen.
So, but his claim, so he goes back and his claim is
Lisa
important
is
here.
very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out.
I'd love to chat with her about Israel-Palestine. No, I wouldn't actually. That'd be a terrible experience.
That sounds like it'd be
That'd be
awful.
a terrible experience. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's not do that.
Out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not going to fucking defend you.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at
So he's saying I'm not defending you because of these two things.
2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that?
He cuts you nodding, which is totally like he cut out like a good few seconds there in between you considering things.
I mean, just the other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
The Gallant thing, which is just so bad faith. It's such a low blow. Like, bro, you know.
Way to edit me into like, look at this Israeli bitch.
Yeah, and the insinuation is that you can never correct yourself. You're never allowed to correct yourself. And
Israel
Ian, that's
warns can send Lebanon back to the Stone Age as UN seeks de-escalation. Gallant says Israel could inflict massive damage as UN humanitarian chief says war would be potentially apocalyptic.
kind of what your whole thing has become, right? He looked mean. I thought he was mean. And then he shows a headline: Israel warns can send Lebanon back to Stone Age. Gallant says, "Yeah, I mean, like we said, we were excited that he wanted to end the war. Is that a problem? Just because he looked mean?"
No. It's not.
So this, by the way, is his idea of joke and editing. Like, I don't know what's happening. The editing on this video is significantly worse than usual. His jokes are like, there's one thing to be said about like silly, like low editing memes, like the I just learned Photoshop meme, with the frog. Like, that's funny. But this is the substance of all of his like additive edits, and it's all just like PNGs he directly downloads or some shit. I think someone else has been editing his videos, and this might be the first time he's been forced to edit his own video, and he's very bad at it. He's very bad at it. That has to be because it just doesn't make sense otherwise.
So yes, you caught us. We're not going to run to your defense when, I don't know, we follow people.
Yeah, and once again, what an insane characterization that I'm mad because you follow people. And he goes on about this.
We be following. That's one fucked up thing that you can say about Anissa and I is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
So,
the problem.
Okay, if you want to hang out with those people and have no spine and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you, enjoy your new friends.
She's friends with people like Denim.
I know, yeah.
Which I'll show.
Friends with
Denim is actually participating in this whole.
Here he brings the employees again into it.
He says, I want to play this whole part because I have a response. Over half of their current and former employees follow Denims. It's almost like that's not the problem. service lie.
Yeah,
which I'll
and if
show you
you're
guys
friends
in a
with
minute.
them, then you're seeing what they're saying.
You'll notice that Ethan and Hila start talking about this Denham's character. Originally, the complaint was
Right,
about
the girl who accused me of leaving shit on the floor and that CPS should be called, right? Just to remind you, Ian, because I don't know if you know
She
that.
never said that. You're putting words into her mouth that she never said. You're defaming her again.
about my former editor. He's been chatting shit about Ethan and Hila for the past year at least. They only care about it now because I guess it was spoon-fed to them via their Reddit that's clearly looking out for them. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat
Unlike, I guess you're looking out for me.
it, where we are friends with Denham's, but I was...
Well, I find that reprehensible. Like, that's my problem. That's what I
That's
said.
exactly what we were
That's what
saying.
you confirmed. Again, the self-owning in this video is catastrophic.
Well, okay, so here's what happened with Ethan. Ethan basically forced his former friend. This is Israel in a nutshell. This is what's so awesome about this whole fight is, like, I'm fucking South Africa of this fight, right? You know, and I'm just sitting over here chilling, doing my thing, and I'm being brought into this shit because the Israelis are just catastrophically incompetently shooting in every direction. And I just have to stand up and say something because this can't go on. And what they're managing to do is alienate every single one of their friends. Like, why does he hate Hassan? Why does he hate Hassan? He hates Hassan because Hassan broke up with him and then just went on his own way and lived his own life and thrived. Why is he fighting us? Why is he attacking Denham's and Frogan and myself and many other content creators? Why? Because Hassan just broke up with him and didn't give a shit about, said, okay, you don't want to be my friend anymore, bye. Stupid, sexy Hassan. And now he's shooting in every direction and alienating his friends. Even people who wanted to stay neutral, he shot at them. So they're forced into the fight. And the net effect of that is to create a massive consensus against him and massive support increase. It's like Hamas in Gaza. Like, what happened with Israel bombing the shit out of Gaza is that Hamas has been able to recruit everybody who has a family member killed, which is everyone in Gaza. So Israel has not successfully undermined Hamas in any way. Like, yes, they killed some leaders. Yes, they killed a bunch of kids. But as far as Hamas, the organization, it's full of Palestinians who are out for revenge. It has radicalized them even more. Like, that is just incredible stuff.
Yes, you're friends with Denham. Are these people in the crew friends with Denham to that extent where, let's see, here's Anissa in Frogan's chat defending her tweet about...
Holy shit. Dr. Braidslug, thank you for the 100 gifties.
Sorry, hold on. Here's Anissa in her chat, okay, defending her take that October 7th was like a justified act of resistance or whatever. It's just insane. I mean, we can show
Holy
it
shit.
for posterity. Maybe it's even here. But you guys know the tweet. It was something like, left...
I think he will realize what he's saying isn't the best in a week or so. It's fueled by pain. I really hope he talks about it calmly later. I think it will be better. What's wrong with that? What the fuck are you talking about? I think he will realize what he's saying isn't the best in a week or so. It's fueled by pain. I really hope he talks about it calmly later. I think it will be better. Oh my God, Anissa, you monster! You monster! What the fuck are you talking about, you insane Zionist?
Or people want a phone. I don't remember. Yeah.
Who fucking who?
Did you send it? 5B, baby. We know what's up. We got numbers. We got letters. That's what it is. Oh, thank you. Yeah. So this is the tweet, by the way, that
leftists preach and foam in the mouth at the thought of revolution happening in America, but as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. October 7th, 2023. Now, personally, I'll show you what I said on October 7th. I remember exactly what I said, and I stand by it to this day. When occupying soldiers get shot, that is war, and occupied people have the untrammeled and full legal right to resist. Bro, can this dude put the political analysis in the back? He's becoming a drama. Hey, welcome on, DEI destroyer. The vibes are literally shifting. AOC is the most popular politician after Bernie. You guys are fucked. We're gonna make every single white man work as a secretary for a strong black woman. DEI destroyer. Anyway, let's keep going.
what's the saying? Set 1,000 ships to sail or something. Rogan, leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America, but as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. Now, this is important to note that on October 7th at 2:30 a.m., me and Ela were in bed as the story was breaking, listening to Israeli families call into news stations begging for help and being burned alive in their safe rooms. This was as scenes of horror were unfolding as they were in kibbutz, civilian...
Why do Israelis have safe rooms? Why do Israelis have safe rooms? That would be pretty unusual in the United States to have safe rooms. Why do they have safe rooms in Israel?
Living quarters and civilian concerts, slaughtering, raping, murdering, mayheming civilians.
What's the evidence of rape? Also, the Israeli military opened with Apache helicopters onto the music festival. The Apache helicopters shot, and it's been admitted openly and wantonly into the festivals, including killing their own people intentionally. This has all been admitted.
Civilians. So at the exact moment that that's happening, and her take is this, is fucking insane. It's actually insane. And so to see Anissa in the chat saying, I think you will realize what he's saying isn't the best in a week or so. It's fueled by pain. I really hope he talks about it calmly later. I think it will be better. Now, again, it sounds nice, but she's talking about Hamas killing civilians. I'm not changing my mind on that one. And but I'm glad. And so when I see something like this, I'm like, oh God, I didn't know that it was like that. I didn't know that she was like a...
Israeli helicopter opened fire on Israelis in festival during Hamas attack on October 7th. Report. A new report revealed Saturday that an Israeli military helicopter opened fire on Palestinian gunmen but wounded Israelis participating in a festival during October 7th attack by Hamas against Israel. Haaretz reported that the military helicopter arrived at the site of the festival and opened fire on the gunmen but also wounded several festival participants. It said, according to the assessment, the government had no prior information about the festival, which was held close to the kibbutz Reem, near the borders with Gaza. The newspaper reported that the Israeli forces found it difficult to identify Hamas militants, adding that the helicopter pilots used artillery against civilians at the festival. In this way, they tried to fool the Air Force into believing that those below were Israelis. The deception worked for a while until the Apache helicopters had to break free of all restraints. The pilots found it difficult to distinguish who was a terrorist and who was an Israeli, the report added. When they realized that, some of them decided to use artillery shells against the terrorists independently without getting permission from their superiors. Oh. So in other words, the Israeli helicopter decided they were just going to shoot everyone because they couldn't figure out who was a terrorist and who was a civilian, so they just decided to indiscriminately kill. That might be an interesting little fact to keep in mind.
Remember Milhouse, the guy who's like laughing and giggling all giddily about the Israelis running for their life? We watched it on Wednesday. Here she is in his DMs. He accidentally leaked it. And guess who's there? Anissa. Yeah, this guy is probably, I mean, the most despicable of the bunch. Here is Anissa, something saying, if there's anything you're unsure, I don't know what they're talking about, but here's Denims in his convo. Here's someone just talking about me. It's like, you all are...
But he's just helping us. I'm thankful. She's right. She's right. She's right. Also, they're so weird. This is snark behavior. Trying to screenshot leaked DMs to pour over them. These guys are weird, dude. These guys are fucking weird. By the way, who prepares the H3 show documents? Hey, wait, guys. Who in the show is the researcher? Who's the researcher over there at H3? Who's the guy who does that? Is it Dan? Who else is a researcher? Dan and AB.
Well, Asa, you...
Also, it turns out that army ordered to kill Israelis on 7 October. Defense minister confirms. Is the Hannibal Directive something you were thinking about at that moment? The Hannibal Directive says to shoot to kill when there is a vehicle containing an Israeli hostage. I want you to understand that the ability of the defense minister to give timely operative instructions when everything is happening is very limited. Was the order given for the Hannibal Directive? I think that tactically in various places it was given. In other places it was not given. So in other words, they said, shoot to kill Israelis. Don't let them be captured. Imagine living in that country, dude. Like, that is fucking crazy, man.
People are talking together. You're involved in this, and I know that.
Hey, Chief
Let's not
Boris,
pretend like it's not fucking obvious. It's not because you're following them on Twitter. That's insanely stupid. It's like a baby brain take. What an idiot.
We want to stay out of the drama.
That's just not true. I just don't think that was a genuine statement. I think I closed it. Oh, no, I didn't. It's right here.
would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Hila. It's like kind of
That's so fucking insultingly. Like they really rewriting their history of like we barely knew him. This is like Trump talking about Epstein.
The only thing Ethan did,
except I'm not Epstein.
Points out is that I don't know if you want to read. I guess yeah.
Well, Epstein was probably a Mossad
that at
agent.
least,
You know, he's probably an Israeli agent that was blackmailing people for the Israeli state.
Millhouse did not endorse that you killed Shredder and the CPS stuff.
Which is all I wanted to hear from Ian,
right?
Ironically. Okay, I'm pausing too much.
Internet friendship. We think that she's a good person, like we think Ethan and Hila are good people. Kind of a tricky situation.
Asterix Israeli. Don't defend them.
How can you possibly think that they're both good people at their core?
Well, one's wrong. One did something wrong and despicable to the other one. It's not rocket science, dude.
People can have crash out moments. People can say things that they don't mean. People can say things.
I love how Ethan's strategy is to be a cry bully bitch. Like, when he's the one who's been trying to deplatform people, right? Like, that's why he lost another 10,000 subscribers when this dropped. You know? That's why you do nothing but lose subscribers, because you're a cry bully bitch. Oh, I'm sorry. I need that is the that's the main channel that he only posted. He posted the content nuke on, trying to get maximum viewership. It's the podcast that lost another 10K as well. And, you know, is losing 50K. You know, you are a cry bully little bitch ass loser, dude. You went out there and tried to deplatform us and get, you know, first it was to get Hassan banned, then you expanded it to everybody. You made false accusations of anti-Semitism, and it was not true, you fucking liar.
Because they want internet clout and attention. I don't know.
Unlike this video, which, reminder, fucking 3,000 views after 3 weeks, sir. Talk about snark brained a loser. Why are you in Hassan's fucking office doing the Fortnite dance? Was that not for clout? Was that not straight like offering yourself up to like the altar of the most obvious bait of all these fucking people who are frothing at the mouth about me on Twitter to come in and support you? Please, bro.
I think they're both probably guilty of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention.
Bro, you were so smug. She did CPS. Remember that? Okay. Good.
Right now, one's a little bit more fucking nasty to me than the other.
Oh, so it's personal. Okay. I just don't see how you can be my friend and also be friends with someone like that. Clearly stated. Clearly stated. And he says he's friends with Denim. That was my problem.
Yeah. So I already forgot about you.
I actually have a lot of friendships that are kind of that way, where it's like, you know, one of the friends doesn't fuck with the other friend.
Do you? Who? Like, are you fucking 8? Like, who has friendships like that? I don't even believe him. I don't know why he's claiming that. I got a whole bunch of friends. They hate each other, but I got a what?
But there is someone
is he saying Andrew Tate is his friend?
Who kind of fucks with both of them, but separately. Yeah, there's a lot of friendships that are like that. I'm not gonna make you guys like meet up and kiss or anything. I get it. You guys are in fucking. You're either my best friend who's deep throating me to the base of my cock.
That was epic. What? That was epic joke. Remember iDubbbz? He's edgy and he says cool stuff, sexual stuff, edgy stuff. Oh, that's the old iDubbbz. He's so funny and edgy. We love that imagery.
He also burps sometimes.
He does burp in this video, which is like, oh, he did the thing, bro. Imagine me still doing Vape Nash. That's literally what he's doing. Like, holy shit, bro.
Vape Nash, y'all.
Holy shit.
Or you are Satan. You're the devil.
Oh, he said devil silly. He's back. He's so back. The last thing I said to Anissa, we were texting before I ever talked about it. She's like, I don't care about this guy. He's a nobody and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right? And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never replied.
Ethan, you can't even phrase it in a way that doesn't make you sound like you're being coercive and shitty.
It sounded totally reasonable, actually. I didn't think it sounded coercive and shitty at all. We had a frank conversation where I was like, what? Like, this is totally unacceptable. Like I don't understand how you guys can like associate with this person.
We're all creators and we all are online. So for us to ask you to say something publicly is not that
Let me pull up my text with her.
It's not me asking like a childhood friend that's not on the internet. Like, hey, can you go say something publicly for me or we can't be friends? Like, it's a little different.
Let's see what this conversation with Anissa was like here. In fact, let me give you, here, I'm going to give this to one of you guys and you can see if there's anything interesting in here.
I love that they said no. Hey, Mike, I wanted to say I really appreciate your increased posting on YouTube. The mental health has been rough and YouTube political has been easier to pace myself. So thank you. You're welcome. Everybody, oh, by the way, everybody should subscribe to all my stuff. I'm actually posting on all my links now, except for Blue Sky. Subscribe to my YouTube, the Twitter, join my Discord, and of course, the Tickety Talk. The Tickety Talk. I'm posting on all sorts of stuff. So make sure you hit those subscribe buttons on all the thing. I don't really give a fuck about. I hate Blue Sky. Can I be honest? I don't like Blue Sky. Are you planning on making
I don't
YouTube
think anyone
videos
deserves that level.
Probably shorts to begin with. But then maybe some more YouTube videos in the future.
Of cruelty or hate.
God, look at Ducky. He's so cutie right now.
We want to stay out of the drama.
He's like so comfortable looking. Yeah, so my conversation with Nisa was like, why are you friends with this person? They're despicable. Look what they did. And she's like, I am so sorry. That was so unfair and blah, blah, blah. And I says like, well, then like you should have no problem saying something like about it. And she, after that, the conversation ended on that. And I was like, well, exactly what I thought.
Mm-hmm. Well, then you should have.
It is a point where it's like there's sides. You're picking a side. And I'm not going to sit around and pretend like I'm cool with you being friends.
That's right. That's right. The one thing I can say about me is I think the main problem we have right now is that people are not polarized enough. Okay? This is a unpopular, surprising opinion, but it just so happens to be my opinion. People are not polarized enough. There's way too much fence sitting. There's way too much transactional behavior. There's way too much ass covering and bullshit. There's a genocide going on. Ethan Klein supports the state doing it and tries to attack those people that criticize that state. Who the fuck are you, Ethan? If you shut the fuck up and never talked about us again, we would ignore your ass, you boring fucking loser. You washed up fucking loser. Nobody gives a shit about you. If you shut the fuck up, we could just watch your stream slowly die because you're not funny. But like, no one, the only reason we're talking about you is because you're injecting yourself into this controversy about Israel and whether the United States of America should pour billions of dollars of taxpayer money and put our troops' lives on the line attacking Yemen for your settler colonialist genocidal state. I don't want my government to do that. You want my government to do that. And so you are attacking me. That's all it is.
Denim, she's a disgusting human being.
No problem.
And so are you.
I'm publicly denouncing it, right? Does that sound like a friend? It kind of sounds like something a powerful villain would say.
Thank you for the compliment. I also see myself that way.
I mean, like right now, I want you to understand something, chat. Denims is at 10K. I'm at like 4.5 to 5K. Like literally, dude, you have poured half of Hassan's audience into our streams. I mean, Denims is actually absolutely fucking killing it right now. I'm doing really well as well. I used to be a 2,000, 2,400 viewer guy. Now I'm 5K. You have successfully promoted us a ton. Are you going to declare defeat and move on? Or are you going to wait till we're both 10K Andys?
I appreciate that. Well, I mean, you guys were already a shitty friend, so it was kind of like, just saying what it was, you know.
But it was so funny how she immediately went to comment everywhere, like on our subreddit. She immediately had to comment like, oh, he doesn't work with us anymore. Yeah. But that was it. That's all.
Not defending us, by the way. Not disagreeing with anything he said. But then say that you don't
Okay. Do you have anything else to say for your friends, though?
One of the reasons Anissa was so quick.
So thank you for pulling this, Ian. That's not Ian's editor. That's someone Ian hired before CC2 who did some editing but isn't working for Ian anymore and hasn't for a long time. Now, we read this and understood. It's like, okay, fine. But if you go to his website, it's all creator clash. And, oh, see, I think Dan sees something interesting there.
To clarify things in your Reddit is because your Reddit was already talking about who this editor is, and they were spreading misinformation that it was our co-host.
Let's see this hard-hitting screenshot.
Well, you're just going like super deep in the comments.
No idea who this person is. I don't follow iDubbbz or have Twitter, but like, is it well known this person is their editor? How could they think nobody would notice? Yes, he's on a podcast. So this person is wrong, and this was not a popular opinion. I knew this was not true, and other people knew. There's someone on his podcast that is not the person they're talking about, and so that never really percolated to the point. And again, he's showing as evidence 2 likes, 0 likes.
0 likes. Clearly, people disagreed with the comment.
He has arrows pointing to these hard-hitting evidence here. 2 likes, 0 likes, bro. That's not hard-hitting.
Also, the Reddit post says the name Froggy Tonic.
Yeah. So. Well, I mean, we're talking about the right person. So what does it matter what people said in the Reddit?
People were confused.
Right? Oh my god.
Froggy.
But also, like, totally understandable. Okay, I'll continue.
That it was our co-host on our podcast, Uncle Dane. So yeah, the last thing we wanted is this guy getting pulled into this mess.
Which you're doing right now, by the way.
Seriously.
Shout out Uncle Dane.
Talking about Dane.
I wonder what Dane's.
The worst part of the pausing is that Ethan doesn't say anything. Like, this is the worst part of it. It's like my mind is just, it's like a flywheel and it's just spinning. And there's like nothing for me to even like, this is the thing about Ethan Klein, reacting to Ethan Klein. It's like you react to it because the point has been made and you've done it already. And it just feels like your mind is like unengaged. The clutch is in. You're waiting for something to exist. Shut the fuck up.
Tweeted about me. Now let's look.
Oh, God.
I'd love to know.
I'm already 1.35. I'm already 1.35 speed.
And you guys don't give a fuck. Would it have been nicer and more supportive to say, we don't agree with the things he's saying and we support Ethan and Hila? Sure. Like.
Oh, wow, thank you.
Why are you pausing it? That's the middle of a sentence. That's the middle of the sentence.
And Ethan and Hila wipe their asses or don't have Giardia or whatever.
That's actually just a straight up lie. Denim.
Ethan and Hila didn't kill their dog, and Ethan and Hila wipe their asses or don't have Giardia or whatever.
That's actually just a straight up lie.
Okay, you don't wipe your ass and you did kill your dog. I'm sorry, okay? Are you happy now? Like, Jesus. I'm sorry we lied. I thought that you didn't give anybody Giardia and you didn't kill your dog.
Oh my god, do I do that or do I do a content cop? What is the decision? I don't know.
I'm so glad we got to the bottom of this, you guys. I thought we were going to do a long episode. I thought we were going to be here all night. It looks like he finally understands.
We will see you all on Monday. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Thanks for watching, everybody.
Thanks for watching.
It's a rainy day out there in Los Angeles.
Mics are out.
All right, actually, well, let me see what he says afterwards. Then we'll end it.
Yeah, that would have been a nicer thing to say. Our silence means something.
No shit.
That was my point.
It's almost like we were exactly right in the way we interpreted your silence.
That's why we were upset. Your silence means something. That's what we felt. That's what we acknowledged. That's what we saw. And you
I think you're spending too much time with Denims because like this self-owning. I don't think I'd have used to do that before.
No,
you self-own yourself already. Like
you know what I was thinking when I watched this video? But I was like, you know, as much as I hate Noah Samson and his video and his outrageously defamatory claims, that aside, his video was much better. Like I think of all the Ethan hate videos that have come out in the past 2 years, this is probably the worst one, ironically.
Yeah. Mika's rhetoric.
It's reminiscent of Mika's rhetoric.
It's in the same ballpark.
The same category, I think.
Yeah, you're right.
Hi, everyone.
But at least Mika is like, I'm just a silly girl. I don't know anything. Like she's not presuming an air of authority or like noteworthiness.
Fair enough.
You know what I mean?
She's not an OG YouTuber that has a history with us.
Right.
I've also vouched for Jewish people.
Oh, she said that.
That was Mika. She won me over in that moment. She's not that bad. She vouched for Jewish people.
Hi, everyone. It's me again.
I don't even think Ian or Anissa could say that. I mean, I don't even think they could say that.
No.
You know, funny. You don't agree with us because we're Israeli.
So can I give you back your phone?
Did you see anything interesting or no?
I mean, you could. I'm sure people would be interested.
People trying to people watching this and waiting for something to happen that's interesting at all. I feel for you.
Everybody's always, ooh, you're leaking DMs or whatever.
Is there anything that's like worth sharing?
Well, I think it's funny that you described that guy as the guy that looks like Milhouse to her while having us in the middle of a serious conversation.
I don't know his name.
They tried to band together to make Ethan look bad. Instead, they just made themselves look worse. Bro, you are in delusion mode. You are in delusion mode. People love the content cop. It's blowing the fuck up. It's got 4.7 million views and 315,000 likes, dude. Like, are you seeing this shit? This is like one of the most level, like this is insane. This is insane. Like, this is, I mean, like, can you imagine going this mega viral? Like, iDubbbz TV posts about a hate video of you and like it's universal acclaim. Universal acclaim. The only people that are against it are literal proven Hassan haters. I want you to show me some content creators who are not alt-centrists or right-wingers who are against this. It has a 50-50 split and likes to dislike. No, it doesn't. Extension's not real. You know that, right? I've explained this so many times, I'll do it again. It's not real. The extension extrapolates. It makes it up. A combination of archive data from before the official dislike API shut down and extrapolated extension user behavior. In other words, people that download the return YouTube dislike button extension go and post dislike and they make shit up. It's only extension users, but it's not like showing you the dislike that extension users made. That would be one thing, right? It makes it up. It inflates it. It extrapolates it. It says, assuming that the extension users are perfectly representative of the average user and knowing the likes, how many dislikes would it have? It's made up. Is Hassan banned? No. He's just taking time off.
I genuinely, I don't know his name. What did I say? Give the context.
Where did it go?
I genuinely, I didn't know what his name was. That's how we refer to him.
Literally made up numbers. The dislikes aren't real.
I guess I could say the guy who was giggling with glee at Israeli civilians running in a park.
You were saying it's a very malicious, hateful, alienating, terrible, everything, etc. But Frogan, Denims, and that dude that looks like Milhouse that lived in Lebanon, they're despicable and they're participants. That was the...
Yeah, I'm speaking pretty plainly to my friend.
Yeah, you said you probably saw Milhouse actually show DMs and you were in them. If you want, I can show you, but the man is evil, and anyone that associates with him, I can't really be friends with.
Yeah, so when I saw her in his DMs, I was like, this is
You offered to explain why.
This is getting to be too much. And so I actually reached out to them directly to express myself like, hey guys, this makes me really uncomfortable. And then Ian's like, dude, don't you get it? How can you assume all this stuff, but our silence means something? Are you... His brain cells are at war.
Yeah.
He's losing them as we watch. They're fighting. We need our brain cells aligned. They're at war. Anything else?
I don't want to be the judge of that. I thought that line is funny. I'm not going to decide what DMs.
I think it's enough context. It's fine. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Okay, give me that. It's not like we have...
If it's not, let's not, because we have so much to get through.
Yeah, okay. I'll look through it and see maybe if it's interesting. So I'll read this last part, when he seems pretty flippant, like, it's not a big deal. That's it. That's it. Anyway.
It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out. And then maybe we can find a moment in time, I don't know how long it'll be, but a moment in time in the future where...
Don't hold your breath.
Things are a little bit easier to broach.
Do you think that do you think that your friendship is that much of a prize? That I'm like, I need to go to therapy and I need to think the right way. I need to fit in and I need to think the right way so that I can finally be friends with Ian and Anissa, who, by the way, judge me for being Israeli just for being born there, who secretly judge me and hate me and flirt with all these people that fucking do unforgivable, despicable acts. God, I wish I could be their friend again. It's just crushing me.
I don't think we need to do it right now, but you've insisted that this is an important thing to address.
Yeah, it was important to me, which it wasn't to you, and that's what happened.
I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me on your Instagram story.
I would have been perfectly fine with you not being a shitty friend. He's talking silly again. He's back.
Sorry. I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me and my wife on your podcast.
Was that a problem? You fucking spineless hack coward loser? Well, I don't think you're gonna like this podcast very much then. Hit the laugh track. I don't think you're gonna like this podcast very much then, sir. You spineless, degenerate loser. You are not even a shadow of your former self. You're dead. That's the thing. You're not even there's no shadow because you don't exist anymore. Like a zombie came out of the earth and like
Hassan should restart Leftovers with iDubbbz. Hassan should do Leftovers again, but with iDubbbz. I just had a flash of brilliance. I just had a flash of utter insight. I saw through the lathe of heaven, and I was like, oh yeah, no. Hassan should just do Leftovers with iDubbbz. And iDubbbz should bring Content Cop back. And it should just be him ripping apart all the like cringe fucking like gamer gators and anime lolly right wingers, and he should Content Cop them all. It wouldn't be Leftovers because you can't use that name. I'm sure Ethan owns it. I'm sure Ethan made sure to grab the ownership of all the videos, right? So he could milk them for all time. Notice that he thinks Hassan is a scumbag piece of shit, but yet he doesn't take down the Leftovers videos. How come if you hate Hassan and you think he's an evil, diabolical Nazi, how come you kept all the Leftovers videos up to collect ad revenue forever, right? Like, why didn't you take those down? Like, ugh, ew, ugh, yuck. I don't want to be associated with Hassan, yet you still keep his videos up, gathering money. Part of the advantage of being on YouTube chat is the so-called long tail, is that videos still generate money forever. You'll get some trickle of money from all the videos. It's the long tail. So you keep those videos up and you have a large enough library of videos that are all collecting a little bit of views. Suddenly you start getting a pretty consistent ad revenue. It's kind of like syndication on television. So I just find it really interesting that Hassan is a terrorist sympathizer, anti-Semite, but he likes to keep getting that ad revenue, huh?
Okay, it's an extended metaphor.
That would be undead.
Yeah, it's an extended metaphor. It's gone too much. That
would be undead.
Yeah. Thank you. Not undead. So I'm taking it back.
Well, it's the second time I've had to correct you.
I apologize. I apologize. I'll speak more clearly. Thank you for correcting me.
Great show, by the way.
Undead is a zombie? Or zombie and undead? Is that the same thing?
We want to stay out of the drama.
They're not the same thing, but yes, a zombie is undead, yes.
What would we call? What do you guys think an iDubbbz Hassan show should be called? What would it be called? Left the right? Left the right! Left the right! Come on! That's pretty good, right? Boo? Oh, okay, I tried. Reheated? Oh, reheated! Reheated's pretty good. Reheated would be really good. Cold pizza? But reheated, I like reheated. Oh no, I like reheated. Reheated's a good name. See, we're a good chat. We're really good at this. God, that would be if you really wanted to fuck up. If you really wanted to fuck Ethan up. If you really want Ethan to go just absolutely batshit, to just lose his mind. If iDubbbz and Hassan started a podcast called Reheated, come on, you know that would cook. You know that would cook.
Okay, I said zombie. Splitting hairs.
Zombie.
You said he was dead.
Okay,
left to the right is good. You cooked. Yeah, I know. People don't really understand that it means two things. Like left to the right is like you convert right wingers to the left, and left the right is like iDubbbz left the right. You know what I mean? So you're doing two things at once at the double entendre. But Chad is too stupid to get it, so we're just going with reheated. It's okay.
I'm being silly. Let's move on. We're being silly, guys. You don't need to clip this, guys. You don't need to clip this as proof that I'm a tyrant boss.
So it's a triple entendre because left the right, you know, boxing, you get lefts and then you give rights, you know, left the right, boom. Come on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I not say that silly enough? Ooh, I'm sorry. Am I not silly enough for you? Right.
Please stop it.
I'm sorry, but the guy knows comedy.
Podcast twice. I would be fine with you not brigading my comment section on my podcast.
I didn't brigade your fucking comment section, you dumb loser bitch. Like if our fans end up over there. By the way, your fans are our fans. A lot of our fans liked your appearances on our show, and Nisa famously said,
"Not anymore, not anymore, bitch." That's what they're so betrayed about. Not anymore.
I love going on your subreddit because that's the only place on the internet they're nice to me. These are the people that you courted to come watch your fucking podcast. And guess what? Now you pissed them off. Deal with it, dumb bitch. How's it my turn? How's it my fault? You should be thanking me for even putting your dumb ass on my fucking podcast when the whole world hated you and I didn't mind sticking my neck out for you. Oh, is that transactional? No, I expect some fucking, can you not have any expectations for your friends? Like, is that crazy? Okay.
It's 3,000 views a week.
Reheated works because Ian is no longer as heated as before, but with this podcast, he can be heated. Exactly. Well, reheated, like, no, totally. Reheated's a great name too because it's a pun off leftovers, right? But also when you speak and you get passionate, you get heated. And so Ian and Hassan can get heated again, meaning they got reheated. It's another great pun. It's awesome because it hits both things. Those are both good names. I like reheated more, to be honest, because it's more of a direct punch right in the face of Ethan. And Ethan would have no choice but to MALD over it, which is, by the way, massive negative attention as well as the positive attention would get even more algorithmic engagement. Like, I don't think that Ethan Klein understands this, which is surprising because he's a big YouTuber, which is like by having like 85 to 90, you know, like 80 to 95% like positive negative is actually what you want to be in the algorithm. The algorithm loves that because if it's like massively negative, it's bad for the algorithm. But if it's completely 100% positive, the algorithm doesn't like that either. It wants a little bit, it wants like a strong dissent, but mostly approve. That's the algorithm's like ideal fucking content because it wants people debating in the comments. It wants people engaging. It wants people watching the whole video. So what they've actually managed to do is create the perfect algorithmic video to fuck over Ethan. It's actually so exciting. I'm like so hyped when I think about it. And like, I wasn't jealous at all, but now I'm super jealous. Damn it, I should have been in there. I shouldn't have been so mean to AB.
Because I prefer to not to do harassment campaigns and instead talk about Vampire's Kiss.
Ah, that's why no one watches. Very good. Very good.
I'm going to DM Hassan right now. And I'm going to say, I think you should do a podcast with iDubbbz called Reheated. That would kill. Okay, I just DM'd Hassan that. Did they push the button? Did they
push the button? Did they push the button? Did they push the little button? They pushed the little button because your wife told you you put the button because he just said a bad thing and he doesn't want to get canceled. He said the button because he doesn't want to get canceled.
Fuck this loser, dude.
About this aggression.
I said the see you next Tuesday word.
Oh yeah, don't say that.
I had to bail. I said
even know
You snuck that one in. I didn't even hear it.
I just want to be clear about what was cut because last time everyone people go, what was cut? What was cut?
It was under the radar C word.
Yeah, it was. It was.
I don't want to be. I want to play it safe here. I don't want to get this whole video yoinked because I said the C word once. But I mean, he is a C word. You know, exactly.
That you're putting out.
So let me go back because I buttoned out this part. She actually.
She thinks they have a point.
That's the problem.
Yeah. So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Go fuck yourself. What about your girl? This is what
about your girl?
I'm talking about. This aggression that you're putting out into the world. What the?
Unlike what? Yeah,
what are you doing?
You're the pacifist, right?
I legitimately think the fact that I think it's cooking. I think it's cooking. The reheated podcast with iDubbbz, with Hassan and iDubbbz, hosted on iDubbbz's main channel, just like Leftovers. Like, oh my god, like come on.
You're the supposed pacifist. I'm glad I could bring this out of you, buddy. I mean, it's really something no one else could do.
They started
apparently.
today at 17 minutes. It's 25 minutes now. Honestly, chat, like, I'm cooked. I'm legitimately cooked.
Fuck do you think we're gonna do? You think I'm gonna fucking sit on my hands when you do this shit?
Probably would have been wiser than this. You know? Yes, you could have done that. I thought you were the fucking Buddhist. You were the pacifist. You were like the enlightened, bro. You ascended.
Like, this is nasty. We had such a fair response to
Why are you wearing a cold tooth? Like, is that like the little X factor about
iDubbbz's audience will not be as receptive to Hassan as Ethan's was, I fear. Who gives a shit? I actually think that is the main point. Mike, I beg this is why Ethan is pausing constantly. Ethan's strategy is to pause so frequently it destroys the coherence of any arguments made against him and only respond on aesthetic grounds because he thinks he could win here and he knows he cannot win on substance. This man has never won anything on aesthetic grounds. At least with me, I understand that I don't win any arguments on aesthetic grounds. But Ethan, because his body is so riddled with fucking Ozempic and other antagonists, so that, you know, because, you know, let's be honest, he deludes himself into thinking that he's aesthetic. Bro, with you, Ozempic is just step one. All right? Ozempic is just step one. You need a lot more work to get done. All right? Let's be honest with you. Let's be honest with each other.
This video is like, I've got a gold tooth.
Do you want some fucking tea?
How is he gonna talk about me being nasty and not explain what happened that morning?
Pretty despicable.
I told you I can't get over that point.
Yeah, just it's important to bear in mind that all these clips is the morning CPS was called. So pretty despicable business there to exclude that.
You guys were going through. We don't support harassment. It's a bad thing, but it happens.
That being said, I would like to jump on the top of a giant dog pile that's been going on for 2 years to end the hateful cycle.
You know what's a series where it happens a lot? Content cops.
Thought he disavowed that.
I was morally grandstanding, acting as if I'm any better than any of these people that I was making content cop videos on. It's also indoctrinated a lot of people into thinking that this is an okay way to behave. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate. It's super irresponsible and shitty.
Like, listen, I know that didn't please everyone, but if you make a decision that's so drastic, at least stand by it.
Yeah.
You know? Okay, buddy. Welcome back to the fray. How's it working out for you? Enjoy your new friends who will, like, literally abandon you the second you disagree with them on one single inch of the narrative.
And there you have it, chat. We finally got a point. We finally got to the point, which is Ethan is hurting because he thinks that Hassan abandoned him because they had one disagreement on the narrative. There you have it. He was like, why can't you just ignore the fact that I'm a Zionist? Why can't I just support Israel? Why did you leave me? Why can't we just have a little disagreement? And there it is. Ethan, you were the one who crashed out, brother. Hassan gave you advice about how to avoid being hated by everyone who's progressive, and you ignored it because you're a dumb fuck who doesn't know anything about politics. And Hassan very gently babied you for months, and it wasn't plausible to keep going because you just are too stupid and mediocre to get it. We don't abandon people because of one disagreement. If you say something that's super offensive and nasty on the left, people will step up and tell you to change your mind, but they're not going to fully abandon you. I've said shit people don't like, and I'm still here. You're the one who canceled Leftovers, bro. You're the one who crashed out, bro. You're the one who couldn't handle disagreement, bro.
You're perpetuating it.
You fucking propagandist, lying scumbag, terrorist supporter. Once again, why am I saying that, and to who? Probably sets up a mirror and jerks off watching himself. Dan KK. That's a joke. Is that a problem that I said a joke? I think Ian forgot what a joke is. I genuinely think he forgot.
I think there's a strong case for that here in this video. Like, seriously.
He forgot what a joke is. Why would you show that as some great example? Okay. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. I even fucking...
Take a joke.
Bobby understands. Kay Clancy has a similar view of Hitler. Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi... By the way, fucking anti-Semitic... So he says that my calling Dan KKK Clancy is harassing him. Where did that come from? Zach, do you know?
Dan KKK Clancy.
Whose voice was that?
This dumb fucking dipshit doesn't know. Oh my god, he's such a scumbag liar. You called him a Nazi directly, you fucking dumbass. That was a joke about Maoist third worldists and how they say America. You fucking defamatory liar fuck. You put him in a literal Nazi uniform. That's not a joke. You're saying his platform is anti-Semitic, you fucking little bitch.
I did.
Play it again. Whose voice was that?
Dan KKK Clancy.
That wasn't Keemstar. That wasn't Keemstar. That wasn't Hassan. That would be really weird.
That would be weird.
Dan KKK Clancy.
Considering he's doing the Fortnite dance behind him, like taking this moral. But he can't be the one.
KKK Clancy.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. That's impossible. It can't be.
I just realized. I thought it was weird as fuck.
By the way, I'll get into this later, but that's Hassan admitting that he's been to a Diddy party. The dude's been to a Diddy party after spending the last 2 years attacking Evil Dan for being Diddy, the diddler, because he, I don't know, some random association with Diddy. Bro, you've been to his party.
I just thought they were great. Reaction.
They are. They're very useful. Yeah.
This is the crew, by the way. This is the crew you guys love to defend.
Sure. Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi, fucking anti-Semite, completely defensible. You should see why I said that.
Yeah.
Instead of just showing me saying something with zero context about who I'm talking about or why I'm saying it. Fucking great. Good content,
You're
bro.
reacting, you fucking rat. We've been sitting here waiting for you to make a point. Here's a chance for you to make a point, and then you just say you should look into it. Wow, what a great reaction video.
Super good.
You can't expect other people to stop harassing you if you continue to...
Okay, we're talking about harassment, or are we talking about your friends propagating CPS coming to my house to take my kids away? Like, we're not going to play this game, okay? Where me being a dick and making fun of people is the same as your friend Denham's supporting someone named Bad Empanada, showing him on stream when her whole chat is saying call CPS. Let's not play this fucking game. I mean, how pathetic does it get, dude?
Literally not true.
How are you gonna talk about like not supporting harassment and start the video with like dancing and flipping us off with all of our current enemies?
That's a really good question.
It just doesn't make sense.
That's a really good question.
I think harassment. That's not harassment. That's just saying fuck you. Saying fuck you once is not harassment. Lying about people, spreading defamatory information, trying to get them fired from their jobs, calling them Nazis, creating, brigading everything they do. That's harassment.
Think of like the Leafy thing, like I'm gonna harass you back. I don't know. It's not very well explained.
All right, chat. Listen, I could do this all day, but at this point, I'm bored. You know, I could milk this for another 5 hours, but honestly, I'm fucking bored. Like, this is boring. I gave my best shot to listen to an Ethan Klein stream, and it's fucking boring. I'm gonna send you guys, gals, non-binary pals over to VO. Tomorrow, we're gonna be back. Maybe there'll be like something interesting that happens. There'll be something interesting. I'm sorry, I just can't do it anymore. It's too boring. Like, as much as I would love to be like, I have 5K viewers watching the Ethan Klein thing, I don't give a fuck. I legitimately don't. So yeah, it's boring. Ethan Klein sucks. And thank you so much. I'm gonna send you over to VO, who is one of the people that were harassed by these fucking scumbags and didn't get anything out of it because they're not involved in politics. I don't know if you guys remember this, but VO was just an egg on the panel that they falsely smeared as anti-Semitic, got banned for 30 days for no fucking reason, even though they did nothing wrong. So if you listen, myself, Denims, Frogan, all these other people have gotten a lot of support. I think VO deserves a lot of support as well. So if you could go and support VO, they're just, they're a gaming streamer, VTuber. Give justice for VO. Thank you so much. I'll be back here tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern, 10 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific. See you tomorrow. Peace.